Well, good morning, everyone. Is this loud enough for everyone? Well, good morning, everyone. It's really amazing to see as many of you and to see kind of old friends, new friends. We're here today for the 10th annual San Diego Spinal Cord Injury Symposium. This year's symposium is supported in part by a Paralyzed Veterans of America Education Foundation grant. This is grant number 890. It's also been substantially supported by our Cal Diego chapter PVA, and we're incredibly grateful for their generosity. So I wanted to just get us warmed up. First of all, I wanted to just say that the breakfast is going to be available, and apparently they refilled the trays with more food, so this is just kind of a warm-up for our speakers and to get everyone kind of settled in. And I was just going to share with you just a little bit of a background on the Spinal Cord Injury Symposium, particularly excerpts from the grant that helps fund this. We're here today because basically spinal cord injury, though a rare condition, San Diego is actually a very big place. San Diego County is a large region. And if you extrapolate the national data, you might expect about 3 million people living in the 3 million people here. Among those 3 million, there are about 3,000 individuals living with spinal cord injury, and approximately 120 new traumatic spinal cord injuries annually. So that's just traumatic spinal cord injury. We're aware that there's also a certain amount of non-traumatic spinal cord injury, and there's research, of course, that suggests that number may even be larger. So we know spinal cord injury is very complicated. It's life-changing. It affects every aspect of a person's physical, mental, psychosocial health. We've certainly seen a lot of medical and therapeutic advances, and in fact, I think amongst the attendees today, you'll see people who kind of occupy various corners of the dimension of spinal cord injury. And we've now kind of together, we've achieved great outcomes for this population, where this population can expect a life expectancy equal to what they would have experienced had they not had a spinal cord injury. But we know that achievement of these outcomes, it really requires specialized knowledge. And this knowledge, initially, maybe you get it in the medical setting, but we've found that people benefit from getting this information reinforced throughout their lifespan. And even if the information isn't completely applicable, it does seem like it engenders kind of a vision of a more hopeful future for folks when we share it. So when we kind of looked at the scene here, we know that a lot of people get their information in many different ways. They browse the internet, they go to see their various providers, they maybe attend a support group. But what we found is really there's a lack of evidence-based messaging and education in the region. It's ironic, obviously, we have a lot of medical facilities in this region. There are major medical centers, huge biotech firms, but it's been this paradox that you can live with spinal cord injury and still really not have access to the great things that are happening every day in these institutions. So that was really the genesis of this meeting, which was to provide that link between the people with lived experience and people who do research, and people who are clinicians who take care of patients with spinal cord injury. Another fact is that there's been a relative lack of national spinal cord injury conferences in the Western United States. We do have the PVA Summit Expo coming to Anaheim later this year, but aside from that, it's again, most of these conferences are concentrated on the East Coast. So, if you're kind of asking the chatbot, why should there be a spinal cord injury symposium? Again, the goals would be to provide a forum for researchers, healthcare professionals, individuals to share their knowledge and their expertise on these developments. Also providing a nice space for individuals with spinal cord injury to share their experiences and for our advocates to discuss challenges and barriers that people with spinal cord injury face. And then also to provide opportunities for networking and collaboration among attendees. And of course, that's kind of my guilty pleasure, is reaching out, kind of assembling like a little dream team of speakers that I would really be interested in hearing from, and then also kind of getting to meet them and getting to see what develops. So I definitely encourage you today, throughout the day, to get to know your folks, get to know that stranger across the room perhaps, and see if perhaps a connection, a meaningful connection can begin. I usually take this time too to kind of give people an update on the construction at VA San Diego, which is where I work, where I'm the chief of the Spinal Cord Injury Center. We've been really blessed to be part of a new building experience. And that building is taking shape. So a few years ago, I just showed the concept art, and now I can show a photo as of a couple weeks ago that shows a building that looks remarkably like the concept art. And the only fly in the ointment is there's been a little bit of a budget kind of issue where there's been a delay, but not an end. We're basically, we've moved the opening date back about 4 months to 2025. So we're looking forward to occupying this space and filling it with all the wonderful new innovations and things, probably a lot of things that we're going to hear about today. I also want to just recognize the planning committee for this spinal cord injury symposium. The list has grown, and again, hopefully it is shown by the kind of breadth and the scope of our talks today. Everyone has contributed, something, and I do want to again highlight Peter, who was here last night getting the room set up. He's the Cal Diego Executive Director and has been really instrumental in putting forth kind of all of his support to making this event happen. Also a big shout out to Binhai Zheng, who really founded this meeting and has kind of been really supportive in seeing it take shape and kind of grow into what is an amazing small conference. So we do have some small little changes today. We did have a speaker that became ill, so was unable to make it this morning. So we'll have a little more time to hear from Carmine and from Dr. Koffler. But other than that, and another addition was at the lunchtime hour, we have a special 15-minute video featuring our keynote speaker, Rory Cooper, which kind of is a nice profile on his career. So that'll be available during the lunch hour if those of you who want to watch that. I will highlight too that we're going to be having we have a survey that is online, and this will be shown during some of the breaks so that you can click on it and give us your feedback and hopefully contribute to further improvements in the conference. Well, so without further ado, we'll kind of move to our first speaker. So this is Carmine Chavez-Martinez. I'm just going to give the highlights or the kind of the heartfelt intros. I think you can find the speaker bios on the website. What really struck me about Carmine is she's currently pursuing her PhD at UCSD in Dr. Zheng's lab, but really has already a very precocious career with really great achievements, a Howard Hughes Medical Institute scholarship or fellowship that she participated in, and many other amazing accomplishments in her very early career. So we definitely see her as a rising star at UCSD and really excited to hear her talk. There'll be a few seconds here for computer changes, but other than that, I think we're ready to go. Welcome, Carmine. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry, for that introduction. As he said, I'm Carmine Chavez-Martinez. I'm a graduate student in Bin Hai Zheng's lab, and I'll be sharing with you some of our work looking at the neuron intrinsic mechanisms of injury response. So as we all know, neurons of the mammalian central nervous system face a number of barriers towards repair following injury. These can be broadly categorized as neuron intrinsic and neuron extrinsic. Extrinsically, neurons face a hostile injury environment filled with a lot of growth inhibition, as well as a lack of growth promotion, such as what you see during neurodevelopment. And then intrinsically, obviously, mature neurons have a low drive towards regeneration. A few molecular pathways can be manipulated to promote their growth, such as P10 and SOX3. Other pathways play key roles in mediating the injury outcome, such as DLK and LCK. Our lab studies both neuron intrinsic and neuron extrinsic mechanisms of injury response. But as I said, I'll mostly focus on the neuron intrinsic side. And first, I'll share briefly about our recently published work, which took advantage of these pro-growth manipulations to study axon regeneration. And then the majority of my talk will focus on our work with DLK and LCK. So as I mentioned, P10 and SOX3 deletion can be used to promote axon growth. So using these genetic manipulations, together with a method of neuronal collection known as patch-seq, project scientists in the lab, Hugo Kim, studied the transcriptional signatures that define corticospinal neurons which are able to regenerate across the injury site, shown in green, and comparing those to the non-regenerating neurons, shown in red. He found that these distinct transcriptional signatures could be used to train a computational regeneration classifier that reliably predicts the regenerative capabilities of other neuronal subtypes in published data sets. So as you can see on the lower left, most central nervous system neuronal subtypes see a drastic decline in regenerative potential after birth, and this is a decline that is captured by the regeneration classifier. On the other hand, neurons of the peripheral nervous system and serotonergic neurons of the Raphe nucleus retain that regenerative ability well into adulthood, and that effect is also captured by his classifier. Additionally, Hugo's study identified key regulatory genes such as NFE2L2 that implicate antioxidant response and mitochondrial biogenesis in CST regeneration. And NFE2L2's contribution in particular was validated using genetic deletion in a P10 background, so that when NFE2L2 was deleted, this regeneration is abolished. So shifting gears to talk about DLK and LZK, these are two kinases that play a key role in the neuronal injury response. DLK is the more studied and evolutionarily conserved of these two kinases, while LZK is a closely related homolog found in vertebrates that works together with DLK to mediate diverse outcomes depending on the injury setting. In C. elegans and in Drosophila, as well as in the mammalian peripheral nervous system, DLK is required for the regeneration that naturally occurs after a neuron is injured. And then on the other hand, in retinal ganglion cells of the central nervous system, after an injury like an optic nerve crush, a lot of those neurons undergo widespread cell death, and DLK works together with LZK to mediate that cell death. But when those retinal ganglion cells are rescued and regenerate, that regeneration also requires DLK and LZK. So a main question that I have focused on during my thesis work is looking at how DLK and LZK are able to regulate these diverse outcomes, specifically in central nervous system, corticospinal tract neurons, which neither die nor regenerate in the context of spinal cord injury. And so first I'll talk about our work looking at DLK and LZK in a regeneration model, and then in these two cell death models, one is called the subcortical exotomy, and the other is a traumatic brain injury. So working with previous graduate student, Junmi Saikia, we used a spinal cord injury model to assess the role that DLK and LZK play in regenerating CST neurons. In green, you can see GFAP, which is an astrocytic marker that helps us visualize the injury site. And in white, you see the BDA traced CST axons. And as is normally the case, in a wild type, the axons don't regenerate beyond the injury site, and in fact retract back from the injury site. In P10 deleted neurons, the axons are able to approach and cross the injury site. And when DLK and LZK are deleted in that P10 background, this regeneration is abolished and the injury site resembles a wild type, which suggests that these kinases are together required to promote regeneration in CST neurons. So by injuring CST neurons much closer to their cell bodies using a wire knife that spares the cortex but targets their axons, we can cause about half of these neurons to undergo apoptosis in a wild type 7 days after injury compared to the uninjured hemisphere. So this is quantified here on the left. And using this subcortical lesion model, we find that DLK and LZK mediate death of CST neurons as well, since double deletion of these genes rescues the survival percentage of these neurons from 57% to about 80%. So combined with the regeneration data that I showed, this study suggests that DLK and LZK function in a manner that is more injury-specific rather than cell type-specific. So to assess this pro-death role of DLK and LZK more broadly, we also used this traumatic brain injury model in which DLK and LZK were deleted in many cortical neurons using an AAV-Cre injection directly into the brain. And Dr. Shanshan Wang, a project scientist in Brighton Head's lab, performed these injuries in which a small impactor directly makes contact with the exposed cortex. In this case, in a very small cranial window. And 48 hours after the injury, we see that the wild-type mice show these elevated expression of Florigade C, which is a marker of neurodegeneration, as well as elevated amounts of tunnel, which is a marker of cell death. And in the mice where DLK and LZK were deleted, both of these markers are significantly lower than in the wild types. So because this is a very acute time point, it's possible that this is simply a delay in death rather than a prevention. And more work is needed to understand this lack of cell death markers in the knockout mice. But this data suggests that the pro-death role of DLK and LZK is more broadly applicable beyond CST neurons to other cortical neuronal subtypes. So having established that these two divergent outcomes are both seen in CST neurons and are regulated by DLK and LZK, I decided to follow in Hugo's footsteps and use RNA sequencing of these neurons to address this question for my thesis work of how do DLK and LZK actually drive these very different outcomes. And rather than using patch-seq, which Hugo used, I'm using ribotag, which, as the name suggests, involves a ribosomal tag that can be used to isolate mRNA transcripts in a cell type specific manner. And because ribotag is Cre-dependent, we can target CST neurons specifically among other cortical neurons by injecting retrograde Cre into the upper cervical region into the cervical region of the spinal cord. And when processing the cortex to extract RNA, the only neurons that should have that ribotag expressed are the CST neurons. And so using this method in combination with a spinal cord injury, we have been able to isolate DLK and LZK dependent genes that distinguish the regenerative P10 mice from the triple DLK, LZK, P10 deleted mice, which, as we saw previously, do not regenerate. And you can see in the figure on the right, the top 200 differentially expressed genes between these two conditions. So next, I plan to apply this same method using now the subcortical lesion to compare the pro-regenerative transcriptional programs to the pro-death programs, and that will hopefully help us understand how DLK and LZK are able at least transcriptionally, to guide these two very different outcomes. And so to summarize, I shared with you some of our work using deep single-cell RNA sequencing to distinguish regenerating versus non-regenerating neurons, and also how this sequencing method identified key regulators of CST axon regeneration. And then I also shared with you some of our work showing that DLK and LZK are able to drive both regeneration and death of CST neurons, as well as TBI-induced death of cortical neurons. And as well as how I've begun making progress using this ribosome-tagged RNA sequencing strategy to further understand how these outcomes are carried out. And so I'd like to thank and acknowledge the other members of the lab, as well as our collaborators and the UCSD community at large, as well as all of you for your attention. If there's no questions, we can go. Oh.
What's your time frame for using the ribotag? What's your timeline for?
Oh yeah, we use a really acute time point, so 3 days after, because so Mark Tazinski also published a paper which showed that at as early as 3 days, the cells have begun making those key transcriptional changes that will determine whether they're going to regenerate or not.
And then for the larger project, what do you kind of foresee next few months or year?
For the comparison? Yeah. There might be these very, very similar means by which DLK and LZK are doing these two different outcomes. Claire Lepichon's lab recently showed that DLK is also interacting with mitochondrial proteins, and that wouldn't be reflected transcriptionally, but could also be having a downstream effect. So I'm not sure.
Is DLK and LZK important in other tissues of the body?
Yes. So I didn't talk about it, but LZK also, our lab showed, regulates the astrocytic response to an injury, and I believe there's also expression of these kinases in like the liver or in other cell types. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just go ahead and mention that we have for the Q&A.
Yeah, well, I'll remember to bring that forward. Well, again, we did a little schedule shift, and so our next speaker is Dr. Kobi Koffler. He's over in our, here at UCSD as Assistant Professor of Neurosciences and Head of Neuroengineering. He's working on this amazing scaffolding technology to repair and hopefully encourage axonal regeneration in traumatic spinal cord injury. Pleasure to introduce him and hear from him. We've been definitely, it was great we could coordinate kind of this year to have him come and talk. So welcome, Kobi. Thank you.
And if you take any questions, just let them know that there's a microphone.
All right.
Do you have any sound in our videos? Okay.
Okay. Morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kobi Koffler, Assistant Professor of Neurosciences here at UCSD, am part of the Mark Dujinski group, working together with Paul and Shanshan, models of regeneration in the nervous system. And I'm interested in neural engineering, bioengineering approaches to enhance regeneration after injury, spinal cord injury, peripheral nerve injury, but we'll talk today, of course, about spinal cord injury. So the overall concept of my interest is to organize regeneration using biomimicry designs. And the goal is to optimize regeneration, right? So we know there are today various approaches to enhance regeneration, elicit regeneration, PIT and SOX3, stem cells, and so on. And they have various levels of regeneration, anatomical and functional, and I want to try and optimize that, improve. And for example, if you're looking at axons in a model of spinal cord injury, and you put MSC's implant, and you look at the host axons that are regenerating into this permissive implant, you see that it goes by itself. If you're providing a bridge that can guide these axons, more than 80% of these axons will get through the other side. If you don't provide any guidance, less than 20% of these axons will bridge to the other side. This is NF200 labeling of the spinal cord, the white matter in the spinal cord. You can see the axons are linear, they're parallel, they're nicely, tightly packed. But when you look at the host axons in the lesion site, when you have some regeneration, on the left, in the middle, you have just NF200 labeling, again, in red. You can see they're organized in all directions. Same is true for stem cells. If you put a stem cell graft into the lesion site and you look at the axon extension, both don't look similar to the white matter where you have those descending tracts or ascending tracts that convey messages back and forth from the brain. Same is true if you are enhancing regeneration. For example, if you use PIT and SOX3 in the optic nerve, same idea. You can push maybe more axons to regenerate, but many of them will even make a U-turn back. And that's quantified here in the paper from Zheng Holeb, where you can see that 40% of the axons in on the proximal side are making, and that's, by the way, at least one U-turn. Not just one, at least one U-turn. And then a way lower number. So we want to organize this. We think that if we organize that, we can improve the potential of those treatments. And we're using linear microchannels that we 3D print into a construct, into a scaffold, where the idea is that when you have a channel, you restrict the regeneration. There's only one way. You get into the injury site, you see a channel, the other side is the only way. You can't veer sideways. This is true if you're looking at host axons, for example, here in green, or if you put stem cells, you will have the host axons entering the scaffold, and then there will be a synapse on stem cells, and the stem cells will extend their own axons out, where we want to preserve this pathway of regeneration. We're using 3D printing. The method that we use is called DLP, Dynamic Light Projection. Doesn't matter. The idea is that we use light to polymerize material, unlike using an inkjet printer, which you probably know. There's a material that's being pushed out through a nozzle, and then that's the common, let's say, the first generation type of 3D printing. So we're using light to polymerize materials. The materials are soft, they're hydrogel. And this method, because we're using light, we can polymerize material, we can create structures very fast. So when we make scaffolds for rat studies, we can make them within seconds. When we make scaffolds for primate studies that are clinical size, it takes about 10 to 15 minutes, depends on the complexity of the structure, to make these scaffolds. And of course, because we're using 3D printing, we make a scaffold that can fit the MRI, the exact injury contour. Other methods takes a lot of time. They are low resolution, and the materials are also, again, different based on the printing technology. We showed before that we can load them with stem cells, and when we are doing an acute implant, meaning injury and an implant immediately, and we load those with stem cells, we can get on the left 6 months post-injury. On the left, we can get nice feel of the structure. So these are the channels, and in green you have the stem cells. Those are E14 rat stem cells into rats. You can see on the left you have nice feel of the channels and the continuity from rostral to caudal, while when you have an acute implant without scaffolds, we get cavities and no survival, acute. Every study that has been done so far with stem cells was always with a delayed implant. All the functional data that has been shown was with delayed implant, 10 days, 2 weeks after injury. When we look at the stem cells, axons, inside the scaffold, you can see again they are linear, a lot like what we've seen in the white matter. Same is true for host axons. When we look at some subtypes of host axons, corticospinal tract, 5-HT, serotonergic axons, you can see that they are entering the channels and they're linear. And they, some of specifically for the 5-HT in the rat model, they also exit on the other side. The CST reach about halfway, about 1 millimeter, and then synapse on the stem cells. When we looked at function, we looked at 2 measures of function. The first one is stimulation. We provide electrical stimulation in the brain, and we record signals in the hind limbs. And what we can see is that animals implanted with scaffolds with stem cells had a response in the legs, while when we retransect above the implant, we lose this response. And animals with scaffolds without stem cells didn't show any response. When we performed the BBB functional study, we can see that, again, similar idea. Animals with scaffolds and stem cells showed improved function. They moved, the score is 7. That means independent movement of 3 joints, the hip, the knee, and the ankle, while the other groups didn't show any improvement. And so next, we started scaling up this technology to primates, primate model of hemicontusion. So this is a complete transection. We are now moving to a contusion, a more clinically relevant model. And here, the design of the study is, of course, we're making the contusion, and we have to do an MRI. We want to go to match our scaffold, our implant, to the specific patient. And initially, we started with this. We're also working with shorter time points, about 2 weeks post-injury. Here, we're talking about an implant that's about 30 days post-injury, and we load stem cells into the scaffold. When we do this kind of an injury, because it's a scaffold, it's not an injection. So you have to go in and clean the injury from debris, from everything that's in there that will prevent you from physically putting something into that spinal cord injury site. So, and by the way, this is the same approach as being done with the stem cell studies that Mark is doing, meaning we're doing a longitudinal incision on the same plane as the axons from rostral to caudal. We're not cutting perpendicular. We're making a longitudinal incision, sort of opening up, pushing sideways. And then when you do that and you open the lesion, there's pressure that's being released. And then you have a lot of leftovers and debris that are being pushed out. We clean that using suctions, and then we go in with micro scissors under the scope. We're trying to clean as much scar as possible. This approach, so far, with not just the scaffold project, with the stem cell project as well. Probably have done, I would say, 20 to 25 monkeys, never had any reduction in function after that approach, meaning this approach is not damaging existing function that was left after the contusion injury. And so we make we clean the cavity, we make sure it's nice and dry, and then because this is 3D printing, and we have a good idea of what the scaffold is supposed to look like in terms of the size, but the MRI at the end of the day, we're using a 3 Tesla MRI. Most clinical MRIs are somewhere between 1.5 to 3, depends on the hospital. The boundary is not really well defined. Those images are quite blurry. And then, of course, we're going in and we're cleaning more, we're resecting more of the scar. So the boundary is really important. And because we're using 3D printing, we just come with 30 different sizes. We are able to print many different sizes. And so we come to the implant day, and we just fit the one that works best. Once we decide which is the size that will fit into that specific injury. We load with stem cells, we put it in. You can see on the right image, you can see the scaffold inside the injury site. We also did some ultrasound after one of the cases, so you can see the scaffold nicely fills the injury site. You can even see the channels and how they're properly oriented on the rostrocaudal axis. And so we come 6 months later, and we're going to look only on host regeneration. I'll show you some new data, and this is with host regeneration in scaffolds where we didn't have surviving cells, okay? So the advantage here is that if you have a scaffold that for some reason the cells didn't survive, you still have the scaffold in there to guide host regeneration, right? Remember, we're talking about two mechanisms of regeneration that we can work with the scaffold. We can work on host, and we can work on neuronal relay. And in some of the animals, the cells didn't survive for various reasons, but we were still able to see to get some data there. And so first thing here is that we've seen TH, that's the locus coeruleus axons, and then 5-HT, those are serotonergic axons, bridging a full length of an injury site. And that was, I think, the first time that we've seen these axons bridging a full injury site, which is clinical size injury site. The other part of that is that we've seen now looking outside of the injury site on the caudal part, we looked at innervation of the serotonergic axons, and I know that Dr. Guest here has done work on these in the past, and it sort of goes on the same path. We're showing that we have increased connectivity of the serotonergic system through the injury site and back into the motor pools. This is in the cervical motor pools below the injury. What we've also seen in these subjects, some recovery of hand function. So when you look at how the subjects behave, picking up treats from the hand, so you can see on the first, on panel A, 3 months after the injury, the subject can't really pick up the treat. The treat sits on the hand, and they sort of bring their hand is closed, and they can't pick up the treat. Where 6 months, 8 months after injury, they start to be able to open and somewhat pick up the treat and bring it to the mouth and eat. When we look at Brinkman, so Brinkman is an assay where you introduce the subject a plate with treats within wells. So the wells are very thin and narrow, so you can't just swap it. You have to try and use somewhat of finger function to pick up those treats. When we compare scaffolds that didn't have surviving cells to non-surviving cells grafts that we'll call them for this purpose lesion-only animals, okay, meaning there was an implant but it wasn't successful, so it's as probably a lesion-only, we can call it a lesion-only animal, we can see an improvement in function on the Brinkman boards assay. So to summarize this part, we showed what I show you with preliminary data from the primates, that we can get the reconnect host axons through the injury site in a primate model of a contusion or spinal cord injury. We have good preliminary behavioral data, and let's move on. I'm also interested in, as I mentioned, to help increase regeneration. And one of the fields that everybody knows that's very big now in spinal cord injury is electrical stimulation. And the Cortin lab is the one that's leading this field. And they're using electrical stimulation to activate the circuits that were disconnected due to the injury. And they use a stimulation below the lesion in the lumbosacral region. Everybody knows that. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in using electrical stimulation in a different paradigm and a different hypothesis. The hypothesis is that I want to use electrical stimulation to enhance regeneration in the injury site. And I want to do that, as I mentioned here, in the injury itself, not below the spinal cord. And so we started to think about that. And when you look at the papers talking about spinal cord injury, Cortin lab as well, we know that the majority of the stimulation is not being delivered into the cord itself. It's being dissipated around. And so we're doing bioengineering. What can we engineer to get this stimulation into the cord? One of the things that we can do, we can bring conductivity into the cord. So we have a scaffold that we can implant. Let's try and make this scaffold conductive. And then we can get delivery, we can deliver this electrical stimulation throughout the injury site. So the first thing that we need to think about, what is the conductivity that's happening in the cord? Okay? So there is one paper. That's it. That talks about conductivity. And these are the numbers that you see. So this is the conductivity in the gray matter, the white matter. And notice there are two types of white matter conductivity numbers. And they're quite different. There is a conductivity in the transverse vector and in the longitudinal vector. And if you look at the longitudinal, it's a higher conductivity. Same is true if you look at the peripheral nerve injury, conductivity. Look at the fascicles. You can see there is fascicle, the longitudinal fascicle conductivity, and those are, by the way, in Siemens per meter. Doesn't matter the unit, but the values are quite close. But what does it tell us? It tells us that you have a higher conductivity when your axons are linear in the longitudinal plane. So again, it's really important to linearize those axons. To remind you, if we are going to use a stem cell implant, the stem cells extend axons like in gray matter and not in the white matter. So if we want, for example, to use electrical stimulation to improve regeneration using a stem cell approach, we would like to at least linearize them to help this guide this regeneration and improve this function. So we have a scaffold where we know that the mechanical properties are good. We know that we can organize the regeneration in space. We want to add conductivity because we want to maximize the potential of electrical stimulation. So how are we going to do this? We want materials that we're going to do like a small crash course in biomaterials. So we want materials that are going to be conductive. We want them specifically for this purpose to be suitable for 3D printing, for the specific 3D printing that we're using that requires light. And possible materials are conductive polymers or metals. That's the easiest way to go. Metals or polymers. This is just to give you some example about where conductivity is, metals relatively to conductors and insulators. And my interest is in metals. Now, when you look at metals, you have various types, and they've been all studied already in vivo, in models, not specifically in neuro-related models. And so what was found is that from silver to zinc, they're mostly cytotoxic, expensive, and not fun to work with. Gold is highly conductive, stable, and it's also in the clinic and relatively cheap. You can buy it, Sigma, it's not a problem. So we bought some, we tried to see what we can get from this. And we used the standard bioink composition that we've been doing so far, and we added gold in various shapes, because that's another interesting thing that was found. Different shapes have different toxicity. Don't know why, but that's what was shown in the literature. Same is true for different sizes. Different sizes can cause toxicity relatively to others. And so we printed square blocks, and we tried to get to the conductivity of the spinal cord in the longitudinal aspect, 600 millisiemens per meter. Example of some gold nanoparticles. And these are all the conductivity results for these blocks. And you can see that we're getting there. When we increased, we got to 3.5 milligram per ml gold nanowires concentration in our blocks. We pretty much passed that. We also did a scaffold, so we repeated that experiment with a full scaffold, not just with a block. And you can see that we've got good conductivity. Next, we wanted to see, okay, we got the conductivity. Do we have any toxicity? What can we do for at least look at biocompatibility of these? And so we, again, printed squares, and we put some cells to grow on them. Those are age 9 spinal cord derived NPCs, NPCs, and we looked at cell viability 48 hours post-plating. And what we can see that a concentration of 2 times 10 to the 14 was detrimental to the cells, and lower concentrations gave us good viability. This actually nicely corresponds to reports on the literature about concentration of gold with HeLa cells. So we're still on the same range of concentrations. We did some initial in vivo studies just to look at compatibility. We looked at the reactive cellular. So when you put an implant, you have encapsulation of your implant. The cord will react to that. Usually, when we put previous generation scaffolds, we would get a huge kind of a barrier around here. And with this one, we didn't see anything. A lot like the non-conductive scaffolds. So those are the hydrogels. When we look at astrocytes, you can see astrocytes and NF200 axons going into the scaffolds. Same true for 5-HT axons. So it tells us that the conductive scaffolds behave like the non-conductive scaffolds. We don't have any added effect, detrimental effect on the behavior of the system. So to summarize what I showed you is that we can get conductive scaffolds with gold nanoparticles. By the way, developing the 3D printing protocol took us quite a lot of time, because the issue when you add nanoparticles to a light-based 3D printing technology, the particles will disperse the light. So we get improper polymerization of the material in random spots. So we had to clean that. It took a lot of time to get to a point where we can print back with the same resolution and get nice channels. And we showed that in vitro, we can get cells to proliferate on these conductive blocks. And we have in vivo reduced reactive cellular, and host astrocytes and axons can penetrate the scaffold. And with that, I'll conclude, and we can take questions now. Maybe. think there was a question here too.
Oh, okay. So, beautiful talk. And I wonder for your scaffold, is there any immune response or glial response to that foreign sort of implants?
So the first thing that I showed you here was a reactive cellular. So that's the big thing that we see and we don't see. We also did macrophage labeling. We didn't see any increase macrophages or microglia compared to the injury itself. So the injury elicits a response, but besides that, because this is a hydrogel, is as soft as the spinal, well, almost as soft as the spinal cord, we think that's the reason why we don't see this huge immune response.
So it's not a
No.
big concern. And for the NC neural stem cell implant, you showed, these axons are like gray matter. Actually, that is kind of like gray matter. Once you implant them, that's probably a problem that's going to be hard to. I don't know if that's even a problem, because eventually, if they can grow long distance, like the young neuron, these stem cell derived axons, they grow like very straight in the myelin. This is shown by Gunnar in Mark's lab, right? So, I guess there's a spatial sort of organization for your neurotransplant, and then eventually perhaps they can grow like in the white matter.
Yeah,
How do you envision that's going to happen?
Well, once they're out, they're out. We don't control them. They do whatever they can, whatever they do. The idea is to improve what's happening inside. Now, we know that when you put the stem cells, they converge on themselves, right? It's, I don't want to make it sound like a bad thing, but it looks a bit like neuroma, if you know what the neuroma looks like in the peripheral nerve, right? So they converge on themselves. So the problem there is that the stem cells graft is disorganized. Let's say the CST comes here, and then it meets one cell here, and then the relay goes in between, and now it's statistics. How do you know that it's going to come back and go out in the right pathway and not going to go down ventral? So that's really the issue that you want to organize here. You want to make sure that you have this pathway preserved. Now, we also, the other thing that we found when we started working with the primate model is that we can have, the scaffold allows us to fill big lesions. So we had big lesions, and we're like, okay, so we'll put the scaffold a bit bigger. But when you do a stem cell implant, you now need to really think hard if you have enough cells to fill this big lesion. So those are practical things that we discovered as we moved up as well.
And one last one. For neural stem cell implants, you showed the BBB is a BBB scale, right?
Correct.
Just one, which is almost very minimal. My understanding from Paul Liu's study is that there's a lot more recovery with the neural stem cell transplant alone, because a lot of these clinical trials they're planning right now is just neural stem cell transplant alone without the biomaterial.
Look at the paper. There was no increase for the BBB, I haven't seen with a complete transection more than a 7. And what I showed you here was that in an acute implant, the stem cells don't survive. So the papers that Paul has done and all the science that Paul has done was with a delayed implant. Okay? This study was with an acute implant. And we know we haven't been able to get cells to survive in an acute implant so far. Maybe we will in the future. But so far, in a complete transection, in a rat model of spinal cord injury, we haven't been able to show that.
Hey, Kobi, that was a very interesting talk and a lot of progress you've made the last few years. I do have 2 questions. The first question is, with your construct, when you seed it with the neural stem cells, what type of basal lamina do you find inside those channels after, let's say, a month?
Didn't look at basal lamina labeling, so I can't tell you specifically. I can tell you that we have a lot of blood vessels in there. So blood vessels have their own lamina, fibronectin, laminin, and stuff like that. So, but I haven't done any specific immunolabeling to characterize that.
I mean, even if the cells die, if they leave behind a basal lamina, that may be quite a good growth substrate.
I just want to make one comment about that. The scaffold, the material itself, do have RGD. So that by itself, the scaffold comes with an RGD. So there is a gelatin part of the mix. So there is RGD on the surface.
Great, I like laminin. So the other thing I wanted to ask you, because I think this using gold in your constructs makes a lot of sense. It's MRI compatible also, as you know. But I'm wondering about the biophysics of the axons, the axon size that would be favored when there's a current, and whether you would anticipate any effects on myelination by having this conductive substrate so close to the axons.
These are issues we're just now starting to think about, because the first thing we wanted to know is if this thing is biocompatible. The next thing that we're going to start looking at is how much regeneration we get in, what type of axons are going in. Do we have good, oligodendrocyte coverage in there that they can create this, myelination? We don't know that yet. A priori, I don't think there's going to be a difference in the response of the system to the conductive scaffold just based on what we've seen so far. So I think it would be similar to what we saw with the non-conductive scaffold.
Thank you.
There was a question here.
I can just speak for last one. Yeah, thank you for a very nice presentation. I was wondering, have you looked at sensory function recovery with posterior column injury?
Didn't do any sensory studies.
Okay. I think that is very common because patients usually don't have a choice which part of the column to get injured. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So.
Other question?
So with your studies in the animal models, did you look at anything, were all the injuries complete, spinal cord injuries, and like complete transections for both?
Rodents, yes. Monkeys, contusion.
Okay, and then so do you have to transect the spinal cord in order to make that implant? So all of the 3D printed scaffold looked like they were a complete spinal cord, right? So in order to implant that fully, do you have to transect the full spinal cord, or how would that work?
This is a sort of there are two reasons for that. So the first is scientifically, if you want to show regeneration, you want to make sure that you transected all the axons. The other part is practical. To 3D print for a rat spinal cord, the result is a scaffold with very, very small features. And I can tell you that in the monkey, we're talking about scaffolds that are big, could be, 10 millimeters, somewhere from 8 millimeter long to 13 millimeter long, and with features that can be sometimes 1.5 millimeter in size, and that's with a monkey. When you do that with a rat, you're going to break this. As a surgeon, you won't be able to handle them and not break that scaffold, those intricate features. And so we found that it's just impractical to try and 3D print and put that in. The other aspect is just operational. It means that you have to MRI each animal, and we can't do that. It's not going to be financially feasible.
Sure. So some of those scaffolds, would you be able to do like a partial, an incomplete injury, like an incomplete?
As long as we can match the boundary, the contour, doesn't matter what the injury is. The injury can be a transection, it can be a hemisection, it can be a dorsal column lesion. As long as I can create a design that I know that this injury is going to be there always, those are the boundaries. Doesn't matter what the injury is. We just design it and put it in. I mean, if let's say we're doing a dorsal column lesion that's more like a V shape, for example, we can just make sure that we print that shape, and we can come, let's say, with 3 different sizes, just in case that specific animal had something that's a bit bigger, longer. We can bring 2, 3 different sizes and test and just use the one that we know that's going to fit. But Yeah, I mean, with 3D printing, it doesn't matter what the contour is.
Cool. Very cool. Thank you.
Hello, that was a great talk and research, and it's very exciting to hear it all. My question was similar to yours about, whether it would be like a traumatic injury or non-traumatic injury, and how that would affect then how you would fix the spinal cord. But it sounds like you're saying that you can make a model, whether it's traumatic or non-traumatic injury, as with human beings when they have a car accident and it's a lot of impact, and if there's a lot more scar tissue, and how that would affect then repairing the spinal cord.
As long as we can look at the MRI and discern the size, the contour, it doesn't matter. I can tell you that it will take longer. So when we sit and we do the primate studies and we get the MRI and we now need to sit and think about what it looks like, it takes us somewhere between 2 to 3 hours to sit on the MRI itself to get to a point where we are satisfied with the contour that we sort of worked out with the perimeter. And it's a constant debate, and it's an evolving knowledge because no one has done that. So just for that specific part, we came up, we had a project to try and automate this process. So we have now a semi-automatic software that allows the surgeon with minimal participation within a minute to get this model ready for 3D print. But it's an intense debate. It's not something that takes fast, and because at the end of the day you go in and you need to decide where you have the injury, and if you don't have a good interface, you're missing the whole treatment.
My second question is the primate that you had a recovery with the hand function. Did they receive therapy, or was it just?
Yes. So they had a scaffold. So all of them received either stem cell implant or scaffolds with stem cells. And with some of them, the stem cells didn't survive for various reasons. And so what I showed you was a group of animals that had non-surviving grafts, which we'll call a lesion-only animal, compared to scaffolds that had non-surviving cells.
But I meant like occupational or physical therapy. Did they receive therapy to enhance their hand function to return more quickly, or did it just return
So
by
they have
itself?
a comprehensive rehab program that's part of the consortium. Everybody, all the subjects that are on the consortium studies receive the same rehab program. It's a daily program, and they have treats, and they have a big cage where they can go in and get treats and activities, and they are doing some treadmill, and they're doing some one-on-one hand function. There's a robot that they use, again, to be engaged, so different kinds of using their wrists and move their hands, hopefully, to get some recovery.
Okay, thank you.
Dr.
Cooper. Good morning. Interesting talk. I really don't have a question, but I have a suggestion. My guess is that the reason that the shape of the gold makes a difference is it's the surface area.
Could be.
And so that would affect the amount of gold that would be exposed to the biological tissue. So that's probably why shape and size, since it's about shape and size, the one thing they would have in common is surface area.
I agree.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Hello. Have you tested like different patternings or densities of the stem cells within the scaffold that could like maximize the regrowth of the axons through the injury site?
We haven't done any dosing studies. No, we sort of early on for the rat studies, we decided we're going to go with a specific, first thing we did was to figure out how much we need in order to fill the scaffold, to fill the channels. And from there on, same concept is happening also with the primate. So the first question that we have, because in the primate, and also it's going to be in humans, every injury is different. Every injury will need a different volume of cells. So the one parameter that is constant is 200,000 cells per microliter. But from there on, how many do you need to fill the cavity? That's a different number, right? So with the scaffold, depending on the volume. So part of the things that we do in the surgery room and also a day before to try and fill the scaffold with different sizes to fill them with liquid to figure out what's the total volume that we need to fill that specific structure. And then when we go to the surgery and we have a rough idea, we do this again for the size that we decided that's going to go in, and we just load 200,000 per microliter into the scaffold. That will result in a different final load of cells, of course, into the lesion. But we didn't do the other side, meaning fixing the number total and then figure out what's happening. Okay.
That's great. Great. Thank you, Kobi. Well, our next speaker is Dr. Leung. Relatively, it's a serendipitous that I met Dr. Leung recently as we were, again, planning for our new building and looking at other modalities. Transcranial magnetic stimulation has always been a really of interest, and little did I realize that basically across the hallway or down the hallway, we had a basically world-renowned researcher of 20 years who basically leads a headache and pain center at VA San Diego, is a professor of anesthesiology at UCSD, and it's going to share a little more about the use of transcranial magnetic stimulation for treatment of pain. So thank you, Albert. Take it away.
Is there any audio or video in here?
No.
Just a slide.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me here. This is the first time I joined a symposium, although I do have a long-standing history of collaboration with the rehab department at the VA. But I'm an anesthesiologist. I also have a dual appointment at the VA where I run the lab Center for Pain and Headache Research. I also direct the TMS service there. So let's see. Right. So these are my disclosures. So before I dive into what TMS is, I just want to give you a background why I got into this whole business in the first place. I'm trained in interventional pain as a pain specialist, and I'm used to sticking needles and implanting devices in patients for pain control. Over the course of my career, I realized there are a lot of limitations with these sort of interventions. Medications, we know, have a lot of side effects with move and abusive risk. Certainly with implantable invasive procedure, we do run with the risk of infections and many other complications. So over time, when I first run into the idea of using dynamic magnetic stimulation, I thought was quite... Oh, did I? How do I minimize my slides? There we go. This was actually, initially the idea came about in about a couple of decades ago, is a use as a rehab, post-stroke rehab interventions. But over time, the evidence had become, I just have to, the idea really become, the evidence really point towards this can be applied to mood and pain. We have gradually learning how to apply this for pain, and over time for the past 2 decades, and the more and more outcome evidence suggests that this can be applied for neuropathic pain in particular. So from a physics standpoint, how does it work is if you remember your high school physics or college physics, we had the right-hand, left-hand route. So if you do pass a current through a electrical coil, you can induce a magnetic field. So when that field was, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but with the pressure, okay, okay, I won't touch it. So when a field has the fluctuator, it becomes a dynamic flux. It can stimulate the neurons in the brain. If you look at a conventional figure-of-8 coil, this is what on the left-hand, on your right-hand side, this is what a flux might look like with a resolution about 5 millimeter that you can generate neuronal response in the brain or in the peripheral neurons as well. So this is sort of a current treatment paradigms that we have. Basically, there's a sort of conventional TMS. You can use either low frequency, which is a neuronal inhibitory, versus a high frequency, 5 hertz above, which is a neuroexcitatory. Recently, there's some new developments, something called a theta burst stimulation. Basically, you're delivering a pulse at extremely high frequency, 50 hertz, but in short bursts, which are also shown to be in intermittent beta burst stimulation. You can actually induce a neuronal excitatory event versus continuous stimulation can induce a somewhat neuroinhibitory event. From the regulatory standpoints, TMS is currently approved for treating depressions as well as OCD. We also have a peripheral indication using transcutaneous magnetic stimulation for treating post-traumatic peripheral neuropathic pain conditions. I thought it would be good to just talk a little bit about how brain perceive pain before we go into how this can potentially modulate the brain when chronic pain develops. Imagine yourself just hit by a hot iron in your right hand. So that signal will then travel through your spinal cord into your brain. The first relay center is here. That's called the thalamus, and which then relayed functionally to initially what we call a sensory discriminatory center, which will involve the somatosensory cortex, and then which then move on to, which is really the ouch part. Without the anterior cingulate cortex, the insula, you might not even perceive pain. So that's really the effective part of it, which, well, that doesn't feel good, that's so unpleasant. But little we talk about, the brain also known to have a intrinsic ability to modulate pain, which is circled here as the prefrontal cortex and motor cortex. We'll talk a little bit about in terms of mechanistically how it might be different, but behaviorally, it's been well known, for instance, monk meditate, their pain threshold can go up, and people practice mindfulness, they also have pain threshold being elevated, which really come from the prefrontal cortex. So this is sort of the basic framework we can work on as we try to understand how perceived in the brain in the first place, and how we can potentially correct that pathology using TMS. So what exactly is neuropathic pain? The ISP, the International Association for the Study of Pain, defined neuropathic pain as a pain occurs as a result of a lesion in the somatosensory neural systems. So, which is highly relevant to spinal cord injury patients, as we know that a lot of times they are not just having motor deficit, but they also have sensory deficits. These are some of the clinical features we see in patients with neuropathic pain. We have something called a dysesthesia. Basically, they can have pain without any provocations. They have sort of spontaneous pain happens in the spinal cord without any provocation. They have something called allodynia. Basically, you can lightly stroke these patients and they can tell you this is uncomfortable, this is painful, right? There's something called a hyperalgesia, meaning that if you pinch someone, they might say, okay, this is painful, and they rate it at 5, 10 scale. But if you pinch someone with neuropathic pain, that scale can go up to 10 in my patient population. They might even rate it 11 or 12 on a 0 to 10 scales, right? So, they also have something called hypopathia. Emotionally, they feel really sad, upset about the stimulation, the painful stimulations. They also have motor, sensory function deficits and enhanced sympathetic outflows and comorbid mode depressions. So, sounds familiar? Yes. I mean, you see that all the time in neuropathic pain patients, certain in your spinal cord injury patients. So let's talk about potentially how TMS might help these patients. Currently, we have two targets that we use for treatment. One is the motor cortex, and one is the prefrontal cortex. The different arrows represent the connections of the sort of top-down event that happens with those area stimulations. With motor cortex, you likely have a more direct effect on the ascending pain pathway at the thalamus versus or descending through the thalamus. But with the DLPFC, you'll more likely have a more diffuse effect of the brain, which covers the somatosensory cortex, the affective region of the brain perception, which is the ACC, and a deep part of the brainstem region as well. One of the questions I get asked quite frequently, can we just pick any area of the brain and stimulate to see if they bring analgesic benefit? So my colleague in Japan, Dr. Sato, and his associate, Haruyama, did a very elegant study early on to show that M1 is really the location that you can use to pain versus the other one has really minimum benefit for pain controls. What is not included study is also the prefrontal cortex over time that we realize that can also have analgesic benefits. So this slide sort of summarizes what we currently understand, what sort of neurotransmitter might be involved in an analgesic benefit of TMS. Motor cortex stimulation are more associated with endogenous opioid relief, whereas the DLPFC is more associated with more sort of diffuse benefit potentially through the dopamine pathways. This is an early study looking at using naloxone as a reversal for the analgesic benefit of endogenous opioid pathways. Naloxone is a common medication we use anesthesia to reverse opioid-induced effects such as sedation, respiratory depression, and so forth. So in this case, we're looking at the naloxone reversibility of M1 stimulation, which is motor cortex stimulations. As you can see that we give naloxones, we can actually reverse the M1 stimulation analgesic benefit on the patient, but not for the DLPFC. This other study looking at using experimental pain model, capsaicin model, injected in the hand, looking at just one area, which is the left DLPFC stimulations with capsaicin injected in both hands. What the study found is with DLP stimulations, the benefit is just not confined to just one particular region, but it's quite diffuse, so you can have analgesic benefit for pain induced by capsaicin in bilateral extremities, suggesting that DLPFC is more diffuse in its analgesic effects downstreams. So if you look at in terms of literature, I sort of do a Medline search in 2019. Aside from depression, pain is really the most commonly studied indication with TMS. And that number almost doubled in a very short time, just over a couple of years. So in 2020, just before that, we, my colleagues in the field, it's really asking the question, with these outcome evidence that have been done in the 20 years, the past 20 years, can we somehow come up with some consensus whether we can apply this intervention method in clinically? So we reviewed this consensus panel paper, which is published in 2020. It has about 7 task groups. We're looking at neuropathic pain, acute post-op pain, traumatic brain injury, and non-traumatic headaches. And some of the comorbid pain condition, depression being one of those conditions we look at, to see if there's any efficacy that we can potentially recommend in clinical implementations. We also look at the technical issues related to TMS and also cost-effective benefit of using it as an intervention for pain. So this is sort of a general objective. We look at the existing literature's outcome evidence. We rate the quality of the studies, and then based on the outcomes, and then we provide a recommendation and also look at some of the cost, effectiveness issue, and technical issue related to the interventions. I don't want to bother you too much about the exact, the outcome, but the general outcome of the panel work is to determine that we do have definitive evidence to suggest that TMS works for neuropathic pain, but not all neuropathic pain conditions. There seems to be a neuroanatomical hierarchy. I don't think I touched anything. And I'll go over a couple of slides, and with the higher origin, neuroanatomical origin of pain, things like post-stroke central pain, trigeminal neuralgia in the facial area, and mild TBI headache being some of the prime indication that we can get a potential beneficial outcome with TMS stimulations. I just want to show this because I know this is a spinal cord injury patient, but as an example, I want to show you our experience with dealing with a mild TBI patient at the VA. With recent development in armor protections, Humvee and so forth, the military personnel are pretty well protected from sort of flash trauma injuries when they were in the field. But that doesn't protect them from blast type of injury. The vehicle can get blown away many feet, and then their head might hit some. And that seems to be a very common population that we currently deal with the VA. Is a young veterans come back with what we call a mild traumatic brain injuries. So you look at some of the symptoms they demonstrated. They share a very common symptom that we know as neuropathic pain condition. They have persistent headache after their injuries, frequent debilitating exacerbation of headache without any provocations. They're easily agitated. They had tinnitus, photosensitivities, and balance problems, and with comorbid depression and PTSD. So these things point to us that we're not just dealing with any type of headache like migraine, but this is really a neuropathic pain condition we are dealing with these patient populations. Study had done with others. This is a testing their peripheral sensitivity to tactile thermal stimulations. These patients appear to be elevated thermal. If you give them a heat probe, they might take a very high temperature to feel that pain sensations. But they're extremely sensitive to tactile. You can just lightly tap their hand, tap their head, and they will feel this is painful. So they have tactile sensitivities. And definitely they have what is known as a hyperalgesia that we just discussed, that if you do provide them a painful stimulation in the skull, a lot of times these pain was perceived much stronger than you would do with someone without a traumatic head injury. We look at, this is a study we did early on looking at their functionally how that might be different. So in this study, we provide them with heat pain stimulations with patients with mild TBI headache and matching them with healthy control without mild TBI injury. To our surprise, their brain response to these painful stimulations is much less robust. Actually, the blue represent that they have less response in comparison to the healthy control, suggesting that there's somewhat connectivity deficit in those patients when you provide them. Their pain response is not as robust as when you actively stimulate. But if you look at the resting state functional connectivity, particularly in the area we just mentioned, the prefrontal cortex, they seem to have much diminished functional connectivity in some of the areas that we talk about, including the somatosensory cortex, inferior parietal, which are part of the important pain perception discriminatory area that we talk about. suggesting there's a maladaptive state in those patients that they're in their ability to modulate intrinsically how pain is being modulated in the brain. We did a follow-up study with a DTI study assessing whether these tracks are linking those areas where having deficit, and we do show that there's a deficit in those areas, in those patients, linking the areas. For instance, the superior longitudinal fasciculus are known to link the prefrontal cortex with the somatosensory cortex. The anterior thalamic tract, which is shown in the next slides, which link in the prefrontal cortex, the deeper range of the thalamus, also have deficits in comparison to healthy controls. We also look at with different headache intensity, no headache to mild to severe headache intensity presented on those patients to see how that might affect the motor functions. As you can see, as we move from no to mild to severe, the right-hand column seems to point in the opposite directions. Right? These are the motoratory area of the brain that they start to pointing downward, suggesting that as the headache severity become more and more intense, the ability to modulate pain inversely decreased. So this is one of the early studies we done using prefrontal cortex left DLPFC stimulations with neural navigations functionally guided and target to the DLPFC. What we have shown is just a very short course of stimulations, 4 to 5 sessions. We can get first of all, these patients, as mentioned, they have very sort of persisting headache intensity that they live with. And most migraine headache, some of you might have migraine headaches, it comes and goes. For this patient, the headache is always there. So one thing we noticed that we're able to break that cycle of sort of persistent headache. We also be able to break down their exacerbation, these really debilitating headache in terms of the intensity, frequency, and durations. To our surprise, with the DLP stimulation, we also got a very transient benefit with the HAM-D improvements, which is shown in the next slides. But keep in mind, this is a very brief protocol for the depression standpoints, because typically depression protocol lasting about 20 sessions within the couple of months period. So. Functionally, what we see is the left-hand side here is the active group versus the right-hand side is the sham group. We do see an enhanced functional conductivity in some of the region that I mentioned with the active stimulation. With the sham stimulation, actually over the course of stimulation, actually went the other way. The functional conductivity from the prefrontal cortex actually decreased with the sham treatments. So what does that mean for a patient with neuropathic pain as a result of spinal cord injury? Well, about a couple of decades ago, we did a very early on meta-analysis study looking at different neuropathic pain conditions based on neuroanatomical origins. So this is what we see in the early effect. Keep in mind, the most early study was just done with one session of TMS without repetitive stimulations. So at the bottom, what we see is the things like trigeminal neuralgia, post-stroke central pain seem to respond, have a better effect with the treatments. Versus the spinal cord injury or more peripheral pain with more peripheral origins, such as nerve injuries, more peripheral injuries, seem to have a less response. Which prompted the Cochrane studies that was published in 2017. Basically what it says is that we don't have enough evidence to say that TMS is definitively effective in dealing with spinal cord injury type of pain. Now that could be due to several reasons. One is the protocol might not be robust enough. Two is most of the studies were done back then were not done with neural navigations. As we learned, if we do motor cortex stimulation, there's a high chance that the cord can deviate. And we just finished looking at the study looking at the prevalence of cord deviation with motor cortex stimulation. They're about close to 30% of the time the cord actually deviate, and majority of the time the cord deviate posteriorly. And what's sitting in the posterior part of the brain, the motor cortex, is the somatosensory cortex. And it actually can make pain worse. And then we see that clinically when we were doing it without neuronavigation. So this tells you the importance of being be on the target all the time. So in most recent studies, I think that's what opened the interest currently is what we might be able to do better than the previous studies in addressing. And some of these are done with the neuronavigation studies. For instance, Nordine study looking at very small sample size, 6 per group, high-frequency stimulation comparison with sham, up to 1 month post-stimulation follow-ups, does show some benefits at 1 month. So I think that's very encouraging, but the sample size is very small. Kim study looking at was the intermittent beta burst in comparison to real and sham stimulation, and showed that real, both the intermittent beta burst and high frequency real stimulation is better than sham. Yan study is an open label study looking at combining beta burst stimulation as a priming mechanism before the actual stimulations, and also showed there's benefits there. Now, none of these studies are really well controlled, so what it says is there's something there, but we need to do more study to get a better idea how that might work. So in summary, TMS, we do have some definitive indication for TMS for neuropathic pain. Spinal cord injury is not one of them, but I think there are a lot of work can be done to better understanding how that might be applied to spinal cord injury patients. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, my collaborators. As you recognize, some of the names are actually coming from the rehab department of the VA. We have a long-standing collaboration both on clinical side as well as the research side. I'll stop here and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. That was really interesting and clinically important. I was just wondering about the periaqueductal gray as a potential target for neuromodulation, and what would be your thoughts? Because periaqueductal gray has a very central role in the opiate, endogenous opiate release.
Yeah, excellent questions. What I didn't go into is the mechanism of motor cortex stimulation. It does affect the periaqueductal gray and does the descending inhibitory pathway. It's more direct, and in fact, the current protocol says that you can stimulate motor cortex for unilateral pain. For instance, you have left lower extremity pain, you can stimulate the right motor cortex. And that is based on the understanding how the descending inhibitory pathway works, as well as the outcomes. In terms of whether you can directly stimulate periaqueductal gray, current technology is somewhat limited. We do have a deep brain stimulations, which is different than a helmet, different than the figure of 8. It's a helmet type of design. What the vendor claim is that they can precisely target certain brain area, but that's a bit controversial because imagine if you delivery a magnetic flux in multiple dimensions, you're gonna hit something else. So even in the depression area, there are some concern is the preciseness of the treatments. And there's also concern that there's an increased suicidality risk associated with that. So hopefully with technology, we'll do better. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I just thought I'd mention then that, you probably saw it, but so we had 2 patients with severe spinal cord injury, neuropathic pain, failed all treatments, and they underwent deep brain stimulation of the periaqueductal gray and had a positive effect. Very invasive treatment, but I think when you get to the point where you have suicidal patients and nothing else is working, more invasive therapies may be justified.
Well, I think that's what surgery can accomplish that current non-invasive technology cannot cover. But I think the potential TMS is, also we didn't cover is the potential surgical mapping. We do have patients show good response, for instance, motor cortex stimulation, but short-lasting. And if the patterns are repetitive, we do have a consulting pathway that we can refer those patients to neurosurgery for potential epidural lead placement in those areas. So, yeah.
Sorry. Oh, okay, well, Albert, thank you again for a wonderful talk. I think this brings us to our first break, so we'll be back in probably 15. Thank you. worked really hard to make this event accessible, as you can imagine. It's a spinal cord injury conference. We're trying to keep a aisle happening here so that we can make this as wheelchair accessible as possible. So appreciate kind of everyone respecting that. So our next speaker is Dr. Jim Guest. He is a professor over neurosurgery at Miami, at the Miami Project to Cure Paralysis, the Miller School of Medicine. He's currently a principal investigator for the North American Clinical Trials Network of Treatment of Spinal Cord Injury and has a ton of research on spinal cord injury, just using all modalities, drugs, biologics, neuromodulation, more papers than we could probably list out. And they're just, again, really delighted that you could make it out today. And I wouldn't say short notice, but I know it's a real tight window of time. So we're really grateful to have you. And take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a quiet voice. Can everybody hear me? I guess you can hear me a little too good there. All right, so thank you very much for the invitation to come to beautiful San Diego. I always like it when I get a chance to come here. Everybody's hearing me okay? All right. Okay, so today, I have in my career done quite a few different things, but I'm going to focus on a type of neuromodulation that we've been testing in the past 3 years or so that has been quite impressive in terms of its efficacy. I do have a few disclosures. I actually work with the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine as a GWG member, so I get to hear about California quite a bit and all the wonderful things that CIRM has been able to do. I also am not an engineer, so I've been taking on neuromodulation. I am a neurosurgeon, but that doesn't make you an engineer. And so I've been trying to myself understand neuromodulation, so I'm going to try to go through some of the principles today. And one of the things that happened in the last 15 years is that neuromodulation techniques applied to the spinal cord have shown a greater than expected potential for individuals with chronic spinal cord injury. And this has been a very positive shift in our field. This image is from Byron Kukulis from Perth, Australia. He was a neuropathologist who studied human spinal cord injury. And I used to show this to show how complicated the cavities of spinal cord injury were, very relevant to what Kobi was talking about before. And we would say, oh, it's so hard to envision how we're going to, put biologics and cells into these structures. But now I've reinterpreted this. These residual parts of the spinal cord in people who look to have quite bad injuries are actually capable of subserving quite a bit of voluntary function. And so this is one of the subjects that was in our trial that I'm going to present, and he has quite a bad spinal cord injury. The spinal cord is even tethered to the spine. And despite that, he had a good response to transcutaneous neuromodulation. This is him here. He gave permission for me to show his picture and MRI. But at the end of the study, he was able to lift up 2 full water bottles, which was a significant gain from where he started. And by the way, he had been injured for 34 years. So now we start to hear a lot about bioelectric medicine in spinal cord injury. It's kind of a new buzz term. And so this includes many forms of neuromodulation. The first form that I ever was involved with was functional electrical stimulation. And then most recently with my colleagues, we've been doing deep brain stimulation of the mesencephalon to improve walking. And we just got an approved IDE for that last week. I made that slide you just looked at in 2021, and so much has happened even in the last couple of years. So this is from the report by Dr. Cortine and colleagues of using spinal stimulation to improve walking, but improving the voluntary signal through a brain-spinal interface. So this field is moving extremely fast, and it's very exciting to be involved. So how does electrical neuromodulation work? I like this very simple cartoon because it's showing a direct current pathway. So the simplest form, and transcutaneous or transcranial direct current stimulation is a recognized form of neuromodulation. So basically, you've got a current pathway going in one direction from a cathode to an anode, and then using the nervous system tissue as a conductor. And as it serves as a conductor, it can also be modulated, and that can have therapeutic effects. Now, most of the stimulation I'm going to talk about is alternating current. So with an alternating current, you would have a switch here that would go back and forth, and your flux of your current would be bidirectional. And there's some particular advantages to doing that. And so when we use these electrodes, so a lot of implanted electrodes look the same. They have areas where the stimulation can be delivered, and they can be used in a monopolar mode, and the current field will be bigger, and the sink will be the device or some other area, or they can be very precise and used in a bipolar mode where you can configure the stimulation spatially. This is for brain stimulation, spatially very accurately. This is different than transcutaneous stimulation, which we're going to talk about for the rest of the talk, where you use big electrodes and have large sort of current fields. So the biophysics of axons are very important for stimulation. The reason is because big axons are easier to excite with electrical current than small ones are. And so they get recruited by the electrical current first. And so for transcutaneous stimulation, as I'll show in a little while, we're recruiting the afferents that are coming from the muscle spindles primarily. And then they come into the spinal cord and they synapse on inner neurons. And that's where a lot of the benefit is coming from. And so depending upon whether we're stimulating in the cathodal mode or the anodal mode, and we're next to axons, we're either bringing electrons towards the electrode or pushing electrons away from the electrode. And so that will give us, if the current is fluxing, that'll give us depolarization or hyperpolarization. So we can get excitation, inhibition. And so for transcutaneous stimulation that we're going to talk about, that we think that the stimulation primarily happens at the level of the dorsal root. And there's some sort of biophysical reasons why, when a current is applied over the skin at the back of the neck, it's easiest to excite these axons. And they're indicated here as well. So just bear in mind as we start talking about transcutaneous stimulation from the back of the neck that we're largely exciting these dorsal afferents. When I was in medical school, neuromodulation was there, but at that time we were using, not me, but the people who were reporting it were doing functional electrical stimulation. And so the evolution of neuromodulation has gone from what's the safest thing to do. It always seems safer to put the electrodes on nerves and to put them on muscles than to start putting them on the spinal cord. That took a lot more courage, you might say, but it also took all that we learned from the things like functional electrical stimulation of muscle. So the problem with functional electrical stimulation of muscle is like a switch on, switch off. It is not something really that you voluntarily control. And so the neuromodulation that I'm going to talk about works with voluntary control. And so FES went through a number of iterations. People were learning, what's the most important place to put the electrode if you want to stand, activating the quadriceps. is very important. And then this went on to some other devices. A lot of this work happened at Case Western University. So when I was a medical student again, 1986, I got interested in functional electrical stimulation. And then later when I went to the Miami project to do my PhD, we had this system called Peristep. Peristep is a 6-channel system, and it works through, again, I mentioned, activation of the quadriceps to stand, and then triggering the perineal nerve to create a flexion withdrawal reflex. And so just those channels are able to allow people to take steps. And these are completely paraplegic individuals who were using this system. You can see we did a lot of papers about the efficacy in terms of changes in metabolism. And let's see if the first video will work here in this talk. Always interesting. So this is just a person who's really effectively using the Peristep system. So a lot of the time, sort of the test of the utility of something is that you can use it out there in the real world on a road surface. And not everybody who used Peristep did it as well or responded as well as this individual. So again, when we do neuromodulation, we have responders, people who do very well with it, and then sometimes people who do not show the same recovery. So it's very important to talk about the safety of these devices. And so I thought I would just show one of the simplest, an old device, the Digitimer DS7. And what I just wanted to show you were the controls. So let me move a little further away so I can see. All right, so the one really important thing about the current that we deliver, we want to use a biphasic current. And the reason is that current fluxes, and it doesn't leave a charge in the tissue. So it's safer in terms of the charge application to the tissue. The pulse width is very important. So for what I'm going to show you, we mainly use the pulse width of 1. And then these are constant current devices. And what that means is that the current is what you set it at, and the voltage is changing as the resistance in the system is changing. And you have various triggers in order to release the impulses into the system. So a very simple, scientific stimulator. So this is a stimulator not meant to be used out in the community or taken home or anything. This is a scientific-only stimulator. And then they have a newer version. And then there's also another stimulator called the NeoStim. And this was developed from technology from Russia. And so in terms of transcutaneous stimulation, people who were studying in Russia, they really led the way. And they had used some very novel currents, which are called Russian stimulation. And that is something called carrier frequency, which we're going to talk about in just a minute. So for the safety of these devices, so that nothing bad happens to the person, you want to follow these principles, okay? Don't have a ground that goes either from the device to environmental ground or from the person's body to environmental ground. It's preferable to use DC batteries because then you never have to worry about line power in the individual. And then you can't just start at a high current. If you have the setup there and you go in with 80 milliamps, that's really going to feel bad. It's going to hurt. And so it's very important to ramp up the amplitude. And then we're dealing with the skin. We're trying to put current through skin so it has a high impedance. We take steps to try to deal with that impedance. But when the impedance gets too high, the device needs to shut off, because what I told you before is that as the impedance is going up, the voltage in the system has to go up in order to maintain the current. And then properly sized electrodes are very critical. So for comfort, we want the anode electrode to be quite large, and for efficacy, we want the cathode electrode to be quite small, as you're going to see. And so transcutaneous stimulation studies in the early phase, when they were just trying this to see whether they could get something to happen in the spinal cord, the researchers were very interested in the pattern generator. So the pattern generator is a region with the thoracolumbar spinal cord that has integrated circuits that allows us to walk without thinking about it. And so this is the reciprocating circuitry of the limbs. And what was possible was that people were able to apply transcutaneous stimulation over the lumbar enlargement in paraplegic patients, and then they could cause automatic walking-like behavior. And so one of the people who really popularized this was Dr. Gerasimenko. And let's see if this will work. So you can see that this is a sort of a gravity eliminated setup. This is transcutaneous stimulation over the back, and this is induced non-voluntary movement. This is just the induced activity of the central pattern generator without the person thinking about it. So that was kind of the first phase of transcutaneous stimulation. And then I want to talk for a second about comfort. So you can appreciate that when these electrodes are over the back of the skin, there's the potential for discomfort. And so something that happened, which was a technological innovation that was very important, was the use of carrier frequencies. And so what these frequencies are, so let's say that, so this is a 1 millisecond pulse, and then it's biphasic. So what happens is, because it's biphasic, charges cancels out in the tissue. There's no net charge in the tissue. But the way this is now delivered is with a modulated pulse. And so this is what is the carrier frequency. You can see it here. So carrier frequencies tend to be very high, like 10 kilohertz. And they're controversial, but the benefit is that it doesn't hurt as much. And so the ability to actually use transcutaneous stimulation and do clinical trials depended upon making the tolerance better. Because if we're doing FES in a paralyzed person who doesn't have sensation, they can tolerate a lot of current. But once you get into sensate skin, you need to be very careful. And so it was, this is a graph that shows what is the optimal balance in terms of pain threshold versus getting motor activity out of the system. And in this particular study, a 10 kilohertz carrier frequency was the best balance. So now we're going to talk about a company, Onward Medical, that went ahead and did a pivotal study that's been very interesting, and I'm going to show you the data for that. So in the development phase, this is the device that was tested in the clinical trial. So it has a programmer, it has like an iPad, and then it has the stimulator. These are connected via Bluetooth. And then from the battery-powered stimulator, you go to your electrodes. So these are cathodes, and the anodes are over the anterior iliac crest. And then you're able to set different programs of stimulation. And you get pairing between these two devices. I'm going to show you a couple of videos from the University of Washington, from the laboratory of Chet Moritz, just to give you a sense of what is happening in these studies. So there's a phase of training, baseline, for many weeks. And here the person is trying to grasp and pour water. And then now they're starting to work with the stimulator being on, and you can see there's some improvement in the grasp force and the dexterity of the arm. And then this is progressive. A lot of time is needed in order to get the neuroplasticity, and then the person is able to do what is really a very important basic task. I'm going to show you, now I want to show you one that is going to demonstrate improvements in pinch force and dexterity. Oh. This video. So this time, the person is being trained for precision grip, which involves picking up a small object and putting it into this yellow bucket. You can see that the person is struggling quite a bit to have enough force to be able to pinch strong enough to lift this up, and then having some failures with this. So then again, over many sessions, together with stimulation, there's an improvement, which I think is pretty obvious. So not everybody responds this good. This is a very good response to the stimulation, but you can see that it definitely is having a beneficial effect in this individual. Then it was tested to see whether these effects last. And so again, in this particular person, the dexterity was as good as or even better at the end. And so there does appear to be some permanence to this effect. So the pairing of the task, which here is the 9-hole pin board, the pairing of the stimulation with the task is critical. What we're trying to do is we're trying to induce reinforcement of those circuits that control these different activities. And so the idea that you probably heard in your basic neuroscience courses is to induce Hebbian neuroplasticity. And so Hebbian neuroplasticity happens when two neurons that have a synapse are coactivated significantly. After this happens, the synapse becomes more effective than it was before. And so we think this is kind of the core principle that underlies what recovery we're seeing with this type of stimulation. So this is to show you what we think is going on. You have voluntary intent. You want to do that. You want to reach out and pinch that object, pick it up. But you can't. We think that the stimulation, which is coming in via the afferents, going into spinal cord circuits, is allowing the motor output to be better and to be more precise. So that's a very simplistic way of thinking about what's going on and avoiding the other things that are going on, which is clearly that once you start putting this current into the spinal cord, it's going to ascend to the brainstem and brain. It's also going to descend to other parts of the spinal cord. So this type of stimulation has a lot of effects. So then let's talk about the clinical trial that happened between 2020 and 2022. It's called the UPLIFT trial of transcutaneous stimulation for upper extremity recovery in chronic tetraplegia. And it used the device that we were talking about, the UPLIFT device. And again, just to make the point that the design of the clinical trial was to pair task practice with the stimulation. And so basically this involved 3 sessions a week over a 4-month period, about an hour per session. And again, just to remind you that we think that it's really the large afferent fibers that are the easiest to excite. So the idea here, when you're applying this stimulation, is to use the least stimulation necessary. It's entirely possible, if you go up to like 100 milliamps, that you could start to drive the ventral roots and actively drive, almost like functional electrical stimulation. But you want to not drive the system that hard and use only the level of current that's required to reinforce the tasks. The tasks were very carefully defined in order to achieve finger isolation, to really push pinch and complex pinch, and also to improve grasp strength. And so physical and occupational therapists were involved in these studies, and they helped design the actual activities that were done. The study occurred across 14 centers in US, Canada, Netherlands, and the UK. And this was the design, like I've been sort of mentioning. So there was baseline. There were certain selection criteria that were needed, and then there were 4 major assessments over the course of the study. There were quite a lot of assessments that were used. It was a very time-consuming study. And then the first 2 months was just functional task practice, no neuromodulation. And so the idea was to see if you could get the person to sort of a threshold of recovery that was stable, and then bring in the neuromodulation to see whether it would potentiate the recovery. And so the outcome measure was discussed with FDA before the trial started, and FDA agreed to 2, first of all, primary was safety, and then the efficacy endpoint that was agreed to was that there needed to be an important change in strength and an important change in function. So in order to be called a responder, there had to be a meaningful change in both of these. And so the baseline characteristics, so the study favored individuals with incomplete injury because the build-up data indicated they were the best responders, and so you can see that the majority of individuals that were enrolled to the study were AIS C and D. Chronicity, there was quite a wide range of post-spinal cord injury chronicity. I mentioned one of our subjects had been injured for 34 years. And the neurological levels that were recruited were primarily the commonest levels at which injuries occur, C4 and C5. And then in terms of the intent to treat, so intent to treat, you probably know, is the people who really finished your study, the people who came for all the sessions and who actually completed. Your safety evaluation is everybody that got enrolled. And so there are only a few people that were withdrawn from the original 65 people in the study. And this is the way that they were stimulated. So the idea here was that there was to be an electrode above the injury and an electrode below the injury. And it was not very rigorously defined. It was basically left to the PIs and therapists to work that out. But the commonest combinations of electrodes were, for example, C3-4 and C6-7. And the commonest currents applied were in the range of 30 milliamps. So just to mention again, so if we were to apply 100 milliamps, we would actually get movement in the extremities because we would then be directly activating the ventral roots, so we didn't want to do that. So we're working in a lower current range, observing what was the current and what was the frequency that was helping the person the most. And so there were, sometimes we would use like cards to see how strong the pinch grasp was, and we could sit there during the session and dial up and down on the amplitude and see increases in pinch. Also, sometimes we, at least in our location, we're very interested in spasticity, so we tried different frequencies in order to modulate tone. So I already told you what the endpoints were. So luckily, the study met its endpoints, and so 72% of people as defined were responders, and then about 25% people were non-responders. Now, it should be mentioned that even people who were non-responders showed some benefits. There were very few people who didn't show any benefit at all. And then a number of secondary outcome measures were assessed, and so those included the pinch force, grasp force measured with dynamometers. Those of you who are familiar with the grasp test, part of it is being able to put a small nut on a bolt, turning a key, various tests like that. That's the grasp prehension performance test. And then there's the upper extremity motor score. An interesting change occurred in the total sensory score with several points of sensation recovered. And there was EQ 5D5L patient report. So one of the things that's going to be very instructive going forward was the difference between the run-in phase for 2 months and the task practice plus neuromodulation. So you can see that for some of the endpoints, for example, the upper extremity sensory score, there was not a lot of change during the 2-month run-in, and then there was a significant change in the slope during the neuromodulation phase. Other things just improved the whole time. And so, for example, QT, which is a measurement largely of proximal arm function. Grasp is more a measurement of hand and distal arm function. You can see that there was, from the beginning, progressive improvement in the individuals. And it looks like if patients had been able to continue in this study, they may have continued to improve. So that's one of the things we just don't know, is what is the optimum duration of therapy. And then the other that's very important is, if you're thinking about now we're going to translate this into the clinic, this device might be approved within this year, and so it'll begin to be used by therapists in the clinic. Well, who's the best patient to pick for this? And so there were certain sort of minimum scores that needed to be present in these tests for a person to probably be a responder. And you can see that the Asia C and D individuals had higher response rates than Asia B individuals, and Asia A individuals were not in the study, so we really don't know what would be the efficacy in those people. Other good things happened in terms of sleep, in terms of spasticity, independence, and pain. We, as I mentioned, quite interested in spasticity. And it seemed to be that frequency was very critical to modulate spasticity. So sort of in conclusion about this particular clinical trial, it met its safety and efficacy endpoints. There were no serious device-related adverse events. And the baseline characteristics seem to be very important in who responds. And I didn't mention, but there was actually a sub-study conducted in the home setting to try to define whether this device could actually be used by subjects and their caregivers at home. How am I doing on time? Okay, I'll just show a couple more slides. So we're trying to understand what happens, how this neuromodulation works. And so this is a very good paper from Edgerton, Jarismenko. And basically, the idea is that the system becomes more responsive. So this is normal, and then this is with an injury. And so the gray neurons are neurons that are not showing a lot of activity. So the idea here is that this afferent input is able to increase the responsiveness of these neurons to voluntary descending inputs. And so that's sort of the global idea. There's some particular theories about perhaps modulating the KCC2 cotransporter, which is related to chloride levels intracellular. there's a lot of theories that are being explored. And so we are doing some studies in Miami, and we're testing the effects on spasticity, and we're very interested in co-contraction. So not just spasticity, but the inefficiency of muscle activation. And so we have some ideas about how we might influence that. And we're also looking at what's happening in the brain using EEG. And I think I'll just show you this. So this is one session with one individual where we did frequency modulation to decrease spasticity. So those of you who are familiar with the Ashworth score, beginning of session 2, 20 minutes into the session, spasticity actually went up. So we then changed the frequency that we were putting in from 30 hertz to 90 hertz, and then the score went to 1. And we were also looking at the spastic catch angle, because Ashworth, as you know, a little bit imprecise in the upper extremity, so we're using the catch angle as more of a quantitative outcome. But you could see, and then the elbow extensor motor score went up to 3. So you can see that it's quite dynamic. And there is a need, when you're doing this, to have some experience so you can know what to change. And so finally, I think I'll stop there. I have some EEG data, but I think I've shown you enough. Suffice to say that the stimulation is having an effect at the level of the cortex. The room is a little dark, hard to see, but we're trying to understand what is the effect at the level of the brain. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much. Oh, most important slide. So for that particular study, this was the team that I worked with. Dina is a DPT, and I have some great other people that I'm working with. Thank you. Okay.
Well, I'm sure there are questions. Here we go.
Jim, very interesting talk. I'm particularly curious about the responder versus non-responder. It seems like there is a division throughout the history, even of this research. Still today, you have responder, non-responders. It's not surprising that Asia's AIS scales, there's some partition there, right? But the question is, within, let's say, Asia B or Asia C, what makes a patient responder versus non-responder? Is there something that has been done in the field to address that question?
Yeah, so the Asia impairment scale, it seems very crude. It came out of the Frankel scale from before, but it's amazing how useful it is and how predictive it is. It's predictive across neuroprotection. It's predictive in response to therapy and other ways. So really, I mean, if you think about it, Asia B, all that you have for incompleteness is some distal sensory function. So that threshold B to C is critical, because from B to C is when there's still observable voluntary motor function. So it's really a quantitative measurement of large divisions of retained function in the system. So I think that it kind of makes sense that therapeutics would be most effective when there's more substrate that the therapeutic can influence. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. And I guess the follow-up would be, has anybody done like imaging study to see if there's a correlation between what you can image the spinal cord versus, because it's really about spare tissues, right? And what are you sparing? Which part of the spinal cord are you sparing?
Yeah, so I don't know if you've been following the work of Patrick Freund. So Patrick is at Balgrist in Switzerland, and he's been defining something called the tissue bridges. And so they've worked out that as little as 2 millimeters of aggregate sparing of tissue is associated with voluntary motor function, very much what you're saying, and also correlated to neurophysiological potentials like motor evoked potentials that can be detected. So, however, though, if you read their papers, all the injuries are very symmetrical. They're not the messy injury that I showed you, and not maybe the injuries that Kobi is talking about, which are large, complex injuries. But I think that we're beginning to have some MRI predictors, and as you know, there's other things there, the fractional anisotropy of the tissue, diffusion weighted imaging that can help you understand if the axons are still linear, like Kobi was talking about, and whether we think that they're have the potential to convey action potentials.
Thank you.
Oh, great talk. Oh, sorry. I was kind of wondering, did you see any case of these patients with TDS and then like having some permanent changes in tissue or neurons so that even without stimulation, some of them can kind of recover a little bit of their movement?
So are you asking if there was a persistent effect of the therapy in a delayed way?
And then, yeah, they can recover without stimulation afterward, or?
Yeah, so I think I can't really answer. You would think that you would need to periodically repeat this stimulation, so I don't know that we have the answer yet. There was, in the home study, there was like a 2-month gap between the end of the protocol and then the beginning of the home study, and there was some loss of the gained function of about 20% in that 2-month period, and it varied between people. So I think that if this works in an individual, probably be important to be able to repeat it at some frequency in terms of months and days in order to keep the benefits or to even continue to improve.
Hi, just a quick question. I was wondering, did you track or measure if how far post-injury your participants were in the study, if they were like a newly injured spinal cord injured, or how many years later, and if that had an effect on the treatment and the outcome?
There was no apparent relationship between the post-injury duration and being a responder. But again, it's a pretty small population, right? So if you think about it, 65, 70 people, I think to really, we're going to need several hundred. We're going to need a number of more studies in order to really sort that out. But in this study, there was no correlation.
Great talk. So the epidural, compared to the epidural stimulation with this your subcutaneous, which is more efficient, advantage, disadvantage?
Yeah, so epidural, more focal, lower currents, more precise, can use it all the time. But the one thing that's different about transcutaneous is you can apply transcutaneous stimulation at multiple sites. And so Dr. Gerasimenko, for example, is using it at cervical, thoracic, and lumbar levels and able to see effects with that multi-point stimulation that you would not be able to see with just epidural stimulation. So, there's advantages, relative advantages and relative disadvantages. It's going to be very useful because it's not invasive, very safe. So I think that probably what will happen is that, and the other thing might be, it may be that if you're a transcutaneous responder, you might then be an epidural stimulation better responder. So that might factor in as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Are there any contraindications to using it in the acute phase, and how far after the initial injury do you anticipate that your device can be used?
Right. One contraindication, of course, would be any implanted cardiac device or even a vagal. You know, if you think about the current field, you really can't have another device in the ear, vagus nerve stimulator, cardiac pacemaker, et cetera. But you're asking about acute. So this study required that the person be 12 months post-injury. And so that's a very complex and interesting question, whether if we could introduce this at 3 weeks post-injury during active rehabilitation, if it would potentiate the rehabilitation or interfere with it. So that'll have to be another study for another time. But it's important to sort that out.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Guest, for very nice presentations. I have a question regarding the treatment intensity output. It's my understanding, if I understand correctly, currently the treatment intensity output is somewhat fixed. Right? You indicate there's 80 milliamp, there's 100 milliamp. Why is that the case, knowing that there could be different impedance and you know, if you understimulate, you might not get any neuronal response at all?
Yeah, so you can apply a stimulation from 1 milliamp to 140 milliamps with the device, and so there isn't any fixed recommendation. I would say that the tricky part is to know what's enough, what's optimal, what would be optimal. So what we do for ourselves in Miami, we do a set of evoked potentials. So we basically set the stimulator up and we biceps, triceps, extensor, fingers, and we try to map the residual motor neurons that are present based on that type of stimulation and that type of EMG output. That gives us a map of what's potential, and then we can also do twitch responses. And so in one person, a twitch response, let's say that we're going for a biceps twitch. That might be at 40 milliamps in one person, it might be 80 milliamps in another person. So we're still in the phase with this where we lack rigorous information to know what is the optimum stimulus. So I can't fully answer that.
Thank you.
Other questions? Dr. Guest, thank you so much. Fabulous talk. Just have a quick slide I'm going to show before, if that's okay. Yeah. So this is this is okay. Just get them up here. Okay. Well, so fabulous. We'll probably move on to our. We're actually on schedule, so we'll just take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, and also really introduce this as the Duane Allen Memorial Lecture. Give me a sec here. So we created this basically to honor the memory of Duane Allen Norman. He was born in January 20th, 1951 in Independence, Missouri. And he had an early passion for motorsports that fueled his pursuit of a professional racing career. So he joined the United States Air Force in 1969 and trained in the medical service. At age 19, Duane was involved in a sprint car racing accident that resulted in a tetraplegic spinal cord injury. This suspended his racing career, and led to his discharge from the Air Force. He returned to school at the University of Missouri, and that culminated in a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling. Then he came to San Diego and worked at Sharp Memorial Hospital from 1978 to 1990, and eventually became the director of traumatic brain injury there. So Duane always had a passion for adventure and excitement and racing. He built and drove dune buggies in the desert. He earned his glider pilot license and soared with the Eagles. And in 1999, he returned to circuit racing in an adapted Datsun 510 that's pictured there, where he won many awards. So in the process of accomplishing these feats, Duane pushed the boundaries of what was possible for a spinal cord injury. He was deeply committed to service and advocating for people with disabilities, and he invented an innovative transfer board to aid wheelchair users. He also volunteered a significant amount of time to the Paralyzed Veterans of America, Cal Diego chapter, leading their motorsports program, serving as president for 8 years, and serving as hospital liaison to the VA San Diego Spinal Cord Injury Service, where he then championed access to the facility and for medical care, including COVID-19 vaccination and treatment for spinal cord injury veterans. Probably most importantly, he was a great friend to those who got to know him, and I was very fortunate to have at least a decent amount of time where I got to know him and about his life. Unfortunately, he passed away on October 21st in 2022 at the age of 71. Duane was a huge supporter of the San Diego Spinal Cord Injury Symposium and the idea that we'd have a meeting like this. And so we started this lectureship to remember his legacy, his indomitable spirit, his desire to help the community with great humility and dignity. And we could think of no better person to carry the lecture this year than Dr. Rory Cooper, who hails from Pittsburgh. He is the founding director of the Human Engineering Research Laboratory, which is a VA rehab R&D center of excellence. It's in partnership with Pitt. He's the assistant vice chancellor for research at a big STEM health sciences collaboration there at Pitt. He's authored, again, even more peer-reviewed journal articles, papers. He has 30 patents awarded or pending, several books. I think the most kind of notable, maybe most recent honor was that in October 2023, he was awarded the National Medal of Technology and Innovation by President Biden and was inducted into the 50th class of the National Inventors Hall of Fame, which is amazing, and just congratulations. I don't think I've met anyone. Clearly, I've never met anyone who's won those awards, and that's amazing. So we have in our midst a rock star of rehabilitation. Looking forward to a really great talk. And from that, I will connect your computer and take it away here.
Great. Well, thank you for that kind introduction. I hope I can live up to the expectations that I'm sure that Duane would have for me if he were able to attend today. And I'd like to thank our PVA members for being here today as well, for not only sponsoring it, but also supporting the symposium by attending. So hopefully we can get started. Are we? I'd also like to thank Lou Irvin and Al Kovacs for inviting me to come out, and they get me out here on a regular basis now, it seems. I should have also pointed out I'm a native Californian. I actually was born in LA and grew up in LA in San Luis Obispo, and went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and UC Santa Barbara. Although I made a detour to go to Pittsburgh for 3 years, and 30 years later I'm still there. Okay. And I'm actually also alumni of the Sepulveda VA. That's where I did my spinal cord injury rehab. Which most of you probably, but that's actually was, when the earthquake damaged Sepulveda, they closed the spinal cord injury clinic center in Sepulveda. They created the one in San Diego. So, there were seismic connections to San Diego here. Yeah, this is the. So there used to be one in Palo Alto, Sepulveda, Long Beach, and then they went when Sepulveda was destroyed by the earthquake. They did Palo Alto, Long Beach, and San Diego. So a little bit of a connection, although I had nothing to do with the destruction of Sepulveda. Are we about ready now? Rosie, can you just grab my laptop and we'll use mine? Sorry about that. It's pretty amazing. Last year was a very good year for me. I was invited by Kamala Harris and President Biden in April to participate in a panel on care for veterans and wounded warriors, and then got to go back in October to receive the National Medal of Technology Innovation. If you don't know what that is, it's basically the American version of the Nobel Prize. You might have heard the Presidential Medal of Freedom. There's also the National Medal of Arts and Humanities, the National Medal of Science, and the National Medal of Technology Innovation. So those are basically the four highest awards. The National Medal of Science is typically the selection process is run by the National Science Foundation and the Office of Science and Technology Policy in the White House. The National Medal of Technology Innovation is run by the U.S. Department of Commerce and the Patent Office, and then also through OSTP. And the Arts and Humanities is run by the National Endowment for Arts and Humanities, and also, and then the National Arts Council, and then the Presidential Medal of Freedom is run by the State Department. So it was pretty cool. We got to spend it all day at the White House. The president spent probably 2 hours with us, met with us each individually and our families. So funny story, we got pictures of that, of course, and he was holding my wife's hand the entire time. Also, the pictures we got back looked pretty funny because my wife and President Biden are right together next to each other in the middle, and I'm off to the side by like 3 feet. So you get her family saying, it looks like the Biden family picture with me as a guest. But, and then it was also very nice. And it was also kind of fun that a friend of mine got the award at the same time. And so Juan Gilbert, Juan's the chair of the Department of Computer Science at the University of Florida. And you probably all have worked on not maybe, most of you may have used Juan's invention. He developed the electronic voting machines. And so it was also pretty nice when President Biden made his remarks. He singled out Juan and I, and he said that Juan defended democracy, and Rory provided freedom.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
It's amazing.
So good. We're ready to
You
go?
can take it away.
All right. Well, thank you. And I, proudly work for the VA and the University of Pittsburgh and UPMC Health System. Also a proud PVA member. Not a veteran of the Air Force, though. A veteran of the world's greatest land force, the Army. And a little bit, I also, I don't do motorsports, but I do like to, I don't, actually, let me just, a little bit of trivia there. You know, as a PhD PLY, does anybody know what the PLY stands for? So PLY stands for Paralympian. If you make it to the medal, if you win a medal in the Paralympics or you get to the finals of the Paralympics, you earn the post-honorific of PLY. By the way, if you see OLY, that means you made it to the finals or won a medal in the Olympics. So I do wheelchair sports as well as still hand cycle, compete in the National Veterans Wheelchair Games. Actually, my first National Wheelchair Games were 1983 in Long Beach, California. Still do. One of the great things that both VA and PVA do together. I had a bad accident in 2019. I got to go through rehab all over again. So if you want to talk to me at lunch, what that's like to do that 40 years apart, not something I would recommend. It's also very interesting. You saw some of the changes and also saw some of the things that still were the same. It was also interesting about peer mentoring, because if you've been spinal cord injured for 40 years and now you're going through with all the people who are newly injured, I'm sure some of you have been through the process, know that like after about 4:30, 5 o'clock at night when the patients own the hospital, we all gathered in the day room and I did a bunch of peer mentoring. Probably the best thing is just the fact that I was still alive and still married and working was, for a lot of people, was you could see the future a little bit, right? That this isn't the end of end of life, it's just the start of a new life. I also wanted to point out that in the other picture, that's actually a picture from a long time ago when I did my first marathon, but I wanted to point out the importance of peer mentoring. That's my peer mentor. He was a basketball player. I talked him doing a marathon because I'm more of a wheelchair racer or a marathoner. Tim was entered the TED Offensive. The VA kind of linked us up, and Tim and I are still friends. So you think about that 45 years later, right? We're still in touch with each other, still know each other. And then the other article is just a little bit about attitudes. I was doing a race up in Seattle. If you look at the picture, the arms, the wheels are kind of up in your armpits and there's no protection. One of my inventions actually was the fenders used on racing chairs to stop that. And so I went to this race and my armpits were a little bit bloody and burned. I went to a Burger King afterwards and this reporter was there. He thought I was a homeless veteran. So he thought he would do me a favor and buy me breakfast. And I wound up buying him breakfast, explained that I was a veteran. He got that part right, but I was also a professor at the University of Pittsburgh and a researcher at the VA. And funny thing is, he wrote this article. I didn't realize, he didn't tell me he was a reporter. He just told me he was a father. So 30 years later, I'm finishing the Air Force Marathon with a team from Walter Reed. And a gentleman runs up to me and goes, Dr. Cooper, are you Dr. Cooper? Are you Dr. Cooper? And I go, yes, I am. And he goes, my son just beat you in the marathon. So that's nice, so good for him. And he goes, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I have something for you. I'm hoping you would be here. And he ran back to his car and he came back and he gave me a laminated copy of the article. That was the first time I'd seen the article. And when the article came out, he had a son who was born with spina bifida. And so he got 2 copies of the article and got them laminated because he was an engineer and he put one in his cubicle and he put the other one next to his son's bed. And he said for years, he told his son, you could be the next Dr. Cooper. And so his son wound up studying mechanical engineering at the University of Michigan. But I did get a chance to talk to him. I said, that's all wonderful. I just wish he would have picked a better university like the University of Pittsburgh. But wound up that, so it's just kind of one of those things you just never know where and how you're going to influence people, right? Like Albert Einstein once said, everybody's an example, even if it's a bad example. And so, and it was very nice. And he gave me the laminated copy. That's what he wanted to give me. I'm just going to go back. This is a little video that Time Magazine did about our lab. Give you a little bit of an overview.
In the United States alone, 1 in 7 people that has a disability of some kind that impairs their activities of daily living. And technology has tremendous potential for improving the lives of people with disabilities. I was serving in the Army as a sergeant in Europe when I was injured, and I came home with a spinal cord injury and had to use a wheelchair. There was like an 80-pound behemoth that I could hardly get in the car. I realized that there were a tremendous need for improving technology, improving the environment, and improving perceptions of people with disabilities. When the opportunity arose to work with the University of Pittsburgh and the VA Pittsburgh healthcare system, it was natural that we'd start HURL.
The laboratory, our mission is to improve the quality of life for people with disabilities through advanced research or engineering, get people more integrated into the community and to make them more independent. We do this through some of our programs that we have here, whether it's educational or research or outreach.
We started out as a wheelchair lab doing sort of manual wheelchair work and have expanded over the years to include brain-computer interfaces, robotics, virtual reality, cognitive aids, home modifications, and training.
The system that you see behind me, that's called the caring system, or the computer-assisted rehab environment. We work with people who have gotten prosthetic limbs, so in terms of how are they adapting to a newer technology. One of the latest technologies that's come out from University of Pittsburgh is the brain-computer interface, a robotic arm directly getting signals from the brain. So we're trying to see if we can get that technology, use it to drive wheelchairs much more efficiently, not just control left or right.
We have a machine shop where we can basically fabricate anything mechanically or electronically that we wish. What's kind of unique is not too many university programs allow you to do the design, but also do the fabrication and take you through all of those steps.
This is our robotics lab. Everything you see here has something to do with robotics.
We developed this called a strong arm, which is a robotic-assisted transfer device. This mounts to the wheelchair, folds up behind them.
We've developed ones mainly to replace upper extremity function for people, and then we're working on ones that can actually lift the person.
I think 10 years down the line will be something you would see used quite frequently and have tremendous impact on people's lives.
I was in the United States Marine Corps for 15 years. I was medically retired after being injured in Iraq.
Many of our people in Hurl are themselves veterans, and many of them work clinically in the VA.
Press that bottom button so that says set.
I ended up here through an internship program called Elevate, and this program was designed for people to transition from the military back into academics who have any type of interest in assistive technology, engineering, and research.
Since our inception, we wanted to include veterans with disabilities in Hurl as employees, as trainees, to reach out to them.
The experience I had transitioning through the programs here and the work that we do here really put a passion and fire inside of me to give back to the community, not only the veteran community, but others with disabilities like myself.
Our research is continuously evolving as we can adopt new technologies and information from other fields of science that have influenced us. The end goal for us is full autonomy and full participation in society as equal partners and respect for people with disabilities. So I think we have a lifetime's worth of work ahead of us.
We thought from day one, we're not doing anything for charity. We're helping people to be themselves so that they can do better. You're not taking care of people, you're helping people take care of themselves.
Matt Hannon, by the way, now works for the VA, and that Deepan Kamaraj is one of the VPs for UPMC Health System now, and Jessica Berkman, who was in the robotics lab, is a patent examiner. So it's all kind of fun to see what happens to our students after they graduate too. So I kind of believe this is from the National Council on Disability. It's in one of the independent federal agencies that provides advice to the president on disability issues. It's worthwhile reading their reports once in a while. I do believe that it is true that we need to integrate people with disabilities into all we do. Also, I love this cover of one of the magazine, Diversity in Action. That's Brandon Davler and Jonathan Duvall, who were two of my students and now two of my colleagues at the University of Pittsburgh. Both are engineers and PhDs. And I'll tell you a little bit about their work later on. We believe in this participatory action design and engineering process, or the PAID process. So most of our research is actually driven by the needs identified by wheelchair users or people with disabilities themselves, by their family members and caregivers, and by the clinicians that work with them. I'm an engineer. I do some science, but really my goal is to be a problem solver and to identify and let other people identify the problems, and we work on trying to solve those problems. That's Joe Olson as well, another one of my former students. He's worked for the NSA now. He's probably listening right now. And then Ian Rice, another one of my students at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, is a professor. So it's all kind of fun to see where they go.
right now we're sort of focused on these five areas. This is great. This was done by a large survey, about 1,500 people across the country. So we're doing some advanced wheelchair design. I'll talk a little bit about that. Some smart device applications, human-machine interfaces, assistive robotics and intelligent systems. Also, to me, is really kind of cool is our people are a lot more connected and a lot more knowledgeable than we sometimes give them credit for. Understand the importance of participatory action design and dissemination and knowledge translation and standards. And so really I've kind of moved towards, I'm trying to train as many people with disabilities as I can so that they can get a cadre or reach critical mass so that they can become the future leaders of the fields in rehabilitation and bioengineering. We did a pretty interesting meta-analysis published a few years ago. And these were the sort of the 5 domains that people identified as areas that they needed more research or more research and development in, which is, living in the community, travel and leisure. PVA is very active in fighting for better airline travel. We're doing some work in that area. Health and well-being and education and employment. And then also identified these technology areas on the right. So we'll be addressing some of those. We'll go through in some different categories. Let me just go back here for a second. Yeah. So one of the things is we've used design as an extension of the user, and so if you look at the top, that's actually I have the great privilege of being the chair of the Paralympic Scientific Committee. Best part about that is we get to go to Paris this summer. Got to go to Pyeongchang in Korea. And you can see how closely these Paralympians, their chairs, for cross-country skier become one with them, right? That's really one of the goals, that the technology, whatever it is, a wheelchair or a ski, a prosthetic limb, becomes one with the user. If it doesn't, you can have problems like this is a rugby player who, from his backrest, developed a very large pressure ulcer over the period of one game, which can take months to heal. And then, we're looking more at carbon fiber and fitting the body. This is one of our top Paralympic hand cyclists. This is a kneeling hand cycle. But the idea is improving, making technology one with the user. And so we also have a wheelchair test lab. We destroy wheelchairs. Students love that because they can break things without getting in trouble. And we hit them with a hammer, basically. We drop them. We push on them. We simulate 5 years of use. We find common failures. We also find, this is a Meyer-Kaplan survivor curve analysis. That vertical line is actually the line that all chairs should pass to meet FDA standards. Unfortunately, one of these chairs are all purchased by the VA. These are all commercially available chairs, all provided to veterans. Many of them don't pass. So fortunately, the outcome of that study was that the VA secretary appointed us a member of my team to the VA contracting and prosthetics service to review all products that people want to sell to the VA. So we're a little more stringent now. And then this is actually a suspension caster fork that we developed. It's actually commercially available now, and it's used because most of the time you drive forward. And so if you can reduce the shocks and vibrations and the strain that comes through the front casters, it puts less injuries to the user, but also less stress on the chair. We worked quite a bit on reducing carpal tunnel syndrome and rotator cuff injuries. For those of you that are graduate students, I started this work during my PhD. I developed the smart wheel. My advisor, I wanted to study. I had this interesting question about why wheelchair racers who would push up to their wheelchairs up to 140 miles a week had no greater incidence of rotator cuff injuries or carpal tunnel syndrome than people that just didn't do any sports at all.
because it seemed like, because people had hypothesized that wheelchair propulsion was the cause of carpal tunnel syndrome, rotator cuff injuries. And so my thought was that it's maybe not wheelchair propulsion, but how the wheelchair user interact, how the wheelchair is set up, and the quality of the wheelchair that makes that impact. And so to do that, we had to have a way to measure how people applied forces to the push rooms. And so that was the invention of the smart wheel. I had, by the way, I had ulterior motive. At the time I was training for the Paralympics at the same time, and I realized if I had that technology, I could gain a technological advantage over my competitors. And so it actually wound up working out in both cases. So, but it took a lot of work. We had to actually work with Philips on developing high frequency ultrasound. All of you that do ultrasound images use our technology now. It's doing your scans for carpal tunnel medium nerve, or looking at biceps tendons or rotator cuff injuries. And it's all based on that work from the early 1990s and late 1980s. From that, we were able to put this as a biceps tendon image from an ultrasound. We actually put these little markers on the people's skin with a little colostomy cement and some tape. That allowed us to do repeatable ultrasound images. It shows up in these two bright lines in the ultrasound, so you can align two images like pre and post. So we did like strenuous exercise and even basketball games, and we could show that the wheelchair setup was related to edema in the bicep tendon. This is the median nerve. We also were able to show it was related to compression of the median nerve. That allowed us to then do a couple of things. Look at wheelchair positioning. So here we moved the axle further forward and lowered the seat related to the axle. They reduced the number of strokes required. The person actually went faster with less work. And then also got rid of what's called the impact spike. The impact spike was because the people were not pushing in the front of the in front of the top dead center, but actually starting behind top dead center. And so, and that really resulted in ergonomic push rims, which I use and many veterans use. Eventually, the VA actually created a policy that all spinal cord injury veterans would get an ergonomic push rim, but they had to justify otherwise, and actually eventually led to the VA also authorizing the coverage of what were then sports wheelchairs, which now became ultralight wheelchairs, and later, about 10 years later, Medicare followed suit, and they actually created a code K0005. So this work has had some pretty tremendous impact. Right now we're looking at in-wheel suspension. We did look at wheelchair suspension in the wheelchair. That's actually turns out to be really hard because cars live on the model that the vehicle's much heavier than the wheels, but when you have a wheelchair and the wheels are almost the same weight, the frame and the wheels. And so the technology does work. It works on power chairs pretty well, but not so well on manual chairs. And then the other problem is how the loads are transmitted through the wheelchair. Because when you hop off a curb, you actually come down at an angle, and if you don't have the suspension in that direction, it doesn't really help that much. So people are working on various in-wheel suspensions. They tend to work okay. They're a little heavy is a problem, so you look at the overall function, getting them in and out of the car then becomes a problem. So I'm a little, I'd say cautiously optimistic that they might eventually benefit. So it turns out the VA started issuing hand cycles in the early, but probably around 2008 timeframe, and then there started being an increase in carpal tunnel syndrome from veterans who used hand cycles. And so we worked with the European Union for a multi-site study, different various universities, so Loughborough University, Delft University, Free University of Amsterdam, Swiss Paraplegia Institute. And came up with an ergonomic hand grip for hand cycles that not only optimize performance, but also reduce the risk of carpal tunnel syndrome. The biggest beneficiaries of this, by the way, are the German Paralympic team. They adopted it and used it to wipe the floor with us in Tokyo. We're hoping we can change that in Paris. So I talked about carpal tunnel from propulsion. So now we're also looking at improving transfers. Dr. Alicia Kuntz, who's on our team, is working has developed the transfer assessment instrument, and then now working at using the Microsoft Kinect system, which is used for gaming. So you can extend transfer training to in the home and in the community, and using AI technology, so you can overlap and see what's a good transfer and what's not a good transfer, and when you're doing a good job. And it's pretty exciting work, and because if we've been able to reduce carpal tunnel syndrome with wheelchair setup and wheelchair quality from about 80% within 5 years to about 20%. But I think the rest of it has to do with transfers, car transfers, and just daily transfers that people have to do. Well, I've got also another one, Adam Struzala, another one of our investigators, is looking at the at insulin irisin in spinal cord injury, and see if we can use that to promote muscle growth and look at muscle injury as well. Another mechanism that might be able to help reduce with bone loss and increase bone density and muscle strength in people post-spinal cord injury. This is work of Mike Irvin. He's working on vagus nerve stimulation, right now post-stroke, and that's pretty interesting work looking at, you can do motor learning, improvement motor learning with vagal nerve stimulation. He and I actually have a patent related to the electrodes for vagal nerve stimulation. So it's got almost like it's like an ear mold for a hearing aid, but that way you get the nerves, the easiest access to the vagal nerve is the ear. And so you could put this ear mold in, and you can get the electrodes reliably placed. And then we're looking at like an behind the ear stimulator. And we just got a grant with the UC San Francisco looking at, and the San Francisco VA looking at vagal nerve stimulation for post-traumatic stress as well. This is actually one of my newest projects. It's really kind of fun. It's using quantum sensing. So I know you talk about electrical stimulation, so we're looking at magnetic stimulation. And so I know I had a postdoc years ago, Doug Weber. I'm sure if you know anything about BCI work, Doug Weber is pretty well known in that field. And actually the funny thing is that Doug's CDA way back in early 2000s was on magnetic stimulation. But the problem then you needed, the machine was about the size of this room. So not very portable. Now, working with a Leibniz Prize winner, that's the German version of a Nobel Prize essentially in physics, who's created reduced that technology to the size of a coffee cup. And actually I just visited maybe 2 weeks ago, and it's now, I'm trying to give it an insight, it's about the size of half a deck of cards. And right now we can do about 1 microtesla measurements. So that means we can do EEG and MMG and MKG. So we can basically measure heart signals and muscle signals. The beauty of it is it's non-contact. We could actually be up to 1 centimeter away from the skin. So I had a meeting already with Launchstool. They're treating wounded service members and Ukrainian soldiers. A lot of them have severe injuries and peripheral nerve injuries, but they can't use EEG because the skin is there's too much damage. So we're actually looking to start there, actually do MMGs to look at peripheral nerve damage. But I think, so one of our so we have two projects. We have a German Science Foundation grant to look at, instead of doing, one of the problems with prosthetic limbs is that when you do a myoelectric control prosthetic limbs, is that you don't get a reliable signal from day to day. So if we think we can do it magnetically, we can get more reliable signals. Also, there's some of you doing research. We have projects with Doug Weber again, from the National Science Foundation. We're putting a cuff of electrodes for the EMG, and then it turns out that there are people with spinal cord injury, especially tetraplegia, they actually can generate submotor action potentials for muscle motor in the muscle. And if you use a nerve array, a electrode array, you can measure those signals. But we think with MMG, we can penetrate deeper and we can pick up those signals. So we're actually now working to try to get nano Tesla signals. And if we could do that, we can go pretty deep in the muscle, and we think we can use that for robotic control in spinal cord injury. We can use it for prosthetic arm control. Eventually, we're looking at maybe we can do non-invasive, non-contact brain-computer interfaces. So, and that's a little goofy. We're also looking at, I'm skipping a little bit, but we're also trying to reduce pressure ulcers. So by instrumenting the seat on the chair in order to track when people move, and if they move enough, and coach them to do pressure ulcers removal. So we've done some work with machine learning, and this looks at people. Oddly enough, really nobody knows how far do you have to lean forward, how far do you have to lean to the right, how far do you have to lean to the left to do an adequate pressure relief. So we're sort of doing that in the beginning of this work. Oops. And then I think I'm going to, the only thing about the remote control is I can't skip ahead.
So the virtual seating coach was developed.
Let me sorry about this. I'm trying to go, but there we go. Be improved based on what was learned, as well as share that data with clinicians in order to improve their clinical practice and eventually improve clinical practice guidelines. And ultimately the goal is that we use the technology interacting with the user to help the user get the maximum benefit from the technology they're using. The goal there is that we're instrumented the power seat functions, and that became a commercial product through a Permobile, but what it does is it tells people, reminds people and uses a little bit of game theory, so you get if you've seen when you go a little bit too fast, there's sometimes those signs that tell you you're going too fast or give you a little smiley face. So the same thing to get people to use their power seat functions far enough, long enough, and appropriately enough to reduce the risk of pressure injuries. And actually, for those people that actually use it, it did actually reduce their risk of injury by about 4-fold, so it was really effective. The challenge was actually, believe it or not, that the suppliers and the clinicians would never set it up. So our next version is actually a consumer version, so the consumers can actually do it, just download the app themselves and track their own progress. We're also working on active cushions. This is our project with UTARI, the University of Texas Applied Research Institute. It's basically the cushion now uses active pressure. If you look at the bottom pictures at the bottom of the screen, this is basically, there's nobody sitting on it. The person sits on it, you can see the pressure through the ischial tuberosities, very common scenario. This is what we typically do with the passive cushion, is offload the ischial tuberosities, but that just transfers the load to other portions of the seated surface. What we've done is redistribute the pressure across the entire surface. We're able to get all the reds and greens. So now we're working with our plastic surgery department on a flotation system, so like the Clinitron beds that some of you are familiar with or use, and that basically use a cushion that's based on that same concept and a backrest, so that people after flap surgery or people at high risk for pressure injury could be seen on a fluidized cushion. And what we're really benefiting from, really cool, is the work that Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Web Services has done with their server farms. They really need really efficient cooling fans that are really small and low power, which means we can now, they gave us some of those because you could float a person on those. So our long-term goal is that we would literally float in our chairs, or float above our chairs. And then if you do it in the backrest, so when you tilt and recline, you'd sort of still float in your chair. And hopefully through that mechanism, we can essentially minimize the amount of pressure that a person would have. So maybe I'll come back in a couple of years with a demonstration. The other thing is that Rosie and I, we travel a fair amount, and one of the risks to get pressure ulcers is when you travel. And we found out at the Paralympics, at the National Veterans Wheelchair Games, I was shocked at how many people have to stay after because they got a pressure injury because they were sitting on a hard toilet seat or they were in some other mechanism. So we just came up with these simple toilet seat wraps, and now they're on the market. Hopefully they'll be available this summer for sale. And, one of my colleagues, Brad DiCiano, is also working on, it started during the pandemic, how do we connect caregivers together? One of his idea is that you can, if your caregiver drops out, could they automatically connect you to another caregiver? And then could caregivers support each other so they can learn from each other? So he's created this network in Pennsylvania that's actually pretty cool. It's run by my class, which is our community living and support services. They have sort of the contract from the state for caregiving in the western part of the United States, which is also really cool because it's a consumer-based organization. It used to be United Cerebral Palsy, and so they really got into caregiving. And then on top of that, he said, we have to provide support to these caregivers as well. So that first network is users and caregivers and organizations that support them, as well as the state. And then how can users actually give caregivers feedback and they reward them and say thank you. And then of course the nice about that is if they can let people know who's kind of a really good caregiver, what service is a really good caregiver, and all that sort of thing. And that helps as well. And then we're also trying to address weight gain among spinal cord injury as well. That actually relates to injuries during the transfers, injuries to wheelchair propulsion. And just out of curiosity, next time you have somebody come into the clinic, just ask them when the last time they were weighed is. And my guess is it was the last time they came to the clinic. And it's very hard to maintain your weight if you don't know what your weight is. You only get it weighed once a year. So we came up with this system. We put these little bed scales underneath the foot of the bed. I like the picture of the bottom, kind of shows you the quality and the quantity of the technology we developed for our studies. And then with some AI technology, we were able to tell if there are two people in the bed, a person and a dog in the bed. Turns out it actually has other benefits. Not only could we weigh them, we could see how often a person gets up in the bed and how often they turn in the bed. And then you can really see then some of the other risk factors. So this is kind of exciting research that we're doing. We also worked on smart home technology. I think I'll kind of skip that a little bit as well. Dr. Koontz has now moved on to how do you do technology-assisted transfers. And So from independent transfers and developing a new tool for assisted transfers. This is the strong arm. Was mentioned in that first video by Jessica a little bit. But the idea is a robotic arm mounted to the wheelchair could go to the left to the right. So you don't have to take a Hoyer lift with you. So I can tell you, like, I'm leaving here to do research at the National Disabled Veterans Winter Sports Clinic. You would not believe, there are people, they arrived yesterday. It starts on Tuesday. To get all the Hoyer lifts there, all the technology, because there are veterans that couldn't go otherwise. And so and Lewis can tell you this, there are veterans, their vacation every year is either the Disabled Veterans Winter Sports Clinic or the Veterans Wheelchair Games, because they're pretty much the only places they can actually go. Because our VA physicians and therapists and nurses go with them and provide the support, and then they make the hotels and the facilities accessible. So that's where we're starting to address this, we're working on this problem. But I'll tell you, this next slide's my favorite project right now. And I'm really close. PVA provided some initial funding a few years ago. Now the VA has funded us. So to do this with Group 3 and Group 4 power chairs, but where people can independently transfer out of their power chair into bed, and then back out of bed into their wheelchair. So we originally started with the VA long-term care facilities. They were used with Group 2 power chairs. Turns out actually during the pandemic, the VA kind of switched all to Group 3 and 4 power chairs, even within the long-term care facilities. But there's no lifting, no sling, and you can control it with a phone or a tablet, and it takes about 2 minutes. The participants and their families, what they loved most about it was it's very consistent every single time, right? So the person being transferred knows exactly what to expect, and the person doing the transfer doesn't have to do any strenuous exercise where they get injured themselves. The best part about, I can tell you one of the interesting parts about research is, well, we thought, well, we'll take the prototype. We have a long-term care facility in Pittsburgh run by the VA. So we took it over there, set it up in the lobby, and we just thought we'd get feedback from the family members as they came to visit. And so there was a woman there who was very, very interested, very intrigued, older spouse of a veteran. And she came back a little bit later with her husband's care team and said, I want that device for my husband. We had to work with the hospital and the visit and everything, but we actually did build one for her. Her husband had been in long-term care for 3 years. He went home. Of course, that caused a little bit another problem, because then other spouses came and said, but our VA kind of worked out a little way, so we built some systems for a while, but now we're hopefully close enough where we moved on to group, that was with the manual chair, now we moved on to the Group 2 works pretty well. And we're very, very close to being able to do this with Group 3 and Group 4. Group 3, Group 4, just so you know, those who don't know, those are the chairs with power seat functions. Those are what most of our veterans with spinal cord injury use. We're also working on transportation. We're lucky we have the Department of Transportation Center. Now we have an NIH Center on Transportation. And what happens is most people just stop driving. You can see here. They rely on others, but they still want their mobility. There are new autonomous vehicle technologies that are making that a little bit better. We've done journey mapping, we've done interviews, focus groups, trying to get to where we're going. And now we're actually going to be doing one of the studies we're doing at the Winter Sports Clinic, because we've developed an educational board game, so that when people are newly injured, they could play this board game and learn about how to use transportation effectively and what some of the barriers are. We're hoping to train OTs and PTs, but we're also working on new docking systems. New wheelchairs are going to be more compatible with vehicles. One of my big fears are electric vehicles. If they don't know, most electric vehicles are built on a skateboard. The batteries are in the bottom. These guys can't really modify that. Not without great risk to themselves. So mostly what they do is, in Europe, they're ahead of us. they started popping the roof up. I've been around long enough to know that we used to pop the roof up, that have had problems with, you can't get in a lot of parking garages, but the big problem with electric vehicles is it reduces their range by about 50%. Electric vehicles already have a range problem. The other problem was that in the United States and in Europe, there's not yet a law to make charging stations accessible. So the people that need those vehicles, if they want to drive themselves, they can't go very far and they can't charge it. So we're looking at, maybe we have to do a modification of both the chair and the wheelchair and the vehicle in the future so that we can not have that problem. We're also addressing airline travel. I actually travel, if you want to see, I've got the little airplane wheels. So my chair is my aisle chair. I can roll to the seat. We're working with the Pittsburgh Airlines and some airport and some of the other airlines. We're developing a new airport chair that says you can use it to push around the airport, but you can also roll straight to the seat with it. So I'll let you know at the future. Work on robotic arm interfaces. Let me see if I can skip this a little bit.
Using the control interface. So the reason we developed the interface is that we have tested with the current robotic original interfaces, and a lot of users have difficulty learning those, either memorize the keys or memorize the command or combination of different keystrokes. So the interface we developed kind of reduce those frustration, so they can quickly learn how to control the robot, and they can do the task just within 10 minutes. There was one veteran look at our robot, and he was so excited, and he said he just pointed to the robot and saying to the caregiver, "That's what I want." So I think the robot would be really helpful for people sitting in a chair and still want to achieve something for their lives.
Really cool. This is covered by the VA now. It's a prosthetics benefit. So if you have a veteran who needs it, they can get one of these arms. We've also got the University of Pittsburgh is self-insured, so they're covering them as well. So if you want to push the UC San Diego to replicate what Pitt is doing. We're working with Alec. He's one of our participants. He's also a computer scientist with cerebral palsy, and Alec we're working to try to get our UPMC health system to also cover the robotic arms. We're continuing to do more research to make them more efficient, perform more tasks. Our studies, really what people like to do. So if you're aware of caregiving, what most people get is a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours in the evening. So if you want to have lunch, you have lunch at like 10 a.m., right? Because you got to have lunch before your caregiver leaves, or somebody else has to come in and help. So most people just want to be able to, can I get like a Tupperware container out of the refrigerator, pop it in the microwave, open the lid, put it on the table, and have a lunch when I want to, or a snack. And so that's some of the work that we're working on. That's a very, very difficult problem. So it's because you have to actually, even open the refrigerator, you have to be able to coordinate the movement of the wheelchair and the robotic arm. But that's kind of where we are now. Which is what Breland Styler is working on. It's a really busy slide she gave me here, but the real idea is that we're trying to figure out what's the optimization of the user control and the person's control. It's kind of like your car industry's gotten really good at this. You don't really drive your car, right? Your car drives itself. What you do is when you press on the brake is tell your car that you want to stop, and then the car does the actual stopping. When you steer, you tell your car you want to go to the left or the right, but it's really the computer in the car that makes it go left or right. That's why if you try to turn into another car, if you've got a more modern car, it'll start to turn you away, that sort of thing. So we're trying to come up with that kind of control system for a robot. This is our MeBot.
This is also Dr. John Bae Kim, is one of my former students. He's a professor at Yonsei University. Very high spinal cord injury. This is an 8-inch curb. And what we've done is it can climb 8-inch curbs, go up and down them. We're working with a company called Lucy out of Colorado to actually be able to cross the street, see a curb, and just go up it like anybody else. Go up as fast and as smoothly. And, but also lets you have eye-level conversations, and it even balances. If you can see it, you can see the picture. It balances left to right too. So if you go over uneven terrain, it just keeps the seat balanced. Nice about that is that most common injuries for people, power chair users, are tips and falls. So they fall out and then they wind up in an emergency room. So that's something we're trying to work on. I'm going to skip that, it's kind of demonstrating that. This was just a fun project I want to talk about we did with Amazon. So Amazon, at their fulfillment centers, they wanted to hire more people with disabilities. They have a hard time kind of hiring and keeping people. So they asked us to build this robotic system. But their goal was the people who were seated had to be able to perform the task as fast as everybody else, because if you want your package on Amazon Prime the next day, everybody's got to be going at a certain speed. So we built this robot for Amazon that can slide back and forth, up and down, rotate. And the really cool thing is it worked. We'd have to do a couple generations. And then Amazon licensed the patent and then had a company build 500 of them, and they're in fulfillment centers in Ohio, Seattle, and in North Carolina. So created a lot of job openings for people with disabilities. It's also kind of fun is, what do you think happened next? Those people that didn't need to sit, that could do the job standing, wanted to be able to sit part of the time, right? So they'd say, oh, after 6 hours, can I go over and use that station? So that's, when you've done things right. We're also working on new battery technologies. I actually will go on a limb a little bit and say in the next 5 to 10 years, you won't replace wheelchair batteries. You'll just replace the battery and the wheelchair at the same time. The batteries will last longer than the wheelchair. And then if we can do that, we can entirely design the frames because we don't have to be able to take the batteries in and out. The batteries would be much lighter. You'll be able to do more things with them. And they'll change the whole design of chairs. This was kind of our fun project. I'm going to skip ahead here again.
That could take up to 8 hours. It could revolutionize the wheelchair industry.
I like to have the...
Makes a challenging trip to the water park. They're studying under Rory Cooper. Their team works out of the Human Engineering Research Laboratories, where they modeled and built the new chair. The chair that makes a challenging trip to the water park, well, fun.
I like to have the freedom to run around.
It was rewarding to see just how he lit up and the enjoyment that he got out of going through the sprinklers and the water.
He wants to be independent. Quite frankly, we let him go for 30 minutes by himself, and that's what he wants.
And Rory thinks children without disabilities who witness this independence will be influenced too.
That's the kind of experiences you want kids to have so that when they grow up, they don't have those biases and they can say, hey, I've seen people with disabilities do it just like I have.
The positive influence of the new chair.
So the fun thing about that product, those chairs have been at Morgan's Inspiration Island for 6 years. Rosie just got a 5-year NIH grant to expand to Illinois and Pennsylvania. But what's also remarkable, 0 maintenance in 6 years. There's not another power chair out there that I know of can do that. And remember, that's in salt water and in chlorinated water, right? I think that my goal is, at least for water parks, beaches, splash parks, all that sort of thing, that these become available so people can have fun. This is another one of my favorite projects. We actually just won a design award and a $50,000 prize. The future of wheelchairs is probably good for manual chairs
and maybe some power chairs. I think it's going to be Kirigami engineering. You're probably familiar with it's sort of its brother or sister, origami. Origami is like where you get the little swans and stuff, where you fold paper together. Kirigami is cutting and folding. Kirigami in engineering is now using engineering materials like metals and composites and things like that. So I think the next slide. So we're actually working. We have a grant from NIH working on a racing chair, hand cyclometer chair. I think the next slide shows it better. This is what's kind of cool. So we have come up with the design process. You put in the person's measurements, that person's measurements then, and they tells them what kind of chair they want. Rugby chair, racer chair, basketball chair, everyday chair, tennis chair. We put those measurements in. It goes into what's called a parametric design, comes up with the design of the chair, then takes that chair and it flattens it to a flat sheet. Okay? So that's what the flat sheet looks like. That's another view of the flat sheet. So that is a complete wheelchair frame. And then we have software that we've written that takes and says, all right, how do I fold that to make it a three-dimensional shape again? Basically, like if you got an origami or kirigami book or looked on the website, and that folds it back into this shape. What's also cool, just like origami or kirigami, you don't need a jig, so we could custom make a chair for every person because the laser doesn't care, right? It just cut with whatever pattern you need. And you don't need a jig because the whole beauty about kirigami engineering is it's jigs means something to hold things together, like with tubes, because it self-locks together, right? As you fold it up, it locks itself in place. And then all we have to do is glue it, rivet it, bolt it, or spot weld it. All of those don't require any high skill. So we actually just got a project to do this in Brazil. Brazil have a hard problem getting good quality, affordable wheelchairs. So we're working with a program where we're going to do we're going to do the parametric design. They're going to send us the dimensions. We're going to cut the flat sheets like this, and we can stack up like 400 wheelchairs on a 4x4 pallet. We could ship them anywhere in the world. Actually, I'm in conversations now with the State Department to do this for Ukraine. They've got literally hundreds of thousands of amputees and spinal cord injury in Ukraine now, so they need wheelchairs and prosthetic limbs. So one way to do this is it's kind of a win-win. We do the high-tech component, and they put them together. And so we're testing this in Brazil. It's a little safer for us to go to Brazil right now than it is to go to Ukraine. That's why. But that's what the frame looks like, and that's what the complete wheelchair looks like. You know what's really cool too? That complete wheelchair weighs 18 pounds. The other thing about it is, if you're a manufacturer, you don't have to worry about all these different sizes of tubes and thicknesses of tubes. You store the same flat sheet. It's all the same flat sheets. And it just makes whatever chair you need. So I think it's really going to be able to bring good quality, affordable wheelchairs to everyone. We also have a project where we're making adaptive sports devices. Dr. Duvall there in the corner. If you're thinking about Thingiverse and those sort of things, we're creating one where the designs are vetted, they've been tested by both users and engineers. And you can go and you can download. We're working with the VA Office of Advanced Manufacturing, OAM. And so you can come in, you can basically download these drawings, and you can actually even link to a company that will make them for you. This way we could do a lot of customized adaptive sports equipment, most likely. This is a very interesting project. Most people, if you do research, recruitment is one of the big challenges. Our problem here is more filtering, selecting, because people have many more things that they need made than we can actually make. So we're trying to limit it down. So the other thing is, to me, is really important is education. And so I've been working with both the Patent Office and the National Inventors Hall of Fame. I was hoping to have copies by now, but they're doing a superhero graphic novel to encourage kids to become inventors, so that's the alter ego of me. They already did playing cards. So I want to be the ace of spades. If you're in the military, you know that's got a special meaning, but I was selected, they selected me to be the king of hearts. Also, we're working on the National Invention Convention, and then we did a little memory game for little kids, so they can match the inventor with the invention, and so we've got different inventors out there to motivate kids. Because I think that's the future. We need to get more people with disabilities, especially young people, encouraged to pursue STEM careers and become the next scientists and physicians and engineers and other clinicians. So thank you very much for letting me be here with you today. It's been a great pleasure. Happy to answer some questions.
Questions?
Thank you for that wonderful talk. I'm interested in the financial or economic side of this, because it sounds like you develop these technologies, which often needs customization, things like that, very expensive, using government fund, and then you produce something that's going to be potentially commercially viable. So how do you balance the human focus and the commercial viability? Commercial viability including whether this is going to be covered by medical insurance. How do you balance that?
That's a great question. But I don't focus on what's going to be covered by medical insurance, because if we did, there'd be no innovation, right? So what we focus on, what do people need, and then collect the evidence to get it covered by medical insurance. And we're very fortunate because the VA takes a much more holistic approach. And in the VA, we can distribute things to veterans. And then typically the VA leads the way for private insurance to cover, then Medicare usually comes last for coverage. But if we didn't do that, veterans wouldn't have, if we focus on what Medicare coverage, veterans wouldn't be using those robotic arms today. They wouldn't have ultralight wheelchairs. They wouldn't be able to issue hand cycles. For that matter, when the VA started issuing what are now Medicare calls pressure relieving cushions, VA offered them for 15 years before Medicare covered them. And so we're fortunate we do have the VA that takes a much more holistic approach, and that since it is also a government agency, we can share that data with Medicare and get changed in Medicare policies. It also turns out interesting on the private sector, the step to go, it seems to be VA to what are called self-insured organizations. So basically companies that cover their own medical costs. That's how we were able to do it. PIT, for example, because PIT really doesn't want to follow what Medicare does, because Medicare's intent is for you to be able to just live in your home. We want people to continue to be productive at work, right? We don't want to either to stay, we hired them with a disability, we wanted to stay there working. If they acquire one, we want them to come back and work. So our goals are different, but much more like the VA's goal, which is the VA's stated mission is they're supposed to allow veterans to return to be productive members of society, right, and fully participate. That's why, the sports and recreation equipment, technology for employment, and to keep healthy as well. So that's part of it is pushing the insurance companies to do what's right by meeting consumer needs. I'll tell you something that's also very interesting, that when ultralight wheelchairs first came out, even before the VA called them sports wheelchairs and wouldn't pay for them, consumers paid for them themselves. And even I did this, and then turned them into our insurance company. And so I've had the opportunity to serve on some insurance company advisory boards. And so I asked for that data, including Medicare. And I found out they paid. So I said, that's a non-covered item, but the person bought it, turned it in, and you paid. And they said, yeah, because if the consumer was willing to take the risk of not getting paid, then we know that, so their physician prescribed it, their therapist recommended it, they were willing to take the risk and put their own money out. We assumed that it was medically necessary, and two, that they were going to use it. They were committed to it. And so they paid. And so that's another way, so once you gather that data to kind of move things forward.
Thank you.
You have done so many incredible things. So my question is similar to the last one. You know, when we look at advanced technologies, let's say that we think about developing a brain-machine interface, and we have something that can be used on the limb in order to facilitate tasks. We tend to get the idea that these things are super expensive and that nobody will really ever be able to afford them. And then we get this into this mindset that this is a very niche thing. I was wondering if you could talk about cost reduction. What is the, you know, what are the real costs of advanced technologies, and how do we get the maximum value?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me put it in context for you. So like those on-the-move pads, right? Fairly simple technology, about $15 to $20 a pair, right? You know, pressure ulcer treatment, $10,000 to $30,000. Flap surgery goes up to $70,000 to $90,000. So $30, $40 to give it is nothing. The VA's already said once it's commercially available, we're just going to put it in the OT closets, right? And just say every time that somebody comes in, we're just going to come in for an appointment, we're just going to give them a pair. But even the robotic arm technology, we started working with that, and then Canova licensed it, right? It's a $30,000 robotic arm. You realize that's cheaper than most people's cars, right? Yet it allows people to eat meals on their own, to have some dignity and some respect, right? As well as be healthier, because they're able to do things more in society. They don't use, there's less healthcare utilization. And I don't know, some people say that's expensive. Let me give another idea, and give it another context. So my wife's a physical therapist. She worked in the clinic for a number of years until I stole her into research. And so she's going to talk after lunch. So, but she's good at answering these questions better than I am. So she used our research to say, all right, the insurance didn't want to cover an ultralight wheelchair. They wanted to cover a K4, a non-adjustable wheelchair. She said, so you'll pay $800 for that non-adjustable wheelchair, and you could pay $1,600 for this ultralight wheelchair. The non-adjustable wheelchair will fail within the first 6 to 9 months. This ultralight wheelchair will last the next 3 to 5 years. So it's the wrong economic decision. Buy the better wheelchair, you will spend less money over time. So I'll tell you now that, I kind of skipped through the slide. I'm one of the ways I got in the Inventors Hall of Fame is I developed the algorithms that are on all the power wheelchairs in the world, essentially. So when that came on the market, Medicare sold or reimbursed within 3 years 4 times as many power chairs. So the director of Medicare, I had served previously on the Medicare Advisory Committee, came in and asked me to come and talk to Medicare. And I said, what happened? I said, what happened is, because now the wheelchairs are programmable, can we set up like how fast you accelerate and how fast you go and how fast you turn, and we can compensate for tremor and we can compensate for fatigue. More people have independent mobility. They were either in attendant propelled power chairs, most of them were in manual chairs pushed by somebody else. Now they could go on their own. And so there was this huge pent-up demand that technology. But the good news is Medicare went to Congress and said, we're providing people more freedom, and we think that will impact, and that mobility-related activities of living. That was the other thing. Several of my students worked on the FMA, Functional Mobility Assessment, which then got Medicare to now take into consideration functional mobility-related functional activities, right? And then that became a tool for where you could get what you could get, and now it turns out to be correlated with health, right? If you have better mobility, you can get out in the community, you're also going to be more healthy. So you have to make the arguments are different. That there are cost benefits, but and most of the time the technology isn't that much more expensive. And sometimes like the Kirigami chairs, my goal is to get an ultralight wheelchair that costs $2,000 now down to about $800. And so it'll reduce the cost.
Well, thank you and congratulations on an amazing career. We're again just delighted and honored that you could join us. And obviously Rory's around for lunch. Hopefully we'll take more questions. And we have another question. We want one. Okay, here we go. Got a lot of questions. Keep us on schedule.
Those as UC students just know I got a UC education, right?
The heck with lunch. We're curious how you actually fold the chair. If you send 400 of them on a pallet and it ends up in my rehab center, how is it created into a wheelchair?
No, it's not for you to fold it. The idea is that you would have on-site manufacturing, and so they would have. Although, believe it or not, you're not the first person to ask that question, because the two brilliant young female engineers that were working on this project with were like, if we could just fold it ourselves, we could just drop ship this to the clinic or a person's home with a set of instructions like IKEA. So I said, yeah, well, first you had to talk to people that shop at IKEA and find out whether that's a good idea. But that is a possibility. We have thought about that for, not so much for the U.S. market, but for like in Africa. Could you ship pallets of chairs over there with, because there are therapists that volunteer their time, or physicians, to like go into low-income countries. If they could just take the measurements, send them to us on the phone, we cut them out, ship them back, and then just assemble them on site. So that's why we were looking at gluing, riveting. You could literally go to Lowe's or Home Depot, buy a pop rivet gun, and you don't need high skills, welding skills. Believe it or not, there's good glues.
Well, it's more of a comment. This is going to take a major sea change. The VA system, I worked in the VA system for 28 years, and I was always so proud of the fact that the VA looked at prevention of problems as a priority. And in the private sector, that doesn't exist. And it particularly doesn't exist under Medicare or Medicaid. And in fact, they very openly will say, prevention is not our charge. We don't care about prevention. I can remember having a discussion with one of the officers of California Medicaid, which is called Medi-Cal, about wheelchair cushions. And he was saying, well, why can't you just make their butt feel more comfortable by having them sit on a pillow? He had absolutely no understanding of spinal cord injury. And we tried to explain about pressure ulcers and pressure injuries and about how spending just a little bit of money, just a few dollars on a decent cushion could prevent one. And he said, our charge is not prevention. We said, it will cost you, and this was back in the 80s, it'll cost you $70,000 to take care of a patient who has an open pressure ulcer. He says, we don't care because our charge is not prevention. So, you know, I applaud you for all of these projects, but I have some serious doubts about their ability, unless we have major changes in our health care funding in this country, like universal health care, and get rid of things like Medi-Cal and Medicaid and the private insurance companies who say this doesn't fit on our list of things that we will cover.
No, I agree that's a huge problem, right? We need to, I'll give you an example. So those robotic arms I showed, do you know where most of those are sold in the world? Germany. Germany covers them under their health insurance. Germany transitioned its health insurance in the early 2000s to be more like the VA. They literally studied the US VA and decided to change their healthcare system, their public healthcare system, to take a approach more like the VA. And so the greatest number of those robotic arms are in Germany, because they're and believe it or not, hand cycles are a covered benefit in Germany, because their idea looking of, if you improve, and the VA has done studies that have shown that, you know, VA spends less per veteran than like the spinal cord injury model systems funded by Neidler, right? Because of prevention, right? It's, if you do secondary prevention, obviously if you do primary prevention, you don't even have spinal cord injury, but if you do secondary prevention, you can provide better care, better health at lower cost. It's just, unfortunately, yeah, we need more implementation science, and we need Lou to run for Congress. That's what we need.
Well, with that, I think, again, congratulations. Thank you so much, Rory.
Thanks.
And we're ready for some lunch. We'll be back at 1. There you go.
The medical system, the doctors and the nurses and the therapists, they will keep you alive, but they won't give you a life. And essentially that's what resilience is, coming up with physical, mental, spiritual, social strategies for navigating challenging situations as they face you.
Things happen in life. We all face adversities, but it's all about finding that energy within you to spur you on. Being so adamant, so persistent, so stubborn in that respect, I feel like has helped me get to where I am today. I was working in finance in central London and I met Dr. Cooper. Subsequently, he asked me to come and do a master's and PhD with him. I just quit my job and packed up my things and came to Hull.
We do research and development on technologies to help individuals with disabilities, especially veterans, to fully participate in society.
I'm working on a project called MeBot. It's the Mobility Enhancement Robotic Wheelchair.
We're the only ones in the world that can do that. Robotic wheelchair with a robotic arm that can go up a curb and not spill water or go down without shaking the water bottle. So everyday occurrence for somebody who can walk, but it's like a moonwalk for somebody who is in a power chair. I live this 24 hours a day. So from a design perspective, you do have an advantage if you have some sort of personal connection to the issue. I was 20 years old. I was riding my bicycle that morning, met my then girlfriend, now my wife, for lunch. As we got into the city, there was the bike trail ended and there was like a bike lane, and it kind of went around a bus stop. There was a bus letting off passengers, and I started to pass the bus, and the driver apparently didn't see me and started to pull out into traffic and push me into the oncoming traffic. And unfortunately, there was one of these Mercedes trucks, sort of an American version of a semi-truck, coming in the opposite direction, and we collided head-on. And I bounced off the front of the vehicle, as you might think, the truck, and I was actually still conscious at the time, and I was laying on the ground, and I remember I tried to get up, and I just fell back down and realized I can't walk. I don't know if anybody knows where their resilience comes from. Rosie believing in me, right, and staying with me was an important part of that. Being a soldier, and I was a good soldier, and you learn about testing yourself and what your limits are. General McKnight, the commander that I worked for, came to the hospital and said that you should continue with your dreams and go to college and go and make a difference in the world. Don't let this stop you.
I talk to family members. People are scared. If I have a young gentleman, spinal cord injury, and he thinks it's gloom and doom, and he is giving up on his life, sometimes I do point to the picture of my husband that I have, and I will say, you know what? That gentleman is approaching 60 years old, and he has not slowed down in 40 years. You better get it together. And they say, you know how we feel. And then I correct them. I do not know how you feel. But at least you can learn from us and take what is important for you. And I'm happy to share that.
We're one of the largest minority groups in the world, certainly in the United States. And it cuts across gender and culture and life experience and income level. And it's the only minority group that you can join in an instant.
And then stop at the top, right?
Yep.
Yep.
If you stop at the top.
So you're gonna feel the chair leveling at all times. Yep.
Isn't it nice?
Yeah, it is nice.
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Yep.
Great.
And then this is where
And
I
this
normally
is-
have an anxiety attack.
And you're
didn't.
comfortable with it. Yep. Yep.
I was getting off the bus. It was probably like 7 o'clock at night, and it was winter time. And I looked at the ramp and I thought, that doesn't look right. But I asked the driver and said, is the ramp down? And he said, he jiggled his switch and he goes, yeah, it's down. And I go to get out on the ramp and the ramp collapsed. And that, the chair dumped. Not only did the chair dump, it dumped on me. And so I'm on the ground with the chair on top of me. And so I broke a couple bones in my foot, hit my head, hit my shoulder. After that fall, I really was more intimidated by the kind of uneven terrain and ramps that people complain about a lot.
This is where you really
Trust.
the technology. But
Yeah.
beautiful.
There we go.
Yep.
That was my scared to death face. Every time I had a fear, I would try and face it. I was afraid of water, so I took kayaking lessons and I took boating lessons. I was afraid of heights, so I took flying lessons. Every time I've come across that fear, I've been like, just go up to the edge of it. And for people with disabilities, I think that's an everyday experience. You know, you're afraid of being by yourself, going out in the community, afraid of being a parent.
There, you're coming
we go.
towards me. I have you.
Just press the self-leveling. Technology is the great equalizer. Technology has always been a solution that helped solve really difficult situations.
I was exposed to technology. Out of my personal experience, I know what appropriate technology can do and how it affects the quality not only of my husband's life, but of my life. We live a completely normal and maybe above normal, highly active life, and that is really only possible that we have appropriate technology.
We at Hull make useful tech. Stuff that people at the end of the day will use. The idea of MeBot is I can just continue to drive. I don't have to worry about these unexpected drops or uneven terrain that will be in the middle of the road. The wheelchair will take care of that for me. I've been in several interviews where people either look at my cane most of the time, or my chair, or are concerned about worried about how much sick leave that I'm going to take. Not how much knowledge I have in that area or my experience level, but more towards my disability. And that isn't the case over here. It's back to, okay, what skill sets have you got to offer? It's the curb drops that can be quite challenging, especially one challenge that I found was...
Drop-offs are always the challenge, right?
Right, and it's the metal grates, the drainage. Though detecting that can be a hit or miss because it's reflective, especially in sunlight. After it's just rained.
Why not just say that's a non... I actively recruit students with obvious disabilities. I try to spend as much time as I possibly can to help mentor them so that they can be successful. There are certain aspects of life with disability that my students and I that have similar disabilities understand and can discuss, and we can, you know, some of that mentoring goes beyond the academic mentoring, and, you know, you want to build that relationship where they feel that they can ask you the questions that they need answers to, whether they're related to, they're academically related or not, because it all goes to their ultimate success. Neither my wife or I really knew how high the unemployment was for individuals with obvious disabilities and like a spinal cord injury, like myself, who uses a wheelchair, and that how hard it would be to find employment. The expected performance of me is probably about twice that of another employee. Every person with a disability that's in working probably has 3 jobs, with only one of them being recognized or compensated for. And one of that job is to do whatever you're hired to do. The other job is you have to actually be an advocate for yourself in a way that is acceptable to the work environment or the culture that you're in, because otherwise it will create other problems. Whether you like it or not, you are serving as an example to the people that you work and interact with of what it's like to have a person with a disability in the workplace. I do get angry sometimes. I was injured at a time where there were very few accommodations. I've seen a lot of restaurants through the kitchen. I've taken a lot of freight elevators. I've been, denied to fly, denied to rent a car, denied to stay in a hotel. I've had my accessible room given away. And I've told businesses, they said, well, we'll carry you up those 3 stairs if you want to eat at our restaurant. And I'll say, no, when you remove those stairs, then I'll give you my business.
I get so angered inside of me. There's still a lot of change that needs to be done. You need to treat everyone impartially, no matter if they're in a chair, a cane, or have any other types of disabilities. You gotta look them in the eye and treat them fairly. The modifications are just modifications. In retrospect, they're not a big deal. And that's what people need to start seeing.
Literally, it takes a community to make a difference. One of my favorite quotes is when Tom Hanks is the coach from A League of Your Own, right? Excuse me. Where he says, of course it's hard. It's supposed to be hard, right? It's the hard that makes it great. I hope that sometime there's a world where there's no need to advocate because everybody will understand and value people's different ability levels and experiences. I hope at the same time that people with disabilities in the workplace will be so ubiquitous and at all levels of society, all levels of employment, all levels, all sectors of employment, that I don't have to worry about being a role model. I can just be a person. The medical system, the doctors and the nurses and the therapists, they will keep you alive, but they won't give you a life. And essentially that's what resilience is, coming up with physical, mental, spiritual, social strategies for navigating challenging situations as they face you.
Things happen in life. We all face adversities, but it's all about finding that energy within you to spur you on. Being so adamant, so persistent, so stubborn in that respect, I feel like has helped me get to where I am today. I was working in finance in central London and I met Dr. Cooper. Subsequently, he asked me to come and do a master's and PhD with him. I just quit my job and packed up my things and came to Hull.
We do research and development on technologies to help individuals with disabilities, especially veterans, to fully participate in society.
I'm working on a project called MeBot. It's the Mobility Enhancement Robotic Wheelchair.
We're the only ones in the world that can do that. Robotic wheelchair with a robotic arm that can go up a curb and not spill water or go down without shaking the water bottle. So everyday occurrence for somebody who can walk, but it's like a moonwalk for somebody who is in a power chair. I live this 24 hours a day. So from a design perspective, you do have an advantage if you have some sort of personal connection to the issue. I was 20 years old. I was riding my bicycle that morning, met my then girlfriend, now my wife, for lunch. As we got into the city, there was the bike trail ended, and there was like a bike lane, and it kind of went around a bus stop. There was a bus letting off passengers, and I started to pass the bus, and the driver apparently didn't see me and started to pull out into traffic and push me into the oncoming traffic. And unfortunately, there was one of these Mercedes trucks, sort of an American version of a semi-truck, coming in the opposite direction, and we collided head-on. And I bounced off the front of the vehicle, as you might think, the truck, and I was actually still conscious at the time, and I was laying on the ground, and I remember I tried to get up, and I just fell back down and realized I can't walk. I don't know if anybody knows where their resilience comes from. Rosie believing in me, right, and staying with me was an important part of that. Being a soldier, and I was a good soldier, and you learn about testing yourself and what your limits are. General McKnight, the commander that I worked for, came to the hospital and said that you should continue with your dreams and go to college and go and make a difference in the world. Don't let this stop you.
I talk to family members. People are scared. If I have a young gentleman, spinal cord injury, and he thinks it's gloom and doom, and he is giving up on his life, sometimes I do point to the picture of my husband that I have, and I will say, you know what? That gentleman is approaching 60 years old, and he has not slowed down in 40 years. You better get it together. And they say, you know how we feel. And then I correct them. I do not know how you feel. But at least you can learn from us and take what is important for you. And I'm happy to share that.
We're one of the largest minority groups in the world, certainly in the United States. And it cuts across gender and culture and life experience and income level. And it's the only minority group that you can join in an instant.
And then stop at the top, right?
Yep. You stop at the top.
So you're going to feel the chair leveling at all times.
Yep.
Isn't it nice?
Yeah, it is nice.
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Great.
And then this is where I normally have an anxiety attack.
And you're comfortable with it. Yep. Yep.
I was getting off the bus. It was probably like 7 o'clock at night, and it was winter time. And I looked at the ramp, and I thought, that doesn't look right. But I asked the driver and said, is the ramp down? And he said, he jiggled his switch, and he goes, yeah, it's down. And I go to get out on the ramp, and the ramp collapsed. And that, the chair dumped. Not only did the chair dump, it dumped on me. And so I'm on the ground with the chair on top of me. And so I broke a couple bones in my foot, hit my head, hit my shoulder. After that fall, I really was more intimidated by the kind of uneven terrain and ramps that people complain about a lot.
This is for you, really.
Trust.
Trust the technology, but
Yeah.
beautiful.
There we go.
Yeah.
That was my scared to death face. Every time I had a fear, I would try and face it. I was afraid of water, so I took kayaking lessons and I took boating lessons. I was afraid of heights, so I took flying lessons. Every time I've come across that fear, I've been like, just go up to the edge of it. And for people with disabilities, I think that's an everyday experience. You know, you're afraid of being by yourself, you know, going out in the community, afraid of being a parent.
There, you're coming
we go.
towards me. I have you.
Just press the self-leveling.
Technology is the great equalizer. Technology has always been a solution that helped solve really difficult situations.
I was exposed to technology. Out of my personal experience, I know what appropriate technology can do and how it affects the quality not only of my husband's life, but boy, of my life. We live a completely normal and maybe above normal, highly active life, and that is really only possible that we have appropriate technology.
We at Hull make useful tech. Stuff that people at the end of the day will use. The idea of MeBot is I can just continue to drive. I don't have to worry about these unexpected drops or uneven terrain that will be in the middle of the road. The wheelchair will take care of that for me. I've been in several interviews where people either look at my cane most of the time, or my chair, or are concerned about worried about how much sick leave that I'm going to take. Not how much knowledge I have in that area or my experience level, but more towards my disability. And that isn't the case over here. It's back to, okay, what skill sets have you got to offer? It's the curb drops that can be quite challenging, especially one challenge that I found was...
Drop-offs are always the challenge, right?
Right, and it's the metal grates, the drainage. Though detecting that can be a hit or miss because it's reflective, especially in sunlight. After it's just rained.
Why not just say that's a non... I actively recruit students with obvious disabilities. I try to spend as much time as I possibly can to help mentor them so that they can be successful. There are certain aspects of life with disability that my students and I that have similar disabilities understand and can discuss, and we can, you know, some of that mentoring goes beyond the academic mentoring, and, you know, you want to build that relationship where they feel that they can ask you the questions that they need answers to, whether they're they're academically related or not, because it all goes to their ultimate success. Neither my wife or I really knew how high the unemployment was for individuals with obvious disabilities and like a spinal cord injury, like myself, who uses a wheelchair, and that how hard it would be to find employment. The expected performance of me is probably about twice that of another employee. Every person with a disability that's in working probably has 3 jobs, with only one of them being recognized or compensated for. And one of that job is to do whatever you're hired to do. The other job is you have to actually be an advocate for yourself in a way that is acceptable to the work environment or the culture that you're in, because otherwise it will create other problems. Whether you like it or not, you are serving as an example to the people that you work and interact with of what it's like to have a person with a disability in the workplace. I do get angry sometimes. I was injured at a time where there were very few accommodations. I've seen a lot of restaurants through the kitchen. I've taken a lot of freight elevators. I've been, denied to fly, denied to rent a car, denied to stay in a hotel. I've had my accessible room given away. And I've told businesses, they said, well, we'll carry you up those 3 stairs if you want to eat at our restaurant. And I'll say, no, when you remove those stairs, then I'll give you my business.
I get so angered inside of me. There's still a lot of change that needs to be done. You need to treat everyone impartially, no matter if they're in a chair, a cane, or have any other types of disabilities. You gotta look them in the eye and treat them fairly. The modifications are just modifications. In retrospect, they're not a big deal. And that's what people need to start seeing.
Literally, it takes a community to make a difference. One of my favorite quotes is when Tom Hanks is the coach from A League of Your Own, right? Oh, excuse me. Where he says, of course it's hard. It's supposed to be hard, right? It's the hard that makes it great. I hope at some time there's a world where there's no need to advocate because everybody will understand and value people's different ability levels and experiences. Hope at the same time that people with disabilities in the workplace will be so ubiquitous and at all levels of society, all levels of employment, all sectors of employment, that I don't have to worry about being a role model. I can just be a person.
There might be some people still making their way in. Yeah, there are. We give them like a minute or two, a few minutes. Yeah. I was amazed there were still sandwiches back there. That's the problem. I think people might start grazing and like grabbing more. The salad was excellent. Yeah, it's good stuff. Well, that was a very fast. It's been a fast-moving day actually already. I'm kind of surprised how quickly everything's been zooming by.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I think so.
It's a really good docket.
And welcome back from lunch. Here we are again. This is the afternoon part of the San Diego Spinal Cord Symposium. So yeah, maybe the best thing is to just kind of, because usually I guess my intros are kind of serving as some segue. So I'll just go ahead and get started with that. So our next speaker is Rosemarie Cooper, who is an associate professor at Pitt and a RESNA certified ATP, that's assistive technology professional. And she's worked over 15 or more years as a clinical instructor, as a wheelchair seating clinician. She, as we've just heard, was employed, not recently, but has been employed at the Human Engineering Research Lab as well, and as an associate director of stakeholder engagement. And in addition to many articles and on wheelchairs and seating, has a certain background here in business as well as being a master of physical therapy. So we appreciate you coming out. Oh, you're behind me? I'll let you take it away. Thank you.
Great. So welcome back from lunch. I'm very happy that I stood not between you and lunch. That was Rory. So now you are not hungry. You are well relaxed. And I have to give a little shout out to my warm-up team. So, yeah, my name is Rosemarie Cooper. I always told my clients, my name is Rosemarie Cooper, but if I do or say anything that you don't like, no, I said it different. Feel free to call me Rosie. If I do or say anything that you don't like, then call me Rosemarie. So, and then even more, after I always said, I hope I can finish our visit on a rosy note. So here's my goal. I hope I can finish the talk on a rosy note. But I have to tell you, nothing is better than being guilty by association. So you just listened before lunch to the lecture that Rory, my husband, gave to you. So I was very, very privileged that about 4 years ago, I made the switch out of the clinical service that I had provided for 20 years as a physical therapist in seating and mobility, that I actually switched to the other side. And I just talked to one lady in the audience. Part of it is, and we ended a little bit the talk to what about Medicare, Medicaid. With the clinical setting, I have to tell you, I fought the same fights for many years, and I saw, actually, we won a lot of battles, but then through COVID, just the clinical practice and the insurances diminished a little bit my enthusiasm to continue on, and I thought I can maybe better be served if I switch to the other side and provide the clinical experience to our research team. And that led me to being employed as the Associate Director for Stakeholder Engagement. And I hope I can engage with you. And I have to tell you, it was not very difficult to join the team at Hurl. The culture in Hurl is we have young engineers, talented engineers, we have other clinicians, we have a multidisciplinary team really thriving through enthusiastically developed technologies that can really impact the end users. So I very much wanted to be part of the team, and here you see a little bit what drives us, but I like the end part. Have fun and enjoy the journey with each other. And that's a little bit what we are trying to do as the engagement team. Here is my team. So our engagement team, we have our Assistant Director for Education and Outreach. It's Joshua Moreno. He is a wounded veteran. He Iraq blast injury, had a TBI, joined our Elevate program, and became a rehab counselor. And for the last 10 years has worked with our outreach and education program, taking care of our internships. We also have a communication specialist within our team, also recently hired, a young veteran, West Virginia National Guard, studied at West Virginia University, communications, and now he is part of my team for the media and the communication to help me really engage our research, communicate it to the outside. And research participant advocate. I have another slide a little bit more to explain what that role is, and that is William. And this was just, I needed a little bit of a team picture, how we engage together, sitting in my office, talking about the week, what we will do. So my role as the associate director and why I tried, so bringing the clinical aspect, working with our engineers with the clinical feedback. But what I actually do as a therapist, sometimes I have to bring it to the basis. Teach them how to do safe transfers. When we have subjects in, they need to know how be safe, teaching the engineers so that they can assist in a good way. Sometimes when we talk about our wheelchair designs and if we do wheelchair studies, actually educating them on the appropriate propulsion. And that's where I bring my experience from years in the seating clinic, how to fit manual chairs, how to instruct them. Because our engineers haven't been in the clinic, they are developing technologies. And I just wanted to see a little bit of a hint, how many therapists are in the room? Great. And I think when Al Kovac asked me to talk, I wanted to talk to you as therapists because I think there is really, really good room for us to be in the research setting because the experience we are bringing from the field, from the end users, can be very valuable. And then, yeah, I think I covered that. And then certainly here, for us clinicians being involved in the research part. Because what we bring to the researchers, we know the end users, correct? Especially, I have to tell you, when we do recruitment, we have, I was able to, for quite a bit of our studies, even after I left the clinic, and my clients would say, Rosie, how can we get a hold of you? I said, I will get a hold of you because we do research studies where we need you to participate in. And just because I had the connections for all these years with my participants, with my clients, I was able to successfully still tap into them. You can see me help us develop the new technology and participate in the study. Also within research, like I said, we are trying to engage the stakeholders. But stakeholders are not just the participants, correct? For us, the stakeholders are students, it's the industry, it's PVA, our veterans. So basically for us, it is a multidisciplinary team so that we try to involve the whole group and we help with them. The other part, we have a registry and we have to really organize. We try to recruit. Louis, you are already in our whole registry. It's basically when we come in contact with potential participants, we ask them, would you like to become a member of our registry so we can inform you of studies where you may meet the profile. Therapists, you can be in research and you can be part on papers, be co-authors. And what I get utilized from our engineers, sometimes, not that I understand all the engineering technology, that's above my head. I always skip about the methods. But where I look into is the clinical relevance. I look for the subjects. I look at that subject testing part. And I tell them and I make my refinements and my input. And again, based on the clinical experience. Education and outreach, that is really Josh Marino, our assistant director. But we have, since our students are present, so we have in the summertime a summer internship program through NSF sponsored. There is also an internship program through the VA sponsored, the Valor program. We have our Elevate. So we recruit about 30 to 40 undergraduate students interested in engineering to spend 10 weeks in the summer with us and work on various projects that we are developing. And as you could tell this morning, we have many projects and we have many areas. And I have to tell you, where is Nikki? Ah, she's there. But we had actually one of our former students. She's here, a part of the conference. The other part, we also help organize the State of the Science, which is a cutting-edge research symposium sponsored by PVA. And we do this in conjunction with the medical team at UShoes and Walter Reed. And that State of the Science Symposium has been, we are celebrating the 20th year. So when the conflict arose and we got our polytrauma injured soldiers back, for Walter Reed was a big question, how can we most effectively provide the rehab care through the technology? And instead of having the physicians and the therapists having to go and seek out different conferences, we would bring the research to them. So every 3 months, the top scientists in the various fields are participating in that symposium. Here is the research participant advocate. And I like for you to pay attention to works within this team to adapt a customer service model and build a customer service-oriented infrastructure with a focus on the research participant as the consumer and the research studies as products of choice and preference. I like for you to let that sink in a little bit. So I decided with our Dr. DiCiano, our medical director, 2 or 3 years ago, to bring a little bit this same flair to our research participants, what I had been utilizing in our clinic for 20 years. So when I started at our Center for Assistive Technology, which I ran for the University of Pittsburgh and UPMC, one of Western Pennsylvania's largest AT clinic. When I first started as the director, I've noticed that there were a lot of my clients came in with the advocate from the community. And I was wondering, why would they always bring an advocate? The advocate was there to help the client make a stand against the physician and the therapist, to educate the physician and the therapist what the client needed. They didn't trust the medical team that we would serve in the best interest. 15 years later, after I did already the 3rd and 4th chair, advocates didn't come to our clinic. My background in Germany, I was trained in hotel and restaurant management. Then I worked 12 years in Sacramento and San Luis Obispo for Wells Fargo Bank. So I was trained in customer service. And then I studied international business. And then I became a physical therapist. And I recalled, our clients are customers, and we need to bring a little bit of customer service. And when we instilled that in our clinic for 15 years, and clients picked up on it, and with the help of Rory, certainly, we wanted to make sure our clients are not patients, not sick patients, that are people that have been living with their impairments for many years. They know what they need to get around. They are customers. And I thought, can't we use this in our clinic or in our research now? Because it's very hard to recruit participants, and sometimes it's very hard to keep participants involved, correct? And how can we make that connection? So we decided to hire an advocate. So the advocate is when we recruit our, when we ask participants in our study, the advocate will make the first connection and explain, the advocate understands, especially when we study clients with impairments, there is hesitation, very much hesitation from our participants. Will the researchers understand if I can't do the research? Or do they even know what my impairment will be involved? Maybe I can't go through the research for 2 or 3 hours, or I need breaks, or what, spinal cord, what if I have an accident? What. But having an advocate there who is doing the research, just making sure the client is comfortable. Do they need water? Do they need a break? Can they read the signs if a participant gets really tired in the study, or maybe they just can't do the study? Also with the advocate, and I'm still in the process of training him, but I want this advocate to even be involved when we write a grant. When we write a grant and we have the human subjects portion, and the advocate will read through it, is that even possible? What can a person with high spinal cord injury even endure in a research protocol? You can't get them in at 8 o'clock in the morning and then have a 6-hour research protocol and then send them home. To understand what it takes for a client with high spinal cord injury to come into our lab for an 8 o'clock morning study, that means they would have to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning, correct? They have to get ready. It takes 2 or 3 hours to even get ready, and that's already half the day of a job. And then they come to the research, and then you do like a 6-hour research protocol. So having that insight and being able to communicate with the PIs when you write, can we do a realistic human subject, something that we can justify to the IRB, and a protocol that would not be so difficult to recruit for? I don't want to scare our participants. They say, yeah, we will do the protocol, but I will never, ever do this study again with them. They torture you. But that is what is happening. And we try to avoid that. So you may want to consider within your team, get an advocate. My advocate, William, has a hearing impairment. pretty obvious. He has like the amplifiers attached to his head. Our participants pick up on it. It is a person with an impairment who is trying to tell them, yes, I understand. I will be there to watch out for you. I will make sure you get treated right. So part of his role is also to maybe even after the research study was done, to communicate, maybe when we publish an article. Wouldn't it be nice to contact our participants and say, thank you. Without your participants, we could not have had that product. What happens sometimes is participants come, we collect the data, and then they have no clue what is happening with their participation. Did their time, their effort, what was the product? And we found out that that is very helpful when we go to the National Veterans Wheelchair Games. We have been participating in the wheelchair games thanks to the support of PVA that we can conduct for 20 years our research. And our veterans that are coming back, they can see the progression of they participated a year ago in MeBot, they drove MeBot, they gave the feedback on what we should improve. Whoops, the next year MeBot is coming, and they can see that their input, what was the effect on their participation. And sometimes we bring our abstracts, we bring some of our publications, and for them to know, I had a stake in it. I participated in it. And I think that is something that we need to keep in mind for recruitment, for retention, keep our participants informed. And that's a little bit what I'm asking our advocate to do. So this will be a repeat, maybe a different spin. You heard that on the move pad? To you, therapists, clinician, I carry a patent. And I'm not an engineer, and I did not have to write the patent, but I was sitting at the sewing machine with Rory, and we did the first on the move pad. And that is a little bit because of our clinical experience. I had quite a few, not just because of Rory's accident, but I would get clients in the chair and they would come with a pressure sore. And my focus was the whole time, what is wrong with the chair that I prescribed? What is wrong with the cushion? And then I've learned to ask, so what else did you do on the weekend? Or what else do you do? Oh, I have my bowel program that takes an hour, 2 hours every 3 days. I said, yeah, I don't have a padded toilet seat, correct? They are sitting on a hard toilet shell. Or I took a plane ride or a car ride, and I did not sit on my cushion. I sat on a car seat that was designed for able-bodied, healthy, sensitive buttocks, but not off. So these everyday problems that could also cause pressure sores and were unrelated to the technology that we provided, so made us really with on the move pad. So, or you've seen so many washcloths, so many towels, we can replace it. To the point of Medicaid care and Medicaid, it takes right now almost 6 months or almost to a year to replace a worn down lateral because the foam is worn down. And by the time the therapist, by the time the vendor, by the time the insurance approves a new lateral padding, you have breakdown. So a little bit, that's when washcloths and towels and other foams. So for you in the OT clinics, if you see some upholstery damage, you can just wrap the on the move pad on it. So that was what drove us a little bit for that and the clinical aspect. And then we already talked about, so all I wanted to point out a little bit, yes, you have to put your dignity a little bit aside. If they say, Rosie, can you be our guinea pig? We need to do the instrumentation and test if the instrumentation works when we do a transfer. So yeah, I did the mock trials. Yes, I volunteered, and they can put the sensors on me, and we can go through the research protocol and make sure in the mock trial everything works right when we are out and instrument participants. The other part is, this was for the caregivers. You have to go and feel what we ask in the protocol. You have to volunteer your body and say, oh my God, how many sensors and what do I have to do? But at least you have a little sympathy for your caregivers. You ask to do that, and maybe you can do some deviations before you put it on real participants. Here, this is, I think, can I play the video? I don't know. Is it embedded? Yeah. So Rory had the older version of the bed. I have connections to the graduate student, and he does not know. He said, Rosie, can I get the new version? I said, no, I have the connections to Shantanu, and I worked with him, and I engaged with Shantanu. So Shantanu yesterday evening put that new version on the bed. So I carry the latest version of our transfer bed, and he even gave me, if you have Engage, and if you are good with your postdocs or with your graduate students, they will do your work for you. So he created that slide for me, but now you can get a pretty good, so this is ready for participant testing. We are actually starting a recruitment where we can actually put pairs, caregiver and participant, onto the bed. And yes, on top, you see my engagement. I actually, they allowed me to transfer a test dummy. That was all I was able to do, but Shantanu took care of the real person transfer. But this is huge. So part from our engagement, what we do is we certainly help Shantanu recruit. We need to recruit the caregivers, but also having an understanding what caregivers are getting through. And this is just a great technology that hopefully we can get it to market. Will save a lot of users' backs and make the transfer a lot more dignified for the end user. So it's like a win-win for both sides. So the MeBot, yes. I am taking a little bit pride and also justification for MeBot because 10 of my former clients, when we were ready to test the self-leveling automation, they trusted, and when I asked them, would you be willing to test drive the MeBot and test the self-leveling? And so we did end user trial. It was pretty amazing when we talked to them. The MeBot has, we can start with automation on either self-leveling or curb climbing or even stair climbing. The feedback from our end users was, please start on self-leveling first. Because when we drive over uneven terrain, we want MeBot to watch out for us and not us. Right now, when we drive a power chair over uneven terrain through potholes, it's a pretty cognitive challenging task because you have to be prepared. But if you have a device that can think for you and will watch out for you and you can just take a leisure ride, and you can talk, and you can enjoy, and you don't have to always concentrate on the terrain, and MeBot will take care of you. So they wanted that. At the end of almost every participant, we let them compare their own device over an obstacle. Then with the MeBot, they refer to MeBot as the magic carpet. And they almost did not want to get out of it. So we got very, very nice feedback. And my clients, yes, they will still come back for other studies because apparently they trusted my recommendation. This is actually journey. There is Nikki. So Nikki was a participant in our education internship program for 10 weeks, but it was during COVID, so we had to do it long distance. So today is actually the first time I saw her in person, but we had like 10 weeks conversation via internet video. But Nikki worked on the journey mapping for our research transportation program. She did not know that we would use the information from journey mapping to incorporate into like an educational board game. But part when we had the transportation center, so one of the tasks was through journey mapping, we did 20 interviews with end users with various impairments. We wanted to know what blind, hearing impaired, mobility impaired end users go through when they want to take a trip. And we did the journey mapping from organizing, like planning a trip, all the way to catching like the ride, and all the way, all the different steps getting to the end of the destination. So I was the clinician that did the 20 interviews, the various feedback. We organized the data, and then we looked at the data, and it said, you know, wouldn't that be interesting to get a board game established? To help with a board game, we have different scenarios, 20 like or 50 different scenario cards with possible ranked answers. And then there are pitfall cards. And then there are perk cards. And we are testing the game at the National Disabled Winter. Louis, we will ask you to play the game with us. But our anticipation is to help through a game that you maybe can put in acute rehab, newly injured end user, family members, even for therapists or for rehab or healthcare professionals that are not quite yet in tuned, or what does a person with a mobility need even face when they just want to plan a trip just to in suburbia, correct? What does it take? What are the pitfalls? The scenario cards will encourage a discussion, a learning. What would you do in that situation? So that educational board game came out of, Nikki, you can be proud, out of your work you did with us. And I think that was just a little bit of a flair. And I'm just in the right time. Great. Any questions?
With the CAT tool that you were assessment that you were talking about, that's being used in the clinic. Has there been any research done on it being used like in the acute care side?
Actually, that CAT tool, they took it out into the community. So that was Haley. She did her PhD thesis on it. She collected. That CAT tool, we just wanted to see what is happening in the community. And that's why we instrumented the caregivers. We did not interfere with our transfers. We just wanted, so there is still, so everything looks perfect in the clinic. You teach, and then the home setting is a completely different beast. And I've noticed too, sometimes you asked caregivers in the clinic, you know, they were very hesitant to show how they transfer in front of the PT a client. And I would say, no. Transfer like you normally do. I said, in my view, you are the expert. Because I would say, you're still okay? Your loved one is still okay? You must be doing something right. So don't worry, show me how you do it, because it has to work in the home. So that whole CAT study that Haley was looking, just going, what is happening? What are participants or caregivers that don't have any issues? How do they do the transfer? And how do they activate certain muscles? That's why we like instrumented. And what do people maybe that have? Because it's really not clear yet for us, what is the gold standard for transfers? So that was her research. Does that make sense?
Rosie,
Great.
thank you. Thank you so much again for a lovely talk. Really appreciate it. Wow, great. Well, our next speaker is Dr. Toreyin, who is an associate professor of electrical engineering at San Diego State University. So his background is a lot of postdoc training, I think, at Tech, and a lot of work in sensors. And we came to know each other in trying to explore avenues for engineering students to help in the Spinal Cord Injury Center, and led to some very interesting tours of the center for Dr. Toreyin's classes, which I think some of us have met the students and participated in that. So meanwhile, Dr. Toreyin, I think, encountered a few of our patients, and we discussed issues that relate to the challenges they face, particularly with respect to respiratory function. And was really pleased to kind of see how the project kind of unfolds as we kind of presented a clinical problem, and just leave it for Dr. Toreyin to take it away. Thank you.
Like Dr. York said, I'm an associate professor in electrical and computer engineering department at San Diego State University. Today, and I am the PI of the research lab Smart Biomedical Systems Laboratory at San Diego State. So today I would like to talk about a project we started a few months ago with Dr. Henry York being my collaborator, which is on wearable system design for diaphragmatic efficiency monitoring. So like in this first slide, I would like to give you some motivation as to why we want to build a system that I'm going to introduce, I'm going to explain more about. And here are some numbers of prevalence of traumatic spinal cord injury cases, and specifically cervical spinal cord injury cases. So like there are approximately 18,000 new traumatic spinal cord injury cases annually in the United States. And approximately 300,000 people are living with TSCI in the US. And if we consider the non-traumatic SCI cases, like the incidence and prevalence is even greater. And since 2015, tetraplegia from cervical spinal cord injury accounts for 59.6% of all TSCI. So there are respiratory complications that build up, which is a leading cause of death in CSCI. And the reason for that is diaphragm innervation by the phrenic nerve originates from the 3rd to 5th cervical roots. And therefore, like for those patients with cervical spinal cord injury, it is important to do regular follow-up due to potential deterioration of the diaphragmatic efficiency with age over time. So at the instance of the trauma, some patients are already implanted with a diaphragmatic pacemaker, but some patients do not need that at that moment. But over years, they might develop such a respiratory problem. So like our target population is actually built a sensor device, sensor system for those who need monitoring over years. So the current techniques for pulmonary function monitoring, diaphragm testing and diaphragm visualization that are performed in the clinic, these things are, like some of them are invasive and almost all of them are technically challenging. And associated with that, they are costly. And they require volitional inspiratory efforts. And they, on top of that, they require time-consuming travel to a healthcare facility. Therefore, for those reasons, it is impractical for a gradually developing condition as such to use those existing monitoring techniques. And on top of that, there is additional impairment in mobility and limited access to specialized transportation in the target population we're considering in cervical spinal cord injury patients, which might prevent them from obtaining such testing on a regular basis. And in other words, there is a lack of convenient sensor system of reliable diaphragmatic efficiency monitoring at home or in the community. So our objective in this project is to improve, in general, early detection rates of respiratory dysfunction and accordingly improve the treatment efficacy. Our approach is to develop and validate a precise, cost-effective wearable sensor system that will objectively and unobtrusively assess diaphragmatic efficiency. And in particular, we're going to look into a certain metric called neuroventilatory efficiency, something I learned as I was introduced with this problem, NVE. So like if we take a look at what it means, like for those who are not maybe familiar as I was. That's basically a metric to quantify diaphragmatic efficiency. And like in these diagrams, you see like on the left, inspiration. So the diaphragm basically contracts, decreasing the air pressure inside the lung. And accordingly, the air will be inhaled into or filled in the lungs. Basically, the neuroventilatory efficiency measures the effectiveness of the neural signals controlling the diaphragm, in particular during the inspiration phase. So like there is some electrical activity associated with the diaphragm force generation. And accordingly, there's going to be an increase in the air intake, like inhaled. This metric simply calculates the amount of air that is inhaled and divides it by the electrical activity of diaphragm, basically the maximum electrical signal that is measured. So in a sense, like it tells us it acts like a metric that quantifies, like, okay, I put this much effort, like as diaphragm, and in response, how much air did I inhale? Like if we, like this is a study from like another article, but it kind of illustrates the importance of this particular metric in being a good predictor of weaning success. So they basically compare two groups of people, while weaning failure is simply inability to successfully transition a patient from mechanical ventilation to spontaneous breathing. So they compared the two groups of patients who, one group were successful in extubation, and the other group was failed extubation patients. And this is a particular, a protocol measuring spontaneous breathing trial, and like it basically the x-axis is showing the time, y-axis is showing the metric that we are after, and as expected, it is some volume over some electrical signal in voltage, so like some liters per volt is the units. And over time, after the onset of the trial, the NVE value for both groups decrease like almost sharply, but then over time it remains constant approximately for these two different groups. That stable value is significantly different. 40 for the successfully extubated patients versus 20 approximately in failed extubated patients. So like it's a good predictor of weaning success, in other words. So like we would like to measure these two quantities, tidal volume first and then electrical activity of diaphragm. If we can measure that at home, like with a wearable system, then that's a good indicator of the diaphragmatic efficiency. So how are we going to measure the tidal volume? So that's the first thing we're going to measure. So we follow a non-invasive procedure of electrical bioimpedance. So simply like our body is electrically conductive, and therefore we have some resistance or in general impedance associated with our body. It's electrically conductive, but it's not the best of the conductors, luckily. So like we have some resistance to electricity. So what that means is basically we can talk about an impedance which we call as bioimpedance. And that bioimpedance is something that can be measured non-invasively. So like to see how that works, well, basically this impedance measurement, if it is done on thoracic impedance changes, then it is called, particularly it's called impedance pneumography. So that's the technique we're going to use. So it simply measures the changes caused by breathing, providing insights into lung function. So like let's assume like this is our lung, my very rough drawing. So, and it's in exhale condition. So if we inject current onto this lung and measure, and collect the current on this second electrode, what we do is we create an electrical potential across the contact points. So if we measure that electrical potential and divide by the amount of current we inject, that's the impedance that we obtain in the exhale condition. What happens is during inhale, air starts filling in the lungs, and lung with more air is like now bigger. The thing is air is not conductive, and therefore we expect to see an increase in the impedance. And that increase in the impedance during inhale will be reflected as an increase in the voltage that we're going to measure if we apply the same current, which we are going to be doing. So by simply keeping track of this voltage that we create across the lung, then we will be also able to tell the respiration phases, like at what phase of the respiration the subject is doing. And also, depending on the amount of the volume of the air that is inhaled, the impedance increase will go up or go down. So that's the technique we're going to be using to measure tidal volume non-invasively. About the second one, which was the electrical activity of diaphragm, EADI, non-invasively. So like to see what causes that, like what is the reason for electrical activity in the diaphragm. So diaphragm is a muscle, and like any other, like most other muscles, like motor units send stimulus to muscle, causing contraction and tiny ionic electrical currents going through the membrane of the muscle cells. And those ionic currents, they are not electronic currents like we have in electronic systems, but they are still some electrical current. And as a result, some potential we can talk about a potential difference across the cell membrane. And that potential is called action potential. So since we have many fibers that are contracting in a synchronous manner, all those small, tiny electrical potentials are going to add up, creating large electrical potential activity. So if we place an invasive electrode right next to the muscle fibers, and with some reference electrode that is not shown here, we can capture what is called as electromyogram, basically the electrical activity of the diaphragm. And the thing is, because the signal is not super small, the reason for that is there are many muscle fibers, and we have a similar situation in diaphragm. And accordingly, we can actually capture the same signal using non-invasive electrodes placed over the diaphragm. So that we call as surface electromyogram. So this is the procedure, well, this is the technique we're going to be using to capture the electrical activity of diaphragm. So like now giving you the overview of how we're going to do the non-invasive sensing of those two quantities, tidal volume and the electrical activity of diaphragm. So our goal in this very project, which is like has a span of like a year, we want to achieve high signal to noise ratio, some engineering term that like pretty much every engineer wants to maximize in impedance tomography and surface electromyogram recordings for accurate assessment. So that's the first thing we want to do. The second thing is we want to develop an unobtrusive, long-lasting system capable of capturing impedance tomography and SEMG signals simultaneously without frequent charging. And then lastly, we want to show in this project we can accurately predict tidal volume through impedance tomography. And also, we would like to establish strong correlations between the surface electromyogram and inspiratory load. So the idea is basically the project consists of two distinct kind of aims. The first aim being the design of hardware. Initially, we decided to go with designing two separate systems, one for impedance tomography, one for surface electromyogram. And then, as we start collecting our initial data with those two systems, we're going to figure out the best location that we can simultaneously collect both of these signals. So the goal of designing two separate hardware systems initially is to figure out where on the upper body is the best location that will maximize the signal-to-noise ratio for those two signals. And for that, we do a healthy subject validation. So like you see this drawing, we have a bunch of electrode locations, which we don't know which one works the best. So we're going to try that out. Of course, we're going to collect our impedance tomography and surface electromyogram, and we're going to also collect true ground truth spirometer data to keep track of the actual tidal volume. And then once we figure out that location, hopefully there is one small location we can place all of those electrodes for those two different systems. We're going to combine the systems into a single wearable hardware. And then we're going to do another set of human subject measurements using that now integrated system. And again, like in this project, we want to show the correlation between tidal volume and impedance tomography measurements and the effort the person has to place and the inbreeding and versus the surface electromyogram signal. So we already, this is now the status of the project now. We have already designed those two different sensor systems. You see the PCBs on them. This surface EMG sensor has 3 electrodes. The other one uses 4 electrodes. And their dimensions are not, not large. They are both operated by lithium-ion batteries, so there's no literal risk of electroshock. And we also started collecting some preliminary data, although we haven't recruited our subjects yet. So this one is showing the spirometer system in my lab, and this is showing again the same impedance tomography hardware I showed in the previous slide. And this is our electrode positioning. 2 electrodes go in here, upper sternum, and 2 goes to here, V5, standard V5 for ECG electrode location. And we basically compare the spirometer measurements against the impedance tomography measurement. So this is really something quantified yet. There are errors, of course, between those 2 curves. But you can see more or less they're in good, they follow each other. The impedance tomography measurement follows the spirometer measurement. Basically, spirometer doesn't measure the volume by itself. It simply measures the flow of air, which is integrated to obtain the volume, the amount of air that is inhaled. and exhaled at each cycle. So my student has tried like simple, different respiratory efforts. So like, fast breathing you see over here, and like, longer or deeper breaths also. So that's where we are. We are about to start the actual recruitment on and start taking data from subjects. This project is on healthy subject validation initially. Again, the idea is to demonstrate the proof of concept hardware, which will hopefully turn into like larger measurements on larger populations. So I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Henry York, my colleague at VA San Diego, for collaborating with me on this project. And actually, like, I got the idea on during one of our class visits to VA San Diego. The problem of respiration was not obvious to me in spinal cord injury. And I'd like to acknowledge also our fund source for this project, Shirley Ryan Ability Lab. They have a specific seed grant called Center for Smart Use of Technologies to Assess Real-World Outcomes pilot project program. So that's the end of my talk. I'll be happy to get your questions.
Yeah, I really like what you're doing. I had a sort of a technical question.
Yeah.
One of the things we've been interested in recording over time has been intercostal EMG. So just thinking about where you've got your sensor, your intercostal muscles are much closer, right?
Yeah.
So the probability is that you're going to have quite a bit of the signal, which will be accounted for from the intercostals. Have you been thinking about that?
Yeah, actually, with this grant, we had a meeting with some clinicians in this field, and they also one of the first things they brought up was that. So like, we might end up getting mostly like those muscles rather than diaphragm. And still they think, even though it won't be in exact PVE measurement, they still like kind of acknowledge the validity of the metric, whatever we're going to get. It won't be the diaphragm's only electrical activity. It will be a collective activity of muscles that are responsible or taking part during respiration. So like, it will be collective activity of multiple muscles. It won't be a perfect replica of that only diaphragm muscle measurement. So we like that's something that we are kind of like aware of, but since we have not collected yet any data, that's really like something we're going to encounter with in the short run.
I could just make one. So I think if you do an FFT analysis on your EMG, the peak signal power of the diaphragm may be different because it has different muscle structure than the peak signal power of the intercostals. That might help.
Yeah. I mean, definitely we're going to try our best to filter out those other muscle signals. The thing is, like, I'm not sure how much of an overlap there are in the signal temporal and frequency domain. There might be significant overlaps. I just don't know at the moment. Yeah, but we'll do our best to definitely extract based on the literature. Yeah. So thanks.
It's an excellent project. Has there been any thought given to using this as a biofeedback device for diaphragmatic strengthening exercise programs?
Yeah, I mean, like, the idea did not originate from particularly that application, but I believe like respiration is a problem in many conditions. So it has wide applicability to many such similar applications. I was also mentioned about sleep studies might actually benefit from such such system. So yeah.
Dr. Toreyin, thank you so much again. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thanks for your attention.
Ooh, sorry, did I change it back over to? All right, well, we have another speaker here. So I'd like to welcome Christina, who is a registered nurse actually on our spinal cord unit. Again, just a lot of great talent, a lot of precocious folks. Christina began as a nurse, her career at San Diego State University. She obtained her Bachelor of Science actually in nursing, also did a fair amount of various rotations and honors societies that she belonged to. We know that we've been working together as a team to update our autonomic dysreflexia protocol, and Christina's going to share that kind of journey with us today. So without further ado, thank you.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. York. And good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christina DeAlmeida Amaral, and I'm a registered nurse at the VA San Diego Medical Center, like Dr. York mentioned, in the spinal cord injury department. And I'm grateful to be here to share with you our evidence-based practice change project regarding our facility-wide protocol for treating autonomic dysreflexia, also known as AD. This talk will go over our signs and symptoms of AD, the protocol revision goals and priorities, the evidence that we use to update our protocol, the visual aids we created, and how we are implementing this protocol and these changes hospital-wide so that our veterans with spinal cord injury are guaranteed to have safe and timely treatment for this life-threatening condition. I'll share a little bit about my own personal experience with this policy. This dates back to when I started as a new grad RN on the spinal cord injury unit in 2020. And I was so thrilled to learn that we had a nurse-driven protocol to treat autonomic dysreflexia. And it was thrilling to see it in action when nurses knew exactly how to act and how to intervene to essentially save the life of somebody going into autonomic dysreflexia. I was introduced to the policy at this time, and it was a 14-page long policy that detailed all of the steps and the interventions for treating autonomic dysreflexia. And I studied it. I printed it out. I read it over and over again, and I got to see it in action, which was really exciting. And I'll go a little bit through some of the background and some of the basics of AD so that we can all be on the same page. And this is a little bit of how my experience was learning about AD and going through it initially. So autonomic dysreflexia is a life-threatening hypertensive crisis that occurs in people with SCI at levels from T6 or higher. It's been recorded at levels as low as T10, and it causes an unopposed sympathetic nervous system discharge, which causes the systolic blood pressure to rise to 20 millimeters of mercury or greater above the baseline, with elevation up to dangerous levels as high as 300 milliliters of mercury. The complications for this are severe, and it can cause intracranial hemorrhage, retinal detachment, seizures, cardiac arrhythmias, and in the worst cases, death. It's most commonly caused by a noxious or painful stimuli below the level of injury. And along with an elevation in systolic blood pressure, symptoms can include headache, blurred vision, bradycardia or tachycardia, or other atrioventricular conduction abnormalities, sweating and flushing above the level of injury, nasal congestion, and piloerection. It's often caused by bladder or bowel distension, rector sphincter disturbances, constrictive clothing, such as shoes or other constrictive compression clothing, wounds, and pressure from hard surfaces. Sexual activity or pregnancy, heterotropic bone, and surgical or invasive procedures are some of the other causes of autonomic dysreflexia. In short, this causes a sympathetic cascade that causes vasoconstriction and hypertension. Important considerations about AD care, of course, that untreated AD can lead to very severe complications. So this is why I found it very important when I was in my new grad era to understand and know what steps to take. And I knew certain things like the interventions moved from conservative interventions to medication interventions once the systolic blood pressure hit 150 milliliters of mercury. So after I studied this protocol and this policy, just after 2 days of being on my own and off orientation, I had a patient who came back from a physical therapy appointment. And when I took his blood pressure, his systolic blood pressure was 155. So I knew that this was my moment. This was AD. I called the charge nurse and I said, please bring me medication. I started the protocol. And in just a few moments, the charge nurse peeked in and was a little bit perplexed because this patient didn't have an injury at T6 or above and really wasn't at risk for autonomic dysreflexia. So back at the nurse's station, I was handed a printout of the policy and I was encouraged to study it and learn it so that I was better prepared next time. So this goes to show that even with preparation from an eager new grad, there are challenges to providing appropriate care when it comes to autonomic dysreflexia. The care team has to be prepared with identifying AD symptoms accurately, especially if it's as subtle as a deviation of 20 millimeters of mercury from the baseline. There needs to be rapid and decisive interventions. So nurses and providers taking care of spinal cord injury patients need to be proficient in recognizing and responding to AD. There needs to be a safe standard procedure that includes medication interventions, and the medication must be appropriate and safe considering the other conditions and the polypharmacy of that patient. And there also needs to be a wealth of knowledge of the risk factors that might cause someone to go into AD, such as, for example, most SCI patients have a neurogenic bowel and bladder, which requires frequent interventions that could put them at risk for AD. There's also procedures, so post-op pain, which at below the level of injury can be a noxious stimuli to cause AD. And in general, inpatient care causes somebody with SCI to have changes from their regular care at home. So that can be environment, their regular caregivers, their regular routine, positioning, and even change in environment that could affect their transfers, which could increase the risk for injury and potentially AD. So why was it important for us to revise our standard procedure that we had in our facility? Well, first, of course, we wanted to improve our patient safety. We wanted to make sure that there was a proper medication availability, that it was stored correctly, and that was administered correctly. We wanted to make sure that our event documentation was appropriate and real time. And we also wanted the information to be very accessible and easy to use in emergency situations. So when there's somebody who's unfamiliar with AD or is new to working with SCI patients, or is just like a new grad Christina and just got kind of nervous in the moment, everybody has the tools to provide appropriate, safe, and fast interventions for AD. These are the main areas that we focused on to improve in our protocol. We wanted to include interdisciplinary involvement. We wanted to update our medication protocol based on the most recent literature. We wanted to make sure that our medication was stored correctly, that retroactive charting was eliminated so that we could have real-time charting of medication interventions. We wanted to also create an order set and medication orders so that this information was easily distributed to all the patients that come to our facility. And we also wanted to clarify some of the guidance on when to escalate care for our patients. The standard procedure document, we also wanted to shorten the length of it, and we wanted to add protocols, the protocol visuals and images to guide the protocol. Our main priorities are that it was interdisciplinary, so we wanted input from our providers, from our pharmacists, and from our bedside registered nurses. We wanted to make sure that it was evidence-based, so we used the most up-to-date clinical practice recommendations. Accessible, so that it was informative, clear, but concise and workflow compatible. And we also wanted this to be widespread, because our SCI veterans don't only find themselves in our unit, they find themselves in the ED, in the OR, in the ICU, and other care areas. So we wanted to make sure that our protocol was consistent for SCI patients facility-wide. And that's what we did. We formed an interdisciplinary team. We conducted a literature review. We made drafts and we revised it, and we submitted it for facility approval, and we are to begin the education and implementation of this new policy. So moving into the interdisciplinary involvement, we had an awesome team, and most of them are actually here today. We had Dr. York, who was our SCI chief, and he was on our team. Sean Frayne is our SCI nurse manager. Gila Gobelju is our SCI clinical nurse specialist. Leslie Shirley is our SCI clinical pharmacist, and I served on the team as the bedside RN nurse voice. Our literature review consisted of relevant literature dated from 2015 to 2023 and included current AD management strategies, medication intervention recommendations, and also analyzed the efficacy of nurse-driven protocols. We also used the PVA clinical practice guidelines and some excerpts from other facilities and what they used for their AD management. We wanted to review some of the recommendations that were in our previous policy. And our previous policy recommended that we start with non-pharmacological interventions, but move to medication interventions if they were not sufficient to control the blood pressure. Our policy instructed nurses to administer nifedipine with the bite and swallow method. And when we went into a literature review, we found that nifedipine has a therapeutic effect when it's absorbed through the intestinal route. And there are serious adverse events that have been recorded with the use of the bite and swallow method when administering nifedipine. It was likely due to the erratic drug release profile of releasing the capsule contents when administering it in this way. And an alternative approach is necessary because this is not a license modification of the product, so it increases risk for patient safety and also for professional liability. The whole dose, when administered in this way, might not be administered, and this study by Brown and team found that the release of the drug is erratic, and it's possibly because of the recrystallization of the contents. Nifedipine was issued a black box warning by the Joint National Committee on Detection, Evaluation, and Treatment of High Blood Pressure for the risk of recalcitrant hypotension in 1997. And so this poses a risk for hypotension that can last up to 5 hours after it's administered. And this is important because in AD, once the noxious or painful stimuli is removed, the systolic blood pressure and the hypertensive crisis usually resolves. Less and less practitioners in the United States are prescribing this medication. And when it is necessary to move to a medication intervention for treating autonomic dysreflexia, the ideal medication is an antihypertensive that has a rapid onset and a short duration. We do have a medication that works in this way. Topical nitroglycerin ointment is a vasodilator that can be removed whenever the target blood pressure is achieved. So the Consortium for Spinal Cord Medicine's clinical practice guidelines recommends topical nitroglycerin for AD and SCI patients. And we looked at this study to demonstrate the pharmacodynamics of this drug when it's being used for AD specifically. This 2017 study was the first one that focused on the role of topical nitroglycerin in managing AD. This study was pretty large. There were 445 AD episodes found in an inpatient SCI unit. 78 resolved without using medications, 86 used alternative medications, 21 reported incomplete data, and so they were excluded from the study, which left 260 AD episodes that were managed with 1 to 2 inches of this topical nitroglycerin paste before escalating to other antihypertensives. Nitroglycerin paste was applied to the chest wall when the systolic blood pressure was not controlled and target range was not met. And it was used as a first-line medication because you could take it off once the blood pressure reached the target. In the study, the onset of action was measured by how long it took to decrease the systolic blood pressure by 10 millimeters of mercury. And on average, that took 10 minutes to take effect. The target systolic blood pressure was reached within 16 minutes with 1 to 2 inches of nitroglycerin paste. 43.8 episodes were controlled to target systolic blood pressure with 1 inch, and 77.3% of episodes were controlled to target systolic blood pressure with 2 inches. Adding an additional inch of the nitropaste to the chest wall increased the efficacy of the treatment. So rather than moving to a second-line medication, simply adding an additional dose actually increased the effect of the nitroglycerin paste. There weren't any serious adverse events that were noted in this study, and adverse events were mostly resolved with observation. Selinsky and his team conducted a study in 2023 that looked at what other facilities utilize for managing AD. And prior to this study, the last review of this kind was done in 1991. And in 1991, the following medications were the most prescribed. Nifedipine was the most prescribed, followed by nitrates and hydralazine. And today there are significantly less physicians that are prescribing nifedipine for AD in the United States. Where it was 58% in 1991, in 2023 it was down to 18%. When there was a nurse-driven AD protocol that used conservative interventions, which were considered the 1 to 2 inches of nitropaste, moving to hydralazine, 97.6% of AD episodes reached their target blood pressure range without having to escalate care. And of physicians who prescribed the inpatient protocols for AD, 98% of them use nitroglycerin as the first-line pharmacological treatment. So while this is a great alternative and a good way to control AD, there are risks to using nitrates in SCI patients. And this is related to the increasing use of phosphodiesterase 5 inhibitors, which are medications like sildenafil and tadalafil. The use of these medications leads to a contraindication when using nitrates like nitroglycerin, isosorbide dinitrate, or sodium nitroprusside. So moving on to our updated medication protocol, I wanted to take a couple of excerpts from the previous protocol to display how we're making this to be a bit more clear for the people who are using it, for the nurses who are using this at the bedside. The previous protocol advises the nurse to have the patient crush a 10 milligram capsule of nifedipine in their mouth, or to assist the person to alter the medication administration if the systolic blood pressure is greater than 150 milliliters of mercury. This also advises to repeat the dose if the BP begins to rise again. Again, we wanted to move away from this because it's not a licensed modification of the drug administration, and we wanted to clarify the threshold for when to repeat the dose. It also indicates here that if bladder spasm or irritation is suspected as the cause of AD, to instill a solution containing pontocaine, and to repeat the step if the signs and symptoms subside. And of course, we wanted to, again, just clarify this and make it easier for the bedside nurse who's performing these interventions to have clear guidelines for when to repeat doses. Our new SCI AD medication protocol begins the entire protocol by signaling at the beginning of the policy what the parameters are for when to take the blood pressure and when to contact the provider if the systolic blood pressure is too high or too low, and when to start medication interventions. Under the pharmacological intervention section, We have it very clear here for the nurse to verify if the patient has taken one of these PDE5 inhibitors in order to prevent a mistake or an error in giving a medication that's contraindicated. So if the patient has not taken a PDE5 inhibitor in the prior 24 hours, then it is safe and advisable to administer 1 inch of nitroglycerin paste and to repeat the dose in 30 minutes if the blood pressure does not decrease. If after 2 doses and 30 minutes, the systolic blood pressure does not decrease, then the nurse is advised and instructed to move to the second-line medication, which is hydralazine, which is 10 milligrams orally. And in another 30 minutes if the systolic blood pressure still hasn't decreased, to give a second dose of the second-line medication. If after 30 minutes this is still not effective, then the patient needs to be escalated to a higher level of care. The same thing goes if the patient has taken a PDE5 inhibitor, then the instructions and the directions are different. So, of course, in this case, nitropaste is contraindicated. So the nurse is instructed to administer hydralazine 10 milligrams orally, and that will now be the first-line medication. To repeat the dose in 30 minutes if it's ineffective, and after 30 minutes, if it's still not effective, to administer nifedipine 10 milligrams orally, and to repeat the second-line dose if it's still not effective after 30 minutes. After all of these attempts for medication intervention, if the systolic blood pressure is not controlled, then the care needs to be escalated to a higher level. Previously, our medication was stored with our emergency kit, which includes all of the other materials that someone might need in an emergency situation to intervene. And the medications were instructed to be administered per protocol without scanning into the patient chart. This also instructed the nurses to create a medication order and to have retroactive documentation of a medication that was administered, which could lead to inaccuracies or administering a medication where there's a contraindication that exists. And it also wasn't very in line with the natural workflow and the normal workflow of giving medications that nurses do daily. The other challenge with this is that not all the units are equipped with this AD kit, and so having this preemptively and prepared for all SCI patients is a way for all nurses to have access to these medications if they need it. And then this protocol also deviates from our facility standard process, which is that a medication is ordered by a provider, verified by a pharmacist, and then verified by an RN, then scanned into the chart before giving. We created a pharmacological order set, which makes it safer because we have the medications ordered by a doctor. They're stored securely in our Omnicell on our unit. It's available to scan into the patient chart, which provides real-time charting of when the medication was given. And it also allows the entire team to perform a safety check and see if there's a risk of having taken a PDE5 inhibitor before ordering a medication that could be contraindicated. And more importantly, right before the emergency of AD occurs. This is also an interdisciplinary approach. Our team got together and we spent a lot of time to design how we're going to order these medications, making sure that the route instructions are clear, making sure that we had clear guidance on when to repeat the dose, when it's appropriate to transition between first-line and second-line medications, and also the syntax for how providers would actually put these orders into the chart. And then our nursing team also created nursing text orders so that the instructions for intervening with AD are found directly in the patient chart, and it's not necessary to pull up the policy to know what steps to take. This is also accessible and widespread because the information for these AD interventions can be found directly in the chart. It's workflow compatible, and any SCI veteran who arrives to our facility has the access to have their provider put these orders into their chart immediately upon arrival. This is every presenter's worst nightmare, just full text slide. But here is the AD standard procedure nursing text on the left, and then the standard procedure medication order set proposal on the right. So this is how we've consolidated pretty much all of the steps for intervening for AD. On the left, in 7 steps, a nurse can know exactly what steps to take in order to intervene. And on the right, there's recommendations for when and when not to order certain medications for AD interventions. Okay. Now to the exciting visuals. We wanted to also consolidate some of the AD education and the recognition for AD so that all the nurses who come across the policy can have a clear overview of what it is and how to act. So this is what we previously had in our policy, which was very rich information and very informative. But we changed our policy information to go from this to this visual, which is concise yet informative. It's got a visualization of what is a common presentation of an SCI patient for someone who maybe is not familiar with AD. And it also decreases our visuals and education from 3 pages to 1 infographic. Our treatment pathway is a way to have clear and concise guidance during our emergency situations. It's something that could be found all across the facility. It can be easily printed and distributed or displayed in every unit in our hospital. And it's a way to consolidate all of the information into an easy-to-follow pathway that is systematically guiding the nurse to intervene to identify the noxious stimuli. It goes through a skin check, a bladder check, bowel check, and when to start medication interventions, as well as reviewing the contraindications and giving that safety check to make sure that we're not administering a medication that could be potentially harmful to the patient. Again, this is easy to print out and display if you don't have the full policy available. If you have just this flow chart, this is enough to guide whoever is in the vicinity or the RN treating to intervene with AD. We also included some extra information into our policy. So these are medication management suggestions for somebody who may have an escalated level of care. A physician can refer to this to get guidance on what potentially continuing treatment might look like. And this is how we are managing our AD emergency tray. It gives us clear documentation of what materials should be in this emergency kit, but it doesn't include the medications. And we were able to shorten our policy from 14 pages that had 1 graphic to 10 pages with 4 graphics to hopefully make this most accessible and concise as possible. And finally, now that we're in the implementation stage of this, we were able to meet every single one of our goals that we set out for the review of this policy. And we ultimately created an interdisciplinary, evidence-based, accessible, and widespread policy for treating autonomic dysreflexia in our facility. We submitted this to be approved by our medical facility in January of this year, and we're requesting it to be a hospital-wide policy. And hopefully we'll begin the education this spring to all of our medical staff. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll be taking any questions if there's any.
You did a great job of sort of helping us understand the systematic process to change medical care. Actually, I just wanted to mention something that we're doing. So we're in the process of creating a clinical trial to study epidural stimulation over the lower thoracic spinal cord for hemodynamic stabilization. And so we hope that primarily it's going to treat orthostatic hypotension, but it also offers the prospect to mitigate autonomic dysreflexia. So that might in the future be a treatment for these people who have this very often. The other thing too is the whole question around wearables and blood pressure monitoring. I don't know if you're doing any experimentation in your facility with wearables for blood pressure monitoring, because that could also be a way to really understand the incidence of the high blood pressure episodes during the day. We probably miss many of them because we just use cuff blood pressures. Just a couple comments.
Great. Yeah, to my knowledge, we don't have any studies currently at our medical facility about wearables. And correct, I think we would miss a lot of instances of hypertension. However, our goal with this was just to make sure that when it was detected, that everybody was equipped to respond appropriately. But yeah, those are all great points, and definitely there's a bright future for the research that's potential here. Okay, great. Questions?
So just quickly, and so I am in an outpatient clinic and thinking about our patients who might encounter this, which does happen. Is there a role for maybe having that ointment be prescribed to those individuals and have it with them like you would carry an EpiPen or something like that?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that is part of our goal and our vision, is to make this accessible both inpatient and outpatient. Of course, one of the complications for having hypotension ensue as a side effect of using a medication that could treat hypertension. So we want to give our veterans and all of SCI patients as much control as possible when it comes to treating autonomic dysreflexia. So in the future, that is definitely where we're headed and where we hope to go, so that there are less complications and severe side effects of using medication to treat hypertension, and there's more flexibility and autonomy, especially for the outpatient as well. So our hope is that our order set also translates to outpatient.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we're ready for...
Okay.
Hello. Hey, give me 90 seconds. First of all, thank you all for attending. We, last year, I think we had about 78. We had 90 sign-ups by the beginning of March. That was pretty cool. And first year that we're doing the live stream and talk with folks, and it seems like it's going really well. Second, on your table, we put a number of items. They're the bags. Please take them home. Inside the bag is a little treat I grew up with called Chuckles, and they're a lot of fun. It's a midday or mid-afternoon snack that I hope you like. If you don't have a bag, somebody grabbed yours. We have more at the table. Please grab that. Also on your table are newsletters. Hot off the press, has some great stories in it. It's actually a new format for us. So please take that with you. Also, if you like to have that, it's got great information in it. Grab it at the table. Third, there's a flyer on the table for the Great Peanut Butter Cup. You've probably not heard of it, but we're going to rival the Coney Island hot dog eating contest soon. It's the 6 services include the Space Force, compete male and female on the Ferry Berkeley a week from tomorrow, Saturday. Coast Guard's going to defend their title. I'm a Coastie dad. But if you have a chance and you can go down there, it's a lot of fun. It's all the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches you can eat in, I think, 5 minutes. And I don't know what the number was that they ate last year, but the styles that people use, the Marines squish them and try to eat them all that way. And so there was training that going to this. And in fact, the Marines had a qualifying tournament already, just so you know that how important this is. It's also a fundraiser for us. So it's if you have a chance, you can do that. So on the table, the bags, the newsletter, the Great Peanut Butter Cup flyer, and if you need more, and there's even more Chuckles, but you have to take the bag. Again, thank you. Oh, one other thing. Dr. York, Dr. Zheng, Dr. Frye, Paige is outside, and me, that's the 5 people that created this. We're the committee that oversees this. I want to thank them. Traveled from outside Philly, Dr. Cooper and Rosie, thank you, coming from Pittsburgh. Dr. Guest from Miami. It's pretty neat to put all of this together. It's an honor to work with these folks. They're super smart, and I'm not sure why I'm here, but I guess to tell you about the Chuckles in the bag. So again, thank you very much. There's a snack that gets hummus and olives and pita bread and that kind of stuff, your last meal of the day. So again, thank you very much.
So yeah, please get that, and please fill out the survey too if you've got a chance before you go. We'll break. speaker bios are available on the website, but it always helps to kind of warm and grease people back into the room. Jenny and I have become great friends. She's actually, her background is in occupational therapy, and she went on to form her own company, which is a fabulous story. I didn't hear the full story, but I got a glimpse, which is called Driving to Independence in Arizona. And we've talked to her and consulted with her many times now about the possibilities and future for different adaptive driving programs. So we're looking to hear more from you, and we welcome you to our symposium. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys about adaptive driving. And I told Dr. York when we discussed this, I said, 30 minutes? I could talk about this all afternoon. And so I'm going to try and keep this really brief. But, I sort of am going to highlight high-tech adaptive driving today, and mainly because it's the most that we can do for our clients. But know that the examples that I'm going to give you today, and I've got just a couple of videos and things of men that, folks with spinal cord injuries that we've seen, but there's a lot of equipment and options and modifications that we do to vehicles and for driving equipment that are significantly simpler than what I'm going to show you here. So if you have somebody that you're seeing in your clinic or in your research and things that have extremely limited motor function and range of motion, know that we can quite likely address their needs through vehicle modification. So we were talking at lunch a little bit that sometimes I think that as an industry, we do ourselves a disservice in that we highlight these crazy great stories of success, and which are really only a percentage of what we do on a regular basis. So, but the adaptive driving process is very similar, no matter what sort of adaptive driving equipment that we're looking at. So, as an industry, we of course clearly have got our best practices for providing the service of driver rehab. And so I wanted to just sort of go through a little bit of what this process generally looks like and what it certainly looks like within our practice. So, somebody will phone in or we'll get a referral in some way, and our administrative support staff does an intake with that individual. And demographic information and medical history and that kind of thing. And that really helps us as an organization to determine, number one, if they are a high-tech driver, if they're a low-tech driver, or if they don't need any adaptive equipment at all, that they have cognitive or visual issues. And then they're scheduled for an appointment. And so we bring them in and we do a clinical assessment. And depending on the diagnosis will dictate what that clinical assessment is going to look like, whether it's going to be driven more by cognition or vision or motor and range of motion assessment and things like that. Then, of course, when we're talking about folks with spinal cord injuries, we're going to make sure that we've got an assessment of their mobility device. And that really can be all the aspects, all the details that go into that mobility device, including the dimensions of it. How high are the armrests? What's the width of the wheels, or at the widest part? The length of the chair, because that then begins to affect our vehicle recommendations later. And then, generally in the same appointment, although not always, we're going to do a behind-the-wheel assessment. So in our program, we have a wheelchair-accessible van that has a high-tech driving system in it. Ours, the van that we use most often has got what they call electronic mobility controls, or EMC equipment. So we're going to take our individual to a parking lot, mainly because we're not going to be out there mixing it up with traffic on the first day. So luckily, when we get out of the month of March in Phoenix, we use a nearby spring training facility. They allow us to do that because there's this gigantic parking lot. So we go out and we start to introduce the adaptive driving equipment, whether it's positioning of it, where the input devices need to go, which side, which extremity is going to gas or brake or steer or all four, with a four-way joystick and things like that. So we get into the vehicle, we get the equipment going, and then we really start to kind of go through this obstacle course, you might say, or a series of maneuvers that the individual is going to go through. And that equipment that we've tried that day, I always say to our clients, is really a best guess. This is what I think that you're going to use. But that could change over time. Generally within the first few training sessions and things like that. The position of a device could move, or it could switch sides depending on range of motion and strength. So then we're going to come back to the office and we're going to talk about recommendations. And how many hours of training is this going to take? What's the estimate of that training? And to be honest, what is the estimate of the equipment itself, the vehicle that this is going to need to go into, depending on if they already have a wheelchair accessible vehicle. And then, to be quite blunt, we're going to start talking about funding. If we're seeing folks in the VA system, then we follow that lead with regard to the auto grant and things like that. Or we've got different foundations that we work with, our vocational rehab system sometimes, that sort of thing. So we sort of begin to round the troops up with regard to funding because this equipment can be very expensive. Once we are sort of into the process, then we're going to do a series of training sessions, and depending on the equipment itself, that could be 40 hours of training behind the wheel in our accessible vehicle. At that point, we're going to write wait a second. So we need a prescription, demographic information authorization to do the assessment and everything. And then really a recent H&P is really helpful so that we get sort of a little bit of history. Sorry, jumped way ahead there. I'll get back to that. Stay tuned. This is Marcos, and I always want to make sure that it's public knowledge that I've got two different clients that we're going to highlight today, and they've both given us permission to share their stories and everything. But Marcos was injured in a motor vehicle accident. He's an incomplete C4, C6 spinal cord injury, and his accident was back in 2001. And unfortunately, he did his accident was in 2001. He didn't actually see us in our clinic until 2014. And part of the reason for that, and this is something that we've worked on in our state medical review program, is that part of the delay in getting his driver's assessment was he was cited for a DUI as the result of this accident. And so part of the requirement was that he had to have an interlock for 1 year on his vehicle in order to be able to drive. Well, there's no way to put an interlock on my evaluation vehicle. And so we had to run this up the chain of command and it took us years. It took him years to be able to get to a point where he was interested in driving, but then it took us a number of years to be able to convince the motor vehicle department that he needed this assessment and that he was really being discriminated against because of his disability. So anyway, we finally got that all taken care of in 2014 and began his assessment. So we've got this wheelchair accessible van. It has the EMC system in it, but there are other systems available, in our industry as well. And we really try and make sure that we focus on the least restrictive equipment as possible. So we tried a couple of different systems. This is an example of what was called the Scott system, which we also tried with Marcos, which was not successful. And ultimately, he did end up with the EMC system. And this is just sort of an example of it. I've got this. There. So, so this is basically what we call the info panel, and it's a touch screen that helps with all the sort of secondary controls. This is a tri-pin that he sets his hand in. These two posts are on either side of his wrist. This is in his palm, and this is his gas and brake. So he pushes this forward and back to be able to accelerate and accelerate and brake the car. And then this is his steering. So he, again, puts his hand in there, and then he has a small diameter steering wheel that he rotates in order to be able to steer the van. This is what we call a vehicle modification prescription. So once we've gotten through the training in our vehicle, we write this document for funding purposes, and it is also then used for a mobility equipment dealer to be able to bid on the equipment and the installation that it's going to require. So I'm not going to get into a lot of detail here, but essentially this list here on the left-hand side is the general driving equipment that he would need in order to be an independent driver. So he needed the left side gas and brake with the tri-pin. He needed the right side steering wheel, again with the tri-pin. The control panel was on his right side. He needed a wheelchair lockdown with stabilizer in the driver position. So we're not going to get into a lot of that. That's the next hour that I would need. And then a retractable headrest with what we call a digitone, which is basically a do-re-mi scale in order for him to be able to activate these other secondary controls. So you'll see a picture of this. So this is this retractable headrest. So when he's not there, it moves up into the ceiling or the roof of the car. But there's a button on one side of it, and so he will sort of duck his head to one side, and it'll activate this do-re-mi scale. And he learns that. That's part of the training that we go through once he's actually driving his personal vehicle. And so once he gets to, let's call it 3, it'll go, beep, beep, beep. And then he gets to number 3, and the windshield wipers will activate. So this is the training then that we go through, like I said, once he gets into his own vehicle. And these are just some pictures of Marcos and how excited he is to be driving. But I think that it's really, I included this one here at the drive-through because driving is a very functional activity. And so we sort of tease Jill, who I'll have a picture of here in a second. She's really our high-tech guru, but going through a drive-through is something that she does on a regular basis because that's oftentimes what somebody with a high spinal cord injury is going to use, and so I thought it was funny that they got her. I don't know if they know her or if she just agreed to have her picture taken, but there you go. And then this is a video of Marcos, and I don't have volume, but this is his home, and his wife standing out there, and in this case, Jill takes this video of him, and she in the video she says, "How does it feel to drive away from your home for the first time?" And he says, I never would have been able to do this. And he sort of talks about, as they're driving down the street, how long it would have taken him to be able to take his power chair down the street like that. So he was really excited to, of course, be able to do that. So, and then, we all want everybody to post about us on social media, right? So this is his post one day, and we took a screenshot of it because it was apparently hands down the best day I've ever had since starting driving, and then this was the route that they had taken through the area. You know, a lot of what we do as driving evaluators are really a lot of customization. None of these cases are the same. None of them are you know, the same as the last person. Every C4 to 6 quad is a little bit different. And so these are just some various pictures of sort of modifications, custom modifications that we've done over the years, so that whatever vehicle somebody is driving, it's customized to them and the needs that they have. So this is what I was going to talk about earlier. So once we get that referral for you know, a driving assessment, we complete that assessment, we do all the training with the equipment, we identify a vehicle if they don't already have one. Sometimes people have got passenger vehicles that, that we're now going to modify for them to drive, but not everybody does. So we work with our mobility dealers to be able to find the most accessible or most appropriate vehicle. We write that vehicle modification prescription, and then the equipment is installed at the dealer. Once that happens, then like I said, there are some things that we're not able to simulate specifically in our wheelchair accessible vehicle, like the headrest. We don't have that. And the order in which somebody would want to be able to go through that digitone. So then there's a series of training appointments in their personal vehicle so that we know that they're able to, you know, there's no other adjustments or fittings that need to happen, which always happen at the beginning. But then that they are confident in that vehicle and are driving independently. And then there's a licensure process with whatever restrictions need to go on to that driver's license, you know, per whatever state authority that we're dealing with. So this is Jill, and she is our sort of high-tech guru, but I got to come to San Diego for the weekend because Dr. York asked me. And my son lives here, so I got to spend the weekend with him. But the second thing I wanted to sort of just show you here is this video, and it also, this was actually made, oops. Uh-oh. I broke it, yeah, really. Okay. It's like when I click too many times. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start it from the beginning. Thank you. This is one of our clients, and he actually made this video and sent it to us. And I think that it just sort of shows everything that he's doing. This is what we would call an ATC truck. And he'll get into it and everything. It's a fairly unique modification with regard to wheelchair accessible vehicles and things like that. But I do, you know, I sort of wanted to just show you this video. It's not very, very long, but also be able to answer any questions that you have, either about the video or about, you know, adaptive driving in general. Yeah.
Yeah, just curious. So one of the things that it seems to me that I've been injured for about 30 years, and it seems to me that the industry is being more and more consolidated for adaptive vehicles, and so there's less and less creativity, like this truck, for example. Do you see that continuing, or are there people starting to do other things now that, like Rory mentioned, electric vehicles, things like that?
Yeah, so the industry is absolutely consolidating. You're absolutely right about that. I've been doing this now for about 23 years, and in the last 10, 15 years, it's consolidated quite a lot. There is some creativity involved. We're not seeing a lot with the electric vehicles. In fact, the Toyota Sienna hybrid has caused some issues, especially with high-tech driving equipment and things like that. So, you know, there's really two manufacturers of lowered floor, you know, the ones that modify the lowered floor vehicles, and you know, Braun and VMI are doing what they can and you know, what they're seeing the market need. Yeah. Yes, Rosie.
Just because one of our colleagues just went through it, high quad, special equipment, he happened to be, he was in a car accident, so the van was totaled. It took him a whole year, a whole year of a professional who has to rely. So my question is, how long did this gentleman have to wait? The other part is insurance now requires from a person to really carry additional insurance just for the modification. Has that impacted your
Yeah, so these vehicles are intense. They, in fact, when we do an assessment, we try and sort of set an expectation that a year is not unusual. Now, that for us typically includes all the training and waiting for funding and then the installation. But yeah, what you're saying, that wasn't the case. Yeah, it was an insurance issue. Oh.
So funding was not an issue.
Okay.
It was just purely technically.
Interesting.
From the car modifier, it just took 8 months to get the parts in, get it configured. That was the issue.
Interesting. Yeah, our depending on the modifier, we'll be able to get that done. I don't know that I've ever had one take quite that long, but the equipment is specialized for sure. And we did have sort of an issue when we were dealing with the microchip issue and things like that. So there's no doubt that they are intense vehicles to build.
I had a question and a comment. So the comment first is that Braun and VMI had been able to modify a few of the hybrid vehicles, but that's because the batteries tend to be in the back and it leaves you the middle to lower the vehicle. None of them have been able to modify a purely electric vehicle. And so that was what I mentioned during my talk. That's the concern, and that's the point that in Germany they already have some. Volkswagen and Mercedes make purely electric vans, and they had to pop the roof up because you couldn't modify what they call the skateboard, the chassis.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And so that's actually, I've talked to both Braun and VMI. That's our concern in the United States when that happens here, is because then you have to use a lift. There'll be no more ramps. We'll go back to the 70s.
Yeah.
And those of us that lived during that time, the lifts were bad, right?
Yeah.
They notoriously unreliable. And San Diego probably didn't have that problem, but you get Pittsburgh, Buffalo, it gets a little bit dicier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We don't have the problem in Phoenix either, but.
Phoenix, you probably have the problem you can't get in the van anyways.
Right. Well, we used to do a lot of remote ignitions. Yeah. Now they're pretty common, but yeah.
Yeah. And then my other question is, so I know that the VA will cover a van, and I believe now that the Congress has changed the regulations. You're eligible for a new van every 10 years.
Yeah,
or that's pending, right?
It's there, yeah. Well, that's a whole nother topic, but yeah. Please contact your PVA service office.
Yeah. Contact your senator.
And Golden Boy guy right there, he knows this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Fortunately, I just bought a van, so I'm not looking for a van. I was just asking.
Yeah.
Because this question comes to me quite frequently, twofold. One is, like, I got my van, 30 years ago, and but I can't afford to buy a new van. And then, so how do you help with that? And then my understanding is the modifications that and maybe you can't answer this question, but for the non-service connected veterans, they're not eligible to get a van. But
it depends.
It depends, right? Yeah, it's really
Ask your
really
PVA
weird.
service officer.
Well, I just prefer the
just on the other side. So I'll talk a little bit about I did a lot of benefits work and stuff. But for those of you like Rory, for example, if you're interested, please contact your state Department of Rehabilitation. They have programs for helping people go through the rehabilitation process and get adaptive equipment for vehicles. They also help people maintain their employment, which would even apply to you, Mr. Cooper. You might want to check with them, even though you have quite a tenure, but still that opportunity is there to access some of those benefits for things that are very costly, like adaptive equipment.
For OER benefits in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, if you make over $60,000.
Well,
wow, it's not a lot.
Not to be in that position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But so that actually that's where the question commonly comes to me is a person graduates from college, gets a job, and then they no longer qualify for OVR benefits, and then they wind up, now they're like they realize, oh my God, I have to pay for attendant care and I have to pay for my band, and I might make $65,000, and I've got to buy an $80,000 van. I got to put out $40,000 in attendance care, and I make $65,000, and then they wind up saying, I'm better off to just quit working.
Right. I actually spoke at a Voc Rehab conference a year or so ago, and the VR counselors want to push people to use public transportation, which, we should probably all use public transportation more, but that's just not a realistic option. And I made the point with them about the fact, and this is unique to Phoenix, and I understand that, but in July, when it's 115, none of us want to stand out there and wait for, the bus or the train or what have you. But on top of that, the biggest impact that I made with them was, if you have a spinal cord injury and you have to use public transportation in really any time of the year, you're not buying ice cream at the grocery store, and I'm going to be a little grumpy if I don't get my ice cream on a regular basis. And in the summer, you're not buying meat or dairy products or anything else if you have to sit there and wait for the bus. And so, they want to be they want to be hyper-focused on getting to and from work because that's their mission, right? But the fact is that, independent transportation has a much better or much bigger impact on somebody's, health and mental health and nutrition, let alone socialization, than being dependent on public transportation. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
So safety is an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Safety is an issue. And yes, in Pittsburgh we have access, correct? We have like the paratransits.
Sure.
But play our transportation game board.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think you will have all the scenarios with if you have to use all the transportation issues. Actually, it's a good segue. A lot of these things are very good scenarios to be discussed with your loved ones, with your end users, what transportation entitles, and anybody should, any policymakers should just live a few days in their shoes, or we will give them the board game.
There
Jenny,
you go.
you and I will
We'll
play with OVR our board game.
There you go. I will tell you this really fast because we'll be out of time. But so, and this does not have to do with spinal cord injury. I recently hired a woman to work in our office as support staff who is visually impaired, and she uses the paratransit system to get to and from work. And she's worked for us for about 3 weeks, and at least once each week, I have taken her home because I can't just leave her sitting there, and and paratransit will call and say, well, we're going to be late today. And she's scheduled all of her pickups, to and from work a month in advance. And they'll call her and say, well, we can't be there at 4:30, but we'll be there sometime between 5:30 and 6. Well, it's a completely inefficient system for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Are there any adaptations for a quadriplegic with only one arm function?
Yeah, that's really hard. So the highest level of high-tech driving is going to be a four-way joystick. So typically you've got forward and back will be gas and brake, and then side to side is steering. And it takes a great deal of fine motor coordination. And so generally we're looking at, folks that have got limb girdle or some form of muscular dystrophy that end up using a joystick. We actually have a gentleman in Yuma that is a quad and an above the knee. We'll go back to school. Above the elbow amputee, and he gasses and brakes with his shoulder and steers with his other hand. So.
We have a high-level tetraplegic, and later on he had an above-elbow amputation. He uses his prosthetic limb also on the left to help, and then he has the switch on the headrest.
On the headrest. Mm-hmm. Yep.
First, I just want to say thank you to all of the OTs and CDRSs that are able to make it happen, because we see every single day the tears when someone leaves from our office, from the work that you guys do, to be able to have the freedom to do the things they do. So we all take it for granted just to be able to go get ice cream or milk or whatever else, but the people that we get to work with, that happens. It's absolutely incredible to provide the independence, and you have that in the name of your company, and it's absolutely true. So whether it's completely high-tech equipment or not, you guys do an amazing job of doing that.
Thanks.
Trying to be an occupational therapist, trying to be an engineer, trying to know all the different pieces of equipment that are out there and put that all together is a very interesting job, and you guys do an incredible job at doing it.
Thanks.
To answer your question, yes, call your PVA service officer, because we do get that question. But as a non-service connected veteran, so for those of you guys don't know, there are different categories of what you're eligible for based off of your service eligibility of driving equipment, what's paid for by the VA or not paid for by the VA. And that service officer definitely can walk you through what that is. But those things do consistently change, just like everybody else's VA benefits. But the ingress, egress, or that conversion for that non-service connected veteran, it's 10 years-ish, but a lot of that can be covered. The driving equipment would not be, but the ingress, egress, or that conversion more than likely would be, to answer your question directly. But yes, also contact your PVA service officer. And to say that I of this, working with the PVA has absolutely been incredible. They do a great job of education, of support staff, and doing that when someone comes in to work with us. And like that high-tech piece of driving equipment, that entire van might be $170,000. And to be able to do that, and you're talking about how do I do that? How do I afford that? How do I live my life to be able to do that? And the PVA being able to educate them on what their benefits are and how to be able to do that. I don't know how many people that have come to me that had no idea what their benefits were, what they were able to do, and without the VA or the PVA would have no idea what their benefits are.
Yeah.
And as a veteran myself, when I got out, I had no idea what I was able to get or not to have. So just kind of letting you know that. So thank you. Call your PVA service officer. Thank you, PVA.
For a number of years, I have heard these like little rumors that somebody's working on a van wheelchair interface that would allow you to drive your van with your wheelchair controls.
Oh, I think that's
Have
a
you heard
old wives' tale.
anything?
That's so the biggest difference between driving a wheelchair joystick and driving a vehicle joystick is that your vehicle has a transmission. So your wheelchair joystick, if you pull the joystick back, it backs you up. In a vehicle joystick, that's your brakes typically. So if you get into reverse, you still push the joystick forward. So I don't know how that would work. So yeah.
I'd have to change modes. I'd have to have a car driving.
You can do that. We'll get a patent on that. We'll work on that.
I just wanted to, on the certain non-service connect, the reason I brought that up is that they often have to work, right? If even in PVA's employment programs, the vast majority of the people participating in those are your non-service connected veterans, and so it's just another one of these barriers. That's why I brought it up. But yeah, technically that is feasible. The problem is it's a shared liability problem, and that's where the wheelchair companies they don't really want to assume that additional liability.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
Jenny, we thank you for
Thank you very much.
awesome presentation. So, kind of wrapping up our symposium, what I learned was that the survey, actually, there is a QR code in the programs that are right on the various tables. So if you'd like to scan that, and that can be completed too at any point between now and the next few weeks before we compile the data. Just want to introduce Sarah Kate Frye. She's a assistant professor of occupational therapy over at Widener University. I keep being schooled that it's Widener and not another pronunciation. Again, we've been close colleagues for some time when we worked at the University of Maryland in the spinal cord injury rehab. She's now gone on to do a lot of work within home health as well as cardiac rehab. She's going to be joining Louis Irvin, who really needs no real introduction except for the fact that he was the former national director of PVA and just a distinguished board member of our Cal Diego PVA. And with that, I'll let you guys.
Good afternoon. I'm Louis. This is Sarah. Hi. Support. First, I want to say I'm honored to be here, and thank you all for what you do, what you've selected as for a career to help people with spinal cord injuries and people with disabilities. I mean, it's just an amazing thing to see. I'm a consumer. I'm an advocate, and I really appreciate everything that you do. That's the first thing. So just kind of a quick glimpse of my story. I was injured in 1992, a little over 30 years ago. C6-7, I had a ruptured disc in my neck. It took up 80% of the cord space. I was paralyzed for 3 days on a ship in the South Pacific before medevac to Triple Army Medical Hospital in Hawaii, where I had surgery. The condition following was Brown-Sequard syndrome, is motor function on one side, sensory function on the other side, and lost bound bladder. And then, so I rehabbed in Long Beach, California. It was a great rehab experience. That was following my 6 weeks at the Army Hospital. And again, so I started to gain function in my left lower extremity, which gave me some ability to stand with assistance. I used braces and crutches to ambulate. And so I could ambulate, I could get around, but I wasn't functional. And as a new injury, you're like, hey, I'm going to walk again or whatever, you have this in your mind. So I spent the first year ambulating around, and it was extremely difficult. It wasn't independent at all. Need a lot of support, and kind of had my wheelchair as a backup. And so life was really challenging that first year. And I say a year because I made a conscious decision on my own to go ahead and start using the wheelchair every day. And within like 2 weeks of doing that, I had all this time on my hands because I wasn't struggling to move. I wasn't overtired, exhausted from moving around. And so I started looking for a job. And at the time, the PVA service officer here in San Diego said, hey, why don't you come work here? So I said, okay. And so I started my journey with employment. And then I started also playing rugby with the support of the SCI Center here in San Diego. And I'll say that wheelchair rugby was probably one of the key influencers in my life, along with working kind of this all kind of happened at the same time. And so I think it was mentioned in Rory's presentation and some other stuff about peer mentoring, peer counseling. It's not as clinical as that. I think it just kind of happens. So like the guys I played rugby with, you'll see here, these guys, this bunch of guys right here, they just give you a hard time, right? If you're not independent, you talked about transferring in hotels and stuff. If you ever see a C7, C6, C5 quad get in and out of a tub by themselves, it's quite a feat. You're going like, how the hell are you doing that? Sometimes they didn't make it, right? But that's a rugby team. So, but the peer counseling helped me understand, like my bowel management was wrong, take me 4 hours. They said, hey, do this, do it this way, use this medication. So I did, and it's like, boom, everything changed. Those little steps give you that freedom, that the independence that you need. Making a transition from walking to a wheelchair. I don't know if a clinician could have influenced me to do that. Kind of maybe had to come to that myself. But having those little inputs, you never know what's going to stick with somebody when they're going through the change of life. Whether it's, I always think of it as like stars. In your life, there's things that inspired you to do what you do now. Things that occurred, maybe it's an uncle, maybe it's an aunt, maybe it's a neighbor, whatever, that, he said, hey, I want to go do this with my life, and you kind of head down that road. When you get injured, you don't have, all that stuff disappears, and you don't really know what your ideas are for yourself or what you're capable of doing. And so, introducing those concepts, a lot of that comes from peer counseling. Well, if all of your peers are, unemployed rugby players that like to get drunk at tournaments, you're going to kind of meet that expectation, right? So it may be not the best way to go through it, but it really does help a lot. And so anyway, I proceeded to go through a career with Paralyzed Veterans of America. I worked here as a service officer, worked here as the executive director for San Diego. Then I made the big move to Washington, D.C. I don't recommend it just because of the snow, but it was an interesting time in my life for my career, and I got exposed to a lot of great things. But one of the things that through my whole PVA career, I was exposed to a lot of people that suffered spinal cord injuries, different levels. And you as clinicians, you see this, but I was a consumer seeing this, and I'd help them get their benefits or talk to them. And I think what's kind of underestimated is the influence that you can have on somebody. And again, you don't know who that person is going to be that's going to influence you, but certain things come along where I've been able to have a conversation with somebody or see a conversation happen, and you can see those stars start to light up in that person's eyes about maybe what they can do. Just 6 months ago here, I talked to a guy out in front of the hospital here in San Diego, and I said, you know what, you'd be really good at this, to get a job and do this, this, and this. And he was like, what are you talking about? I said, well, here, I can help you do this. Well, he's working today. That was 6 months ago. It's his first job after he's been injured, and he loves it. I talked to him today. He just had a smile on his face. He couldn't change it. So you never really know where that's going to come from. So I went through my career with PVA. I worked in D.C. for a while. I was the executive director for the organization. And then I went to Florida. I adopted 2 kids. You see them there in the picture, and my wife. And I got my degree in business from Rollins College in Florida, and worked for the Navy for a while. And then we moved to Kentucky, and I did some work there for a community development financial institution. Long story. And so then I go, so what do you do? So you go through career, education, just like anybody else, travel. And I got a really good one for you. Where's Jenny? Did she leave already? Okay. You're going to love my adaptive vehicle. It's coming up. So anyway, so I did a 30-day trip in Europe, went bungee jumping in Switzerland, 100-meter drop. And maybe not the smartest thing to do, but it was fun. Camping in the desert, traveled for work. And again, it's you can do anything, right? You can do anything. So here's my adapted vehicle. Hope you like it. I actually got my driver's license in California. With that, actually it was a previous one. This was the third iteration of a motorcycle. The first 2 were, well, let's just say they needed some work. But the first one I did was a sport bike, so it was kind of a fast bike, and I'd ride up here to the hospital to work, and the therapist really didn't, especially Cherise, she never liked seeing that thing in the driveway or the parking lot out there. But so I rode a motorcycle for 20 years. It's something I came up with myself. I engineered it while I was in community college. But again, it's you can do anything you want. It's really, your mind is what limits you, okay, not your physical capability. Let's see. And so this is some of the things that I've done. So I use a portable set of hand controls to drive in the desert. This was just last spring, and I don't have any old photos because a lot of the stuff I did, it was a little bit on the wild side, is pre-digital, so I just don't have that stuff. But I think the greatest thing I've had lately is this track chair right here you see in the snow. I take that out to the beach. I go to the desert with it, go to the mountains. I go camping with my son. I built this lift for a boat. You see on the bottom right over there. I use that actually on a boat here in California. This is in Kentucky on a pontoon boat. I use the same, I carried it with me though. But I used it, and I used to put the whole rugby team in the boat, and we go out, and it's, again, things you do that may not be the safest thing to do, but when you take like 6 quadriplegics in a boat and maybe 1 able-bodied person out in the water, it's, you know, something could happen. All I can say is there was one guy, some of you know the name Sheehan, but he took a tumble in a tube, and he was flipping so fast his socks flew off. And, but hey, you know, nothing came off of him except his socks, so that was good. But again, the limits you have is what you think you have. This little scooter thing here, so the things I do are to solve problems. So this little scooter here on the bottom right, that's just a $300 scooter from Amazon. But I put these 2 little blocks of wood on it because I was having trouble catching my kids when they were riding their bicycles. So I needed something that's going to go faster. Not a good idea to turn with it at any kind of speed, but it'll go straight line pretty good. And then this is my family. And there you go. So I'll keep it kind of short. I'm open for questions.
That crane on the boat looks like a big fishing pole for big fish.
Well, again, it's one of the things I created. So the guys that helped me do the motorcycle, they're at Vortic Engineering out in El Cajon. I went to them with a problem with the boat, and they said, hey, we can work this out. We put a winch together. And what I realized, so a lot of you know what a Hoyer net is, right? So I used to use that, a Hoyer net, to lift everybody into the boat from the parking lot. We'd all get in the boat, and then I'd just yell at somebody, and they'd back me in, and they'd park the truck and throw me the keys, and we'd just take off, and then we'd come back. I'd try to yell at somebody and say, here's the key, go get my truck, and back it down, and we'd just offload that way. So it worked pretty good. The only problem with a Hoyer net is you can't use it really well in the water. So a solution for all of you, if you ever need it for physical therapy and stuff, use a climbing harness. Works really well. That's what was on that one. So it works really well, but never go in without your life jacket on. Good recommendation. So my injury resulted from so I was working on a piece of equipment, and I twisted my neck. I tried to lift something really hard, and it didn't move. I twisted my neck really hard, like a whiplash injury. Had a lot of pain for 2 days. On the morning of the second day, I took some Valium that we only had a corpsman on board. We didn't have a doctor on board. It's a small ship. And then like he came down and checked on me 20 minutes later. He said, how you feeling? I said, man, I'm great. I said, I don't have any pain at all. I said, I can't feel a thing. He's like, what's that? I says, yeah, I can't feel a thing. So I'm in a bunk on the bottom of a ship. So you're in a berthing compartment down low. And he's like touching me always like, can you feel that? I said, no, man, I can't feel a thing. I said, I'm great, because I hurt so bad. And all the pain was gone. And his eyes got like this big. He says, well, I'll be right back. And so he left, and I was like, whatever, you know. And he came back like 30 minutes later. They had flown on a physician from the aircraft carrier to come down and check me out. They started poking me and stuff like that. Said, well, we're going to get you off here as soon as we can. So we steamed towards Guam for like a day and a half before we were within helo range, and they flew me off and took me out that way. So.
Questions? So besides using quad control for alligators, what's next?
Well, you know, I don't know if I'm going to go back a few slides here. So I don't know if you've noticed this right here. This is 2 wheels. Okay, it's not 3 wheels or anything else. What you see on there, I don't know if the pointer's here. This right here, that's the wheel. This system is an electric actuator on the other side, and this goes down to hold it up when I come to a stop. I use a button on the other side, and then there's the gear shifter right there. So as you see, I got a strap here holding my legs on and strap my feet in. And then I put the wheelchair rack, I built this wheelchair rack on the back to hold the, and so just give you an idea, it worked. I mean, I drove it from DC all the way to Florida and back by myself. Independent, staying in hotels, all that stuff. Worked great. I did sell it to another paraplegic that lived in, he lived in Cleveland, Ohio. He came down, him and his wife came down. I lived in southeastern Kentucky. It took about a 3-hour ride to get there. He saw it, I listed it on Facebook. This is just a couple years ago. And he's like, oh, you know, I want to buy it. And he's a paraplegic. I said, well, he said, well, I already ride now. I got a gold wing with a sidecar and stuff. I said, eh. And, you know, he's like, I want to buy it. I said, okay, yeah, you know, you can buy it. And I said, how are you going to get home? He said, I'm going to drive it home. I said, no, you're not. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm going to buy, and he got kind of offended, right? Because like, look, I know what I'm doing. He's about my age. I said, well, let's do this. I said, it's yours. I said, just sold it to you, but come back and bring somebody that can, drive it home. So he came back a couple days later with his son, who's like 24, can drive a motorcycle and stuff. They come back, and I told him, I said, look, do not use this until you get home, take it to a parking lot, and try it out. It's like, okay, no problem. So next morning I get a call. I said, man, I sure know what you said, because I said, what happened? He said, well, my son, he thought it was a good idea when he's going off the freeway to get gas to put the wheels down, right? So he put the wheels down, well, it pushed him off the highway, drove him down in the ditch and up in the bushes and back up on the road. And I said, well, is he okay? And he said, oh, yeah, he's a little shook up. I said, yeah. I said, I told you not to, go to a parking lot. And so then he called me the next day. I said, how's it going? He said, oh, well, he said, I really do understand what you said. And I said, well, what happened? He said, well, I got on it in my driveway. I thought I could take it for a ride. So he took off he says, I got out on the road. And I took off, lifted the wheels up, and I ended up over in my neighbor's yard and up in his driveway and stuff like that. I said, well, So the next day happened to be Father's Day, and he called me and said, yeah, my son and I took off for a ride, and we tested it out, and I learned how to do it. So anyway, that's a good story. Any other? Yeah. So the interesting thing about the track chair is I got mine from the Independence Fund, and I was living in Kentucky at the time. It's really an amazing thing. You can't go anywhere in a wheelchair in snow. 2 inches of snow. When I was working in D.C., I went home on the metro. I used to ride the metro back and forth to work, lived in a condo about a block from the metro station. And it started snowing, and everybody's leaving work early and stuff, and so I got on the metro. By the time I came up off the metro, it was whiteout conditions. They had shoveled the walks a little bit or whatever, and I was like from here to that far corner to the front door of my condo, and I couldn't move. I was just stuck. And of course, it's whiteout conditions. There's nobody around, and I'm just sitting there going, this really is not good, right? This is not good. And I had a suit on, everything. I'm just covered up with snow, and I'm going, okay. And then sure enough, a guy comes walking by. He says, hey, you need some help? Nah, I got this. Of course I need some help. So he grabs me. I said, what can I do? So he grabs me by the front and drags me to the front door, and I got in. But you never know what's going to happen, right? So that's just like my first day. Here's a good story. You got a minute or two? Take 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. My first day of work, right? Spinal cord injured, new injury, first day of work, going to work at PVA. And I told you I could stand and do different things. I was caught between this world of how I'm going to do this. So I had a little Ford Ranger pickup truck, and I'd put my wheelchair in the back box, and I'd lock it with the bicycle lock so it wouldn't come out, which is all fine. So first day of work, I got a suit on. I'm like, okay. I get out, close the door. I go to pull the chair out. It's locked. I say, okay. So I reach the door's locked. So I'm standing in the parking lot, my first day of work. I'm a half hour early, so I got plenty of time. I'm standing at the VA regional office parking lot down there going, okay, what am I doing? And the security guy's walking around. He likes to look at me, and I look away, I'm just kind of standing there, and he's looking around. He comes walking over. He says, you okay? And I said, yeah. I didn't even know what to say. I said, yeah, I'm okay. And he's standing there looking around. I was like, do you need some help? And I said, well, I said, if you could do me a favor, go up to the PVA office and let them know I'm going to be a little bit late. I didn't even tell him what to do. Just go tell him I'm going to be a little bit late. I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do. So he comes back with one of these VA chairs with the bar welded over it, so people don't steal it, like this really big wide chair. And I get in this thing, I go wheeling up to the office. That's my first day at work. So you can do anything. You just got to keep trying. So anyways, questions? That's it. Thank you.
Well, we thank you, everyone. I made it to kind of the end of our inside program. I think do we have a...
Everybody see the tables outside with the remote control cars, the radio control cars. We do a lot of fun stuff, fun programs. My background is adaptive water sports. 1984 is when I started building water skis. Brought the program around the country. Duane, who was Duane Norman, did the motor sports. And 2012, I started working with PVA Cal Diego, guy named Dave Smith had a remote control car that he drove with his chin. He was a high quad. We went to STEAM and STEM classes in high schools, and he was a show-off. He could scream that thing to your front toe and stop it there. That was great for one person, but how do you make it work for everybody? So we did some outdoor radio control cars, and then a little while ago, about a year ago, we thought about how can we bring it into the hospital? Sometimes it's too hot to be outside or it's raining. And so the crawler program, the crawlers are the kind of the desert rat cars. We started working on that. Larry Houghton has been a volunteer of the year for us before, worked with Duane extensively, and we started working on the indoor program. We actually debuted it a month ago in February at the hospital. And Larry built these tables. He bought the table, built it. It's styrofoam. I think it's cups from it's the cup holders from Starbucks. It's some wood with, and he'll probably correct me on. I know he'll correct me on this. And then like cast material, plaster, and then a guy named Wes Smith came and painted it. That's probably 5-6 coats of paint, decorated with the trees, the bridges. It's amazing, and it's you know. For those of you who have been in the hospital or treated, some of our folks are in there for 5, 6, 7 months recovering. I don't watch TV. That's a fact. And I don't want people just watching TV. I want people doing stuff. So Larry was nice enough to build this. He'll show you the slideshow of how we did it. And then recently he took some of the technology we had with the chin joystick. And for those of you who have already worked it, there's joysticks there. We have one of our members. He has a chest plate. Larry built a chest plate where he can bring it right to his chin and work it from there. So I'll probably steal some of his thunder. Without any further ado, Larry, why don't you take it away?
Well, I'm Larry Houghton, and what he said. So this is going to be really quick and dirty, and I'll take questions inside or out, whatever you'd prefer. Good afternoon. And I'd just like to talk for a few minutes about our remote control car program. We started this in 2016, and it's been very successful. And the typical day is once a month, we take a 2-hour outing to a local park, which happens to be only a few miles from the VA hospital. And the van brings out inpatients, and we also have other members that either have their own cars or just want to come out and enjoy the day. We'll start the day with a light lunch, and once everybody's had something good to eat, we turn them loose with the cars. And the cars themselves, for the outside, they are trucks, and they're what's known as 1/10 scale. They're about 18 inches long, and they'll go 30 miles an hour. The controls that we have enable us to adapt the speed and the turning radius. So if someone is learning or they don't have as much physical dexterity, we can adjust the controller for them to use. There's a lot of crashes, there's a lot of rolls, and there's a lot of laughing going on involved with all of it, because it's fun to get out there and bang these cars around. They're very rugged. The spare parts are like $5 or $10 most of the time. So they break them and I fix them and they're right back up and going again. We have some jumps that they can take, and we occasionally organize some races. I mean, what are you doing without competition? You know, you got to have that. The downside is that San Diego does not always have perfect weather like you're seeing today. If you'd like to hang around tomorrow, we can demonstrate. So we built a new portion of the program, which is rock crawlers. And for those of you who are not familiar with that terminology, typically these are folks that go out into the desert with their Jeeps and modified buggies and whatever, and they go about 3 miles an hour and try and crawl over the largest boulders or the biggest hills they can find. Sand dunes, it doesn't matter. Logs, they're going to try and creep over it. Well, these scale cars are 18th to 24th scale, which means they're about 10 inches long. And unlike the trucks, where it's pedal to the metal, as fast as you can go and crash them and it doesn't matter, here you're number one in a confined space, And the whole point of crawling on rocks is to go very, very slowly and gradually pick your path and be able to go places that no one would think you can go. These cars mimic reality amazingly close. For example, a departure angle of 41 degrees on this car, most of the decent Jeeps and off-road cars you see are going to be right around that same number. On a side thing, they're going to roll over about 30, 32 degrees. But there's a lot of modifications that you can make to improve these. But right out of the box, they're fun to play with. And so we built 2 of the tables. They are literally just plastic folding tables that are adjustable height, thankfully, so that once they're up, a wheelchair will fit underneath just fine. And it took me about 3 or 4 months, several hundred hours to put the tables together, but it was fun for me to do it. And it was the first time I'd ever tried anything like this, so hey, learn at the same time. But the tables being able to be folded up 2 by 4, you can put them in the back of a car, you can transport them, you can move them around the hospital, bring them to a demonstration, whatever. And these are more challenging, if you will, both physically and mentally to get around the course, because if you've just got a big open grass field and you make a mistake and you go flying all over, it doesn't matter. Here you have to be a little bit more careful, so there's a little bit more of a cerebral portion of it, as well as a little bit more fine control. Both of the tables, as you've seen out here, can be either put together end to end or side by side, or operated completely independently. So the controller that you see here, this is the typical controller for most RC cars that you're going to see on the market. There is a trigger underneath that pulls the trigger. It's a variable speed. The more you pull it, the faster it goes. And if you want to go in reverse, you put the trigger forward. And then it's got the little wheel that you turn. Well, that's all well and good if you're able-bodied and you have full use of your hands, but it's not always the case. So modified these controllers, and basically I won't get into all the technical details, but I extracted the electronic signals that come from the trigger and the wheel and ran it out through cables and back in again to the circuit board. So if the cables are plugged together, it operates just like it was from the store. And if you disconnect the cables, then you can add optional choices. And we found that a number of the members can't necessarily support the control. They can lay it in their lap maybe and operate it just fine, but it moves around. So what you're looking at is a very nice cutting board from IKEA that was $10 and some Velcro strips, and suddenly you have a lap board that this will mount to. So the modifications, again, you've got the cables on there. You take the cables apart, and now there's a box with a joystick and a longer cable. And so that joystick operates exactly like a power chair, forward, back, and it's progressive, left and right, and it's progressive. And so this can be put in your lap in any direction you want, and it enables members to be able to operate that they don't have enough dexterity to use the control properly. And so this is a basic system, and when we have members that are completely unable to use their hands, we've created a chin control. Now basically it's the same joystick, but I made a chest plate that straps on with some Velcro straps, and they can use the chin control to operate the cars. We've been experimenting with the balls on top. Those happen to be cat toy balls because they were the right size, a nice texture, and the price was right. But some of the members preferred like a cup that goes into the chin. So we've been experimenting with different sizes of cups, padding some, leaving others unpadded. And so this enables members across the spectrum of their abilities and their capabilities to be able to enjoy these cars. They can go have fun with them, and since it's inside, you don't have to be dependent on a van to take you somewhere. You don't have to worry about going out in the weather. And so it becomes a fun environment, but I also have had members come up and say, you know, I've had more OT today doing the controls than I normally get in a regular day, and I had fun doing it. It's not like I've got to go work, it's like this is fun to play around. So that's a big piece of it from a mental position as far as I'm concerned. And modifying all these things is not expensive. All the modifications was $150. It's not like it's crazy. And so I'd like you to join us on your way out, play with it for a while, see what you want, and there are a number of options as far as the types of vehicles or anything else, and this is not strictly cars. They make a handy device, but this can be used for boats. This can be used for a number of different things, not airplanes. That's a whole different ball game. But if you have any questions after you go home or whatever, this can be replicated anywhere. It doesn't have to be in a hospital. It can be replicated anywhere that you might be around, and it's not terribly expensive. So if you have any questions, be happy to assist, and thank you very much. And any questions? All right, then it's time to go out and play.
If you don't have time right now, take a pamphlet with you and you can scan that. We still have a couple weeks to fill that out before we compile, so I really appreciate it. Travel safe, everyone. Thanks.